The story is about a disabled boy named Tae-sung. Tae-sung is suffering from lower body paralysis. The doctors are also unable to recover his legs. As days goes by, the legs of Tae-sung hurts more and more. The doctors are unable to find the reason, and so they increase the dosage of the medicines. Tae-sung doesn't care anymore as everything is over for him. But the only things that he has now are the pity glares of the people and the raising amount of hospital bills. Tae-sung used to be an ordinary human, but a car accident caused by drunk driving has taken everything from him. According to Tae-sung, the day when the accident occurred was a painfully ordinary day, and he was just stopping by the convenience store like usual to pick up a can of beer and some snacks to end the day. But one thing that was different about that day was that he was a bit unlucky. While he was standing on the pedestrian road, a truck comes and hits him, and this is how his ordinary life ends, with a horrible pain. And he was left with illusionary pain in his legs, as if they were being cut off. He had no choice but to depend on drugs every night. There's a saying that God only gives trails that a person can handle. But now the trail that Tae-sung is facing has gone beyond his capabilities, and he wished that he would die. As Tae-sung's body is paralyzed, so there is not much for him to do with this body. So most of the time he read novels. The novel that Tae-sung starts this week is The Magician Who Dominates the World. Whenever Tae-sung reads novels with happy ending, he felt happy too. It was comforting to read them when he was feeling depressed like today. He continued to read the novel and is about to end it by tonight. In this novel, a magician named Aiden destroyed everything in his path. In the end, he claimed victory and chose a new world creation. He ended the old world and recreated a new world to his taste. Everyone lost their memories and lived a happy life. Even those who experienced traumatic deaths and those he valued were there. This is how the novel ends. By reading this, Tae-sung gets frustrated and tells himself that why does he choose random novels to read, which also has a bad ending. By saying this, Tae-sung starts to cry and asked that why he cannot be happy. After a while, he calms himself and says that there is actually nothing to worry about a novel ending, as even if he wake up tomorrow. Something like a happy ending will never be achievable for him. He then goes to sleep, and when he wakes up, he saw a bright blue light. And after that, a message pops up which says that the magician who dominates the world is starting. By seeing this, Tae-sung gets scared and quickly gets up. As he gets up, he sees things that are unfamiliar for him, so he thinks that he is hallucinating. He then looks for his phone, but at the side of the bed, there was a bucket full of water. As he peeks on the bucket, his face gets reflected on the water surface. By seeing this, he gets surprised as the face was not his. He then gets that the full body is not his own, and he can move his legs. At that time, the blue panel again appears and says that the world of the magician who destroyed the world, and from now on he must live as the character Mord Vernars. As Tae-sung reads the message, he gets that this is the novel that he has read last night, and the Mord character is an extra of the novel. After that, another message comes which says that if the character Mord dies, he will also die. Tae-sung thinks if all of this is real. So to test it out, stands, and after that he can feel all the structures under his feet. At that time, he feels a sharp headache, and the blue panel appears and says that the contents of the novel will be registered in his brain. The memories of the character Mord and the language of this world will all be registered in his brain. After that, one by one, all the memories of Mord comes to his mind. He can see the life Mord has lived up until now, and also how his life ends. Mord Vernars is the son of the strange Archduke Vernars family. He's a bastard son of the Vernars family's patriarch, means he is an illegitimate son. Mord is someone who is so powerful that even if the protagonists were to gang up against him, it would not be guaranteed that they would win. But in the midst of a magic ritual to gain full control over his psyche, he was ambushed and killed by the protagonist and his group. In short, he is an extra. He only has a supporting role. But Tae-sung, who is in Mord's body, cannot understand that why he is born as Mord. At that time, the A message again appears on the panel which says that if he change the fate of destruction, his wish will be granted. Tae-sung reads it and thinks that by the fate of destruction it is probably referring to the novel's end. He gets that he is here to protect this world from the protagonist who destroyed this world, and creates a new one. Tae-sung then thinks for a bit that if he is dreaming or not, as he was so tired on his half-paralyzed life. He hoped that if this is a dream, he would never awakes from it. Now Tae-sung didn't care if this is some god's prank or not, and as for the wish, he wants his body from before the accident. He then thinks that he has all the information of this storyline, and he also has the power and talent of Mord, so he decides that he will change the fate of destruction and will claim his wish. After that, we can see the story of Mord, who is a part of the Archduke Vernar's family's bloodline, and is also a bastard son. Unaware of who his mother was, he had to live a difficult life. A few days after his birth, his mother died, and he was called the bastard who killed his own mother. He lived a life of the weak, unable to resist the harassment of others. It was not because he was weak, or because he did not know how to be angry. It was just that the guilt of being the bastard who killed his own mother was eating him alive. But Mord came to a turning point in his life. Those of the Vernar's bloodline awaken powers when they turn 15. They call it the New Blood Awakening. You have to endure pain comparable to your entire body burning in flames, but after that, you are gifted with strong powers. But for someone outside the Archduke family, the chances of surviving the New Blood Awakening is less than 1 in 5. But Mord survives the New Blood Awakening and obtains strong powers. Mord's mother has kept a letter for him which says that if he survives his 15th birthday, he should head towards the Archduke Vernar's family. Mord listened to the last letter his mother left him and left to go to where the Archduke family resides. He goes there and agrees to take a test in order to be acknowledged by his father he had never even seen before. And as Mord is about to give the test, Tae-sung is reincarnated into his body. Mord is MWDW's extra, but Archduke Vernar's is one of the main antagonists. Tae-sung has a lot of information on the Vernar's family. The Archduke Vernar's family already had plenty of children of the direct bloodline, so it was unlikely for Mord, a bastardized son, to be accepted. But having grown up without parents, Mord was full of desire to be acknowledged as the Archduke's son, and the Archduke was able to use that to his advantage to raise Mord to be his hunting dog. Having awakened the new blood power, Mord was so strong that even the protagonist would have struggled in a fight with him. Tae-sung can now feel that how strong Mord is, and as now he is in Mord's body, he wants to test this powers. While he was thinking all of this, a man comes and shouts that if he has forgotten about today. Tae-sung looks at the man, and from Mord's memory he gets that this man is an instructor named Todd, and this person will be observing the test. He then goes towards the instructor and greets him. Mord has a much bulk body than the instructor. The instructor sees Mord and finds that he is a bit different today. He then says Mord that if he has already forgotten that he will be tested today. Mord asked what kind of test. The instructor replied that he will be tested to see how much potential he has. The instructor then also says to Mord that he thinks that he can fight well, as his body is so fit. By hearing this, Mord gets a bit nervous as he has to fight already. At the same time, he also gets happy as from now on he doesn't have to fight for his life. Mord also gets excited to try out his powers. After that, Mord starts to follow the instructor. And while going, the instructor tells Mord that he should never tell that he is the Archduke's son. Mord nods his head and says he understands. After a while, the both of them had reached the training ground where Mord will be tested. At the training ground, some men were already present there, and by seeing Instructor Todd, they greets him. Mord looks at them carefully, and by seeing how old they are, he thinks that they are warriors. Instructor Todd then tells Mord that if he is aware that the way a Vernar's fight is different from the way an ordinary warrior fights. Mord replies that a real Vernar's uses a weapon when untrained, but once trained, they do not depend on a weapon and fight with only the body they have. That's right. Of course, those who are not of Vernar's blood use weapons, but the others learn combat skills, Instructor Todd says. Mord already knows this. He then starts to think that the Archduke Vernar's family is the continent's best organization of warriors, and they made it to that position with just hand-to-hand combat. So weapons are something they do not need. It might sound impossible, but there isn't a weapon in the world that can overpower the Vernar's physique. While Mord is thinking all of this, Instructor Todd calls Warrior Vince to come forward. According to the instructor's orders, Vince comes forward and stands in front of Mord. The instructor then tells Mord that he will be fighting Vince. He also tells Mord to fight. Will all he had as the result of this fight will decide the future his. Vince then says to Mord that how the hell a 15-year boy like him has such a body, and also says that he wants to know that whose son he is. Mord then gathers all of this thoughts and stands in a fighting pose as the only way he can achieve his freedom is by showing his skills. After that, he rushed towards Vince and throws a uppercut. Vince gets surprised to see the fast movements of Mord. He dodges the attack by a split of seconds. Mord then thinks that he is more agile than he expected, and the boxing he learned as Tai Sung is helping him a lot. As Vince falls back to dodge the uppercut at that time, Mord launched a back kick, but Vince blocks it with his arms. Vince then asked Mord that why did he lied that he didn't learn how to fight. Mord replies that didn't lie to him and it is true that he didn't learn how to fight. Vince then gets mad and shouts that the posture of his is that of a learned person. Mord then says that he just copied it by seeing others. By hearing this, Vince gets silent and without a single word he rushed towards Mord with mana on his hand. By seeing this, a warrior tells Instructor Todd to stop Vince as this might get dangerous to use mana against a kid who doesn't know any combat techniques. The instructor replied that they should let his go. On the other hand, Vince gets furious and is about to attack Mord. But as the attack is about to hit him, Mord dodges it quickly, and goes behind Vince. By seeing this, Vince gets shocked that how a newbie like him can see through his mana combat technique so quickly. As Vince turns towards Mord, he sees that Mord is using his technique. By seeing this, he gets scared and tries to block it with his arms, but it was of no use as Mord's punch pierced through Vince's defense and hits him abdomen. From the impact of the punch, Vince flies away and spits out blood from his mouth. By seeing this, the instructor and the other two warriors get shocked and thinks that Mord is an insane guy, that he sent a warrior like Vince flying away. After that, Mord walks towards Vince and thinks that he has gone overboard, but the good thing is he kinda gets how to use this power. While he is thinking, he sees that Vince moves his finger. As he sees this, he gets back and takes a fighting pose. Vince then stands up. Mord looks at Vince carefully and sees that he is not in a good condition, so Mord tells the instructor that they should stop here as he is unable to control his strength, and if the fight goes any further, he is afraid that he might kill Vince. Instructor Todd then goes into deep thinking and assesses the situation, and after that he tells them to stop. He then goes to Mord and asked him that why did he lied about that he didn't learn fighting. Mord replies that he said the truth. You want me to believe that when you even used mana? How can a person unlearned in mana combat technique know how to use mana? Todd said. Mord gets that Todd is doubting him. He then shows mana to Todd and asked him if this glowy thing is called mana. Mord also says that he was able to use it after a really high fever, but he don't know much about it. By hearing this, Todd tells Mord that if he thinks of him as a fool, that he would believe in such a story. Mord then tells Todd about the experience of the new blood awakening. But the real story is that Mord could actually use mana before the new blood awakening. That's how talented he is. God of combat, Vernars, goddess of the heavens, Arita. The blood of the two gods exist in Mord's body, creating an incredible synergy, making Mord a miraculous being. In other words, Mord was blessed with his genetics. As someone who was never officially trained until the age of 15, in just 7 years he becomes stronger than Archduke Vernars, who is the strongest of the successors of the god of combat. This is how the real story of Mord went, as Mord tells Todd about his new blood awakening. Todd gets surprised and says that he is a monster. Todd then asked Mord that if he knew who Vince is. Mord replies that he didn't know him and today is the first time he meet with him. Vince is a Vernar's warrior who was trained from a young age and passed a strict test, Todd said. Todd then tells Mord his test result that he passed with 200 points out of 100. Mord then asked him that what was this test for. Todd says that this test was to determine that what level he is in. Todd further says that the Archduke Vernar's family has a 3-level curriculum for warriors, and if he fulfill the conditions at each level, he will be promoted to the next level, and if he pass the test at the last level, he will be then qualified to be an official warrior. Mord hears the words of the instructor carefully, and after thinking for a while, he tells the instructor to put him on the first level. By hearing this, the instructor gets shocked. Mord then tells him that he should go there to learn mana combat technique from the basics. The instructor understands Mord's planning and he tells Mord to get ready for tomorrow. After that, takes his leave by saying he will send someone to guide him through the necessities on the first level tomorrow. Mord then goes to his room and lies on his bed. While laying, he thinks that if Mord has also went through this process, as there was nothing mentioned about him in the novel, and how he become the hidden card of the Archduke Vernars. Mord sits up and thinks that the only things that is mentioned in the novel is that the Archduke Vernars tried to maximize Mord's potentials and dominated his mind to use him as a human weapon. Tae-sung, who is in Mord's body, thinks that in order to stop the destruction of this world, he has to stop the protagonist, Aiden. The one to complete the world fragments, which are like puzzle pieces containing the essence of this world, can be called the supreme god. That is the magician who dominates the world. Just like the title, the great mage Aiden completes the world fragments and becomes a being who dominates the entire world and everything within it. And the result of that was the destruction of the world. As a god, Aiden did not just kill his enemies, he also killed his friends. The novel magician who dominates the world is about the fight between Aiden and his enemies to become the destructor of the world. Tae-sung thinks that no matter what, he has to do anything to stop Aiden, as this might be his last opportunity, and as from now on he will live like Mord instead of Tae-sung. The Archduke Vernar's family is the ruler of a nation called the Principality of Vernars. The Vernars castle, which is at the heart of the nation, is as luxurious as other nations' royal castles. Its training facilities for the warriors is situated at the outskirts of the castle, the Outer Castle 3rd Region. In the early morning in a carriage, Mord is taken towards the training facility. As Mord has selected to training in the first level, so from now on he will also have to reside in the first-level dormitory. As Mord sees the first-level training facility, he gets amazed as it is even bigger than the most university campuses. Everything is going smoothly, but sudden the carriage shakes and a huge noise comes from the right side. The man that is escorting him tells that there is no need to worry, and as for the sound, it has come from the 3rd-level training ground. Mord gets a bit shocked to hear that such a noise comes from a training ground. He then thinks that it would be normal, as the 2nd-level trainees would easily surpass human limits, as there is a saying that Vernar's warriors are capable of merging the powers of multiple people into one. While thinking all of this, they have reached at 1st-level training ground. Mord then gets out of the carriage and thanks the man for escorting him. At the gate, the 1st-level instructor was present there. By seeing Mord, the instructor introduces him and tells Mord to call him Hayes from now on. Mord agrees to the instructor words. The instructor then asked him that if he has done bad on his test, and if that's why he is here in the 1st level with a physique like that. Mord replied no and said that he has defeated Vince in the test. The instructor gets shocked and say that if he has defeated official warrior Vince, so why he is here in the 1st level. Mord then replies that he has never learned any mana combat technique, so he has come here to learn from the basics. The instructor then tells Mord to follow him. While walking inside, the instructor warns Mord to not disturb the trainees as they are practicing hardly. Mord agrees to him and think that even the level 1 trainees would be strong sign they are training to become Vernar's warriors. But Mord's imagination gets wrong when he meet the 1st-level trainees. The trainees in the 1st level are all kids and also doesn't look strong. The instructor then introduces Mord to all the trainees. By seeing the level of the trainee, Mord regrets his decision of coming here, and he thinks that he should have gone to the 3rd level. The instructor then looks at Mord and said that today he will be teaching him mana combat as he has never learnt before. He also says that it will be easy for him as he has already gone through the new blood awakening and he also possesses mana. The instructor then begin to teach Mord. He tells Mord that, first, he have to detect ether and create mana, but as he has already done that, so next part is to collect mana, and the last steps are basic mana control and sense amplification, the UPA. Last steps are basic mana control and sense amplification. Then Mord can move to the second level. Mord then asks that if he need to learn any combat skills. The instructor replies that if he wants to stay here longer, he can do that. Mord says that he didn't mean it that way. The instructor then says that he will show him some techniques and he can train on his own, and when he goes on the second level, the instructor there will fix things that are wrong. Mord thanks the instructor for this and begin his training. It's been 10 minutes he has been training, and he has already learnt the basics, and his mana gets stronger than the instructor's. By seeing this, the instructor tells Mord that he has graduated from his first level, and from tomorrow onwards, he can join the second level. The physical reinforcement lessons at the second level are split into 2 sub-levels. The first is hardening your body. This is to prevent any damage taken if you were to be hit by a carriage. The second is amplifying your physical abilities so that you can transcend. The second level. Physical reinforcement is a very difficult skill. So many trainees hit a wall here. But for Mord, it didn't take more than half an hour to master it. Mord passed the second level easy and now can move on to the third level. The second level instructor then tells Mord that it's easy up until the second level, but the third level will be difficult. As just like him, there are guys who are part of the bloodline in the third level, so graduating the third level will be challenging for Mord as he will be fighting against them without any battle skills. Mord also feels a bit nervous as he really doesn't know any mana combat techniques, and Instructor Hayes also sent him to the second level thinking that he is hiding this true powers. The instructor then puts his hand on Mord's shoulder and said that it takes more than brute strength to graduate from the third level, and so he has to work harder. Mord already knows that the third level is on a different caliber, but at the same he feels excited that he can meet with other Vernar's blood. On the other hand, we can see the news of Mord has spread like wildfire, and all the trainees are talking about him. The trainees are comparing Mord with Fionn, who is a third-level trainee and is also a Vernar's bloodline. Fionn hears this and decides to show Mord that there are ranks within the Vernar's bloodline. At that time, Mord has enters the training, and as soon as he enters, Fionn goes to him and asked if he is the new guy. Mord didn't reply him, and instead asked who he is. Fionn replied that he is Class 2's captain, and he is also of the Vernar's bloodline like him. Mord then introduces himself and says that from now on he will also be part of the second class, and he didn't know for how long he will be here. By hearing this, Fionn gets angry and tells Mord that if he thinks of this place as a joke. Mord then says, "Don't be mistaken, as if he thought that way, he would have never come to this place." As Fionn is releasing his mana, Mord says, "Owe him to clam down as he is not in a good mood." As expected of a Vernars, "I guess you can endure this much," Fionn said to Mord. Mord then said to Fionn that if he thinks that he would piss his pants or something if he tried to intimidate him with this type of stupid skill. By hearing this, Fionn gets super angry and attacks Mord by saying that he will kill him. As Fionn attacks, a huge explosion occurs by seeing this. The other trainees thinks that Mord is gone for good. But as the dust clears, the trainees set scared to see that Fionn is on his knees and bleeding from his mouth. But on the other hand, Mord is standing completely fine. Mord then tells Fionn that he thought he would be stronger, but now he sees that he is nothing but a village bully. Fionn then gets up by whipping the blood on his mouth and says to Mord that he just got lucky with that punch. Mord replies that he was not lucky. Rather, it is because Fionn is weak. After listening to this, Fionn gets mad and rushes to attack Mord. Mord easily dodges the attack and then kicks Fionn on the back so hard that he flies away and hits the wall. As Fionn hits the wall cracks and he falls unconscious. By seeing this, Mord gets a bit shocked as he thought that a third-level Vernar's warrior would be much stronger. After that, a friend of Fionn goes to him and wakes him up. As soon as he wakes up, he wants to fight with Mord. Mord said that he was out of 10 seconds. Fionn shouts at Mord that he managed to attack him when he let his guard down. Mord then tells that he is pathetic as he let his guard down in a fight. By hearing this, Fion starts to shake out of anger and the mana that he is radiating gets more intense. Fion has now awakened his new blood power. The trainees get scared to see this and starts to run away from Fion and goes to call the instructor. The trainees also tells Mord to run away as he might gets killed. But Mord didn't run away and became to analysis Fion's powers. At that time, the third-level instructor Daisley come and ask the trainees about what is going on. One of the trainees tells the instructor that the new guy, Mord and Fion, are fighting. The instructor then looks at them, and as he says nothing, a trainee asked if they should stop them. The instructor replies that he will keep watching for now, as Fion's strength is comparable to a normal warrior, and instructor thinks that it would be a nice chance to test his skills, and as for the new guy, it would not be much of an issue if he gets killed. On the other side, Fion gets ready and jumps to attack Mord. By seeing the attack, Mord recognizes it as an advanced skill that uses the body or a weapon as a vessel to create a stronger energy form called a impulse. Fion attacks Mord with the body impulse, but at the right time, Mord dodged it, and the attack lands on the ground and shatters it. After seeing the impact of the attack, Mord thinks that he would be a goner if the attack had land on him. While he is thinking, this Fion gets in front of him in a lightning speed and throws a punch on him. But Mord sees the punch coming, so he quickly dodged it and throws a jab on Fion's face. The punch hits the nose of Fion and he starts to bleed. After that, Fion attacks Mord a few more times, but all the time his attacks gets blocked by Mord, and instead he received hits from Mord. By seeing this, the other trainees get shocked as a newbie like him is overpowering Fion. The instructor also sees that the impulse of Fion is getting weaker. While Fion was catching his breath at that time, Mord rushed at him and lands a clear punch on Fion's stomach. Fion then flies away and holds his stomach to out of pain. Fion then tells Mord to stop running like a coward and take his attacks head on. Mord then makes an annoyed face and tells Fion to come at him as he will not be dodging from now on. Fion gets happy by hearing this and rushes towards Mord without thinking anything. He then throws a punch at Mord. Mord stops the punch with his hand. After stopping it, he tells Fion that impulse doesn't do much if he is much weaker than his opponent. Mord starts to release his mana and condensed it around his hand. Fion gets scared to see that he who is a mana user is getting crushed by a non-mana user newbie. Mord then punched Fion, and he flies away and gets knocked out by hitting a wall. The instructor gets confused to see Fion defeated. He has never seen a monster like Mord who has defeated Fion without using impulse. In his whole life he has trained countless talented vernars, but he has never seen someone this talented like Mord. Mord then turns around to all of the trainees and asked if anyone is willing to fight him now. All the other trainees stood silent. The instructor starts to walk away and tells the other trainees to take Fion to the medical center. As he is going, he thinks that if he leaves Mord like this, the order of this place will start to crumble, and as he can't let this happen, he wants to tame Mord as he is a bastard who has no family support behind him. As Fion gets heavily injured, he gets into coma and is now at the medical center. For this reason, Mord is put on a 4 days probation. In this 4-day, Mord was not allowed to train, so he reads tactics theory books, and he finds the tactics books are much easier as he has already studied up to grad school. While staying in the Doom, sitting and reading all day, he gets bored, and so he decides to do some mana combat training at that time, first level. Instructor Todd comes to him by hearing that he had done something in the third-level training ground. Mord then greets him and asks that why he has come to him. Todd replied that he has come here to tell him that the Archduke is looking for him. Mord gets a bit shocked and asks that why the Archduke is looking for him. Todd replied that he will get to know when he goes there. Mord then asked that if he will be going like this. Todd then says that the Archduke wouldn't expect him to know the etiquettes of aristocracy, so as long as he is well-mannered, it will be fine. After that, the two of them gets into a carriage. While sitting in the carriage, Todd says that the name of Mord is everyone because of the things he has done in first and second training grounds. Todd then says to Mord that he is very clever. Mord says that what he means by that. Todd replies that he means that all the things he has done is to attract the Archduke's eyes. Mord then said that if he wants to grab the attention of the Archduke, Wouldn't he just become a very powerful warrior? Todd also thinks about it and gets that Mord is saying the truth. He then tells Mord that the Archduke took interest in him by seeing the yesterday's report. While talking, the both of them has reached the place where the Archduke is training. The two of them gets out of the carriage and walks inside the training ground. As Mord gets in, he sees that the Archduke is fighting with many warriors. While Mord is standing there, he feels immense aura coming from the Archduke Werner's, and he looks like a muscular gaint. The Archduke is standing still in the middle of the training ground, and he is being attacked by the warriors around him. But the attacks of the warriors didn't reach him, as he has created a purple aura shield around him. After countless attacks from the warriors, the shield begins to crack. The Archduke then tells them to back off. As soon as the warriors gets back, the Archduke takes all the aura into his hand and begins to put more aura. The small purple ball turns into a giant one. And after that, he launched the attack, and a huge purple-red beam comes out of the ball and shatters the wall. By seeing the skill, Mord recognizes it as an overpowered skill that absorbs both magical and physical attacks and turns it into a shockwave that can be thrown back at the opponent. The skill's name is God of Combat's Mirror. According to the novel storyline, this skill is in its development stage. Mord gets impressed to see that an incomplete skill can cause such level of destruction. The Archduke then turns towards Mord and Todd. The two of them then bows down and greets him. The Archduke then walks towards Mord and stops in front of him and says that he has heard that he has done something interesting in the training facility. As the Archduke stands in front of him, Mord feels intimidate. As Mord stands still, the Archduke touches his face and asks that who is his mother. Mord replies that Reyna was his mother. By hearing this, Archduke says he remembers her, and the face of Mord also resembles her more. He then asked Mord if he has gone through new blood awakening this year. Mord replies yes. The Archduke then says that he has heard that Mord has defeated an impulse user with just body reinforcement, and so now he wants to see how strong he is. After saying this, he calls his subordinate Kessner. After that, a yellow-haired man comes and kneels down in front of the Archduke. The Archduke then tells him that he will now spar with Mord. Kessner gets a bit shocked that he has to fight with a kid. The Archduke says that he is his son, who got here a few days ago from the outside, and so he just want to see how strong he is. He also tells Kessner not to go too hard on him. Kessner replied that he understands, and he then tells Mord to get on the sparring field. As the two of them gets on the field, Kessner tells Mord that he can choose any weapon. Mord replied that he doesn't need a weapon as he has never learnt how to wield a weapon, so he will be fighting bare fist. After that, Kessner rushed towards Mord and throws a punch at him. Mord dodged it, but he gets that Kessner is very fast as he is close subordinate of the Archduke. As Mord dodged it, Kessner praises him for dodging it without using mana. Kessner then begins his attack. The movement of Kessner is so fast that Mord is unable to dodge it, and he is being pushed back. Kessner then gets a bit mad, as Mord is not giving his all even though he is facing him. Kessner then begins to release his mana and says that he won't be going easy on him anymore. Mord feels the mana of Kessner and thinks that he is of the Wernar's bloodline, as Kessner is a close personnel of the Archduke, so he must be super strong. So Mord thinks that now he can use his full powers. Mord then starts to release his mana. Both of their mana clashes with each other, and none is overpowering the other. The Archduke gets impressed to see this. Kessner also gets shocked to see that a newbie's mana is equal to his. Tae-sung feels that Mord has never maximum his potential because of the insults he used to receive from the people. But from now on, Tae-sung, who is in Mord's body, will level up the potential of Mord. After that, he tells Kessner to come at him. By seeing this, Kessner rushed towards him in a zigzag movements and throws a punch at him. Mord blocks the punch with both of his arms. Kessner then says that he understands why the Archduke is interested in him, and the rumors about him are all true. He also says that blocking the punch is useless. As he says this, the strength of the punch doubles, and it pierced through the defense of Mord and hits his stomach. Getting hit by the punch, Mord flies away and lands after a few meters. He gets confused to see that the strength of the punch gets doubled. As he gets up at that moment, Kessner comes in front of his face and again punched him on the stomach, saying that he has a lot more to learn. Mord then flies away and hit the wall hard. By seeing this, Kestner says not to disappoint him as he hasn't started yet. Kestner then walks towards Mord and says to him that he is quite disappointed by witnessing Mord's strength. Mord perceives that the difference between their strength is quite large and worries if he really needs to rely on his new blood power to defeat Kestner. But Mord realizes that if he uses his new blood power, the opponent will also use his blood power, which would be quite the headache for Mord. Kestner speaks that Mord is thinking too much and says that if doesn't want to fight, he will force Mord to fight. Kestner charges straight at Mord. Mord punches Kestner, but Kestner dodges it. Mord's punch creates a huge impact on the ground. Mord plans that he would not show his true strength to Kestner, but it's really annoying to get hit by him, so Mord thinks he would at least get one attack in. Mord punches and Kestner dodges it. Kestner says to Mord that Aya's moves are sloppy. He is talented, but his combat abilities are still on a novice level. Kestner creates a fire aura in his right hand and punches Mord. Kestner reminds Mord that he told him it's useless to block this attack of his. Mord smirks and blocks Kestner's attack and at the same time attacks his opponent. Kestner gets astounded as he witnesses his own power, the double attack being used by Mord and perfectly. Kestner assumes that Mord offset his double attack and block it on purpose to copy his attack. Kestner gets furious as Mord was able to successfully copy Kestner's attack this quickly. Kestner says that the situation is getting more and more interesting and wants Mord to use this full power against him. Kestner creates a flame aura emanating from his right hand, while Mord thinks that Kestner is now using his impulse and the battle will get rigid from now on. On the next moment, Archduke declares that the match has ended and orders Kestner to back off. Archduke compliments Mord for his astounding performance despite being a newly blood user. Archduke comes closer to Mord and tells Mord that he needs to check something. He accumulates his impules and releases his impulse ball at Mord. Mord gets angry while thinking that his current body can't take this much of an impact and wonders whether he would use his blood power or not. Mord suddenly reminiscent his fight with Fionn. He realizes that the fight he had with Fionn was indeed helpful even though Fionn was weaker than him. He conceives that it's impossible to deflect an impulses with the beginner-level body reinforces, but what will happen if he uses an impule to counterattack an impulse? The answer was sure to Mord that if he does that, he would be able to withstand this attack. Instructor Todd gets surprised while watching Mord's evolution to this extent. He wonders that how can a novice use an impulse? The MC thinks that Mord's powers are beyond of what he imagined because this body can copy a skill just by looking once. The Archduke again praises Mord for his accomplishments. He says it was expected as Mord is someone from his bloodline. Mord thinks in his mind that the Archduke is a greedy person who only cares for the useful ones. He also thinks that someday he would punch him right in the face. The Archduke then says that he would reward Mord for his performance today. He says that he can give Mord the money which nobody could even dream of or a great mentor to train him. He adds that Mord just need to say it, and he would prepare it from Mord. Mord thinks that this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity as he already decided what he would ask for. Mord plans that he needs to collect the world fragments before Aiden does. This is something he needs to do in order to stop Aiden from destroying this world. Mord tells the Archduke that he doesn't want something like that, but he has one particular desire, which is to challenge the god of combat's grave. Mord explains that there are places called dungeons in the novel Manhwa. Like all dungeons in fantasy realms, they're dangerous places full of monsters. But this world's dungeons are a bit different from the dungeons of other fantasy realms because they are symptoms of the other world's erosion. He conceives that, in other words, dungeons form in places where this world and another overlap, and abnormal things happen inside. Most dungeons are overlapped with the demon realm, and this world's monsters are mostly from dungeons. However, the god of combat's grave, where the god of combat, Vernars, was said to have been created, has nothing to do with overlapping with another world. Mord concludes that he is where he would get the world fragment. Archduke questions Mord to know the reason from him to challenge to god of combat's grave. Mord answers that he heard that's where the traces of the god of combat, Vernars, are left behind. He wanted to see if for himself the root of his bloodline that he felt when he awakened. Kestner thinks that Mord is being immature for his age. Kestner concludes that the god of combat's grave is where the coming-of-age ceremony for the direct bloodlines is held, and Mord's request is like a direct challenge to the direct bloodline. The Archduke agrees to Mord's request. The Archduke looks at Kestner and asks him whether he wants to go with Mord. The Archduke conceives that Kestner definitely wants to go. He has lived an inferior existence just because he was born a bastard. Archduke is certain that he wants to taste the privilege of the direct bloodlines. Archduke says to Mord that it's too early for him and he can't send someone unqualified, so Mord can only challenge the combat's grave when he is a full-fledged official warrior. Mord thinks that becoming a warrior will not be difficult for him, but he needs to be faster than the main protagonist of the novel. Mord answers that he understands and he will abide by the rules. After that, Mord and the Level 1 instructor Todd leaves the training ground. The Archduke then asked Kestner that what he thinks about Mord after fighting with him. Kestner replies that he feels that Mord is hiding a lot, and he is certain that when he was fighting with him, he didn't give his all. The Archduke then says that he gave his all when he was blocking the impulse ball, and at that time he also learnt body impulse. Kestner then says that he knew that some people are capable of learning this on the spot. But what he finds most surprising is Mord's mana. He also says that Mord didn't know how to control his power yet, but the level of his mana is incredible. Archduke then says that Mord's mana is comparable to Erna's. After that, he was about to say something, but he stops. So Kestner asked him that what he was about to say. Archduke replied that it's nothing. He then thinks in this mind that the eyes of Mord is weirdly void of desire, which he finds a bit unusual, as all the eyes of his bastard sons that he has seen were full of desire to get validation from him. Archduke smiles as he finds Mord interesting as he has taken after his mother Reyna. After that, we can see Mord has reached the training ground of the 3rd level. As he enters the training ground, he sees the trainees are sparring with each other. By seeing this, he feels happy, as from now on, he will be able to learn something. While he is watching the spar, he heard 2 trainees talking. The trainees were saying that, for the god of combat's grave, the family is going to choose 5 people out of the Vernar's bastard children. And as there's Sir Kestner and the Viscount Owen, so basically there are 3 spots left. The trainee also further says that it's an expedition to figure out a pattern analysis of the god of combat's grave, right? Since its pattern changes once it's cleared instead of disappearing, though it probably lessens the risk for those of the direct bloodline, the other trainee said. By hearing this Mord that he has to hurry up and become a warrior quickly, as even Kestner is about to challenge the god of combat grave. After that, Instructor Daisley comes and tells everyone to prepare for the usual training. All the trainees then run towards the training ground. Instructor. Daisley stops Mord and goes near him. He then tells Mord that he cannot participate in this lesson as he is a newcomer. He further says Mord that he should later ask other trainees to help him catch up the lesson. Mord gets a bit confused and said, as he is not going to teach him, he should at least tell him that which trainee would be a good choice for him to seek help from. The instructor makes an angry face and says that he is a thick-skinned, that he is making demands from him even after injuring the captain. Mord replies that he was punished accordingly for that, and also it was clearly the captain's fault. The instructor then shouts at him and says that he has no manners of speaking with an adult. Mord that said him to get it right, as he is not talking back. And it's a reasonable request, and it's his duty as the instructor. By listening to this, the instructor gets angry and kicks Mord, and then quickly grabs his collar and orders him run laps around the training ground until Toadie's training session is over. The instructor also says that he will have to run at a constant speed while listening all the lessons. And after the session, he will ask him questions, and if he fails to answer correctly, he will be punished. Mord gets furious and gathers mana in his hand. The instructor sees that Mord is extruding mana. He thinks that his authority is being challenged, so he again punched him on the face and shouts that how dare he is to bare teeth in front of the instructor. Getting hit from the punch, Mord was forced to fall back. The instructor walks towards him and says that the authority of the instructor is absolute here, and he will kick him out of this place if he resists. Mord then wipes the blood coming from his mouth and thinks if he should punch the instructor. He then stops by thinking that if he caused conflicts here, it might interfere with his test of becoming a warrior. So Mord decides you'll hold in as he need to go to the god of combat's grave. Mord then agrees to the instructor's orders. By hearing this, the instructor tells to start running. Mord makes an annoyed face and starts to run. As Mord is running, the instructor looks at and thinks to make him pay for disrespecting him. After that, Daisley seemed to hold a grudge and kept punishing Mord for every petty little thing. Daisley was crazed with the authority he had. If he thinks his authority was being challenged even a little, he punishes them verbally and physically without mercy. But he called the punishments training, so no one was able to resist. And this was how Daisley ruled over this place. After Mord finished running, Daisley again punished him for not running at a constant speed. He made Mord stand on one hand and asked him why he is disobeying his instructor's words. Mord did reply anything, as he was thinking that why the instructor is so insistent on abusing him. He then that the reason for this could be because he extruded mana in front of all the trainees. As Mord didn't says anything, the instructor takes his leave by saying him to stay in that pose for the whole day, and if he even moves 1 inch, he will again punish him. As the instructor leaves, Mord thinks that the reason he held his anger in is because he thought the instructor has something valuable to teach him, but now it seems like it's about time he should get some real training. On the other hand, we can see the instructor is sitting in his room and is still angry on Mord. He also thinks that the punishments he gave him would have destroyed anyone's body, but he endures until the end as if to rebel. The instructor also thinks that how did some bastard child without any real blood or training become such a monster? While thinking this, the instructor gets angry and punches the wall and starts to think of a way to break Mord. Then in the next day, we can see Mord has come to the training ground, and he tells the instructor in front of all the trainees that he wants to take the test to become a warrior. Everyone along with the instructor gets shocked, and the instructor asked Mord if he is in his right mind. Mord replies that he says it in his right mind. The instructor then tells that he is ridiculous as he didn't even learn everything he needs to become a warrior. That's because somebody neglected their duty as an instructor. And now that I think about it, that somebody isn't qualified to teach, Mord says to the instructor gets mad and shouts at Mord that what the bullshit he is spouting, and he is the one to decide who is fit to take the test to become a warrior. He also further says that he will never allow him to take the test. Mord then says to Instructor Daisley that he doesn't have the right to say that. He also says that he officially challenged Daisley to a god of combat spirit. Daisley gets super shocked to hear this. God of combat spirit. It refers to the sacred practice of duels. Like all those who respect power, they also had a barbaric tradition that he who is strong is right. The god of combat gifts a real warrior his blessing. Therefore, if you engage in god of combat spirit to choose who is right or wrong, the winner is the one in the right. Instructor. Daisley asked Mord as a nervous voice that who he knows about it. Mord then replies that doesn't matter, as according to Vernar's laws, as a trainee he can request a god of combat spirit from the instructor, and now he will use that privilege to prove that he is not qualified to be his instructor. According to the legends, the god of combat, Vernars grew up unaware of his real identity. When he was younger, he was harassed by those drunk in power who claimed to be his instructor. Therefore, Vernars said to his descendants that those who dictate over others without the ability to prove their qualifications deserve to die. And for that reason, the Vernars law permits trainees to request god of combat spirit from their instructors. Mord then thinks that the god of combat was not in his rightful mind when he says this, but anyways, it is now beneficial for him. The instructor gets angry to hear this, and then he grabs Mord's collar and says that he is at least 10 years too young to even talk about such a great ritual. Don't be mistaken, Daisley. You don't have the right to deny a god of combat spirit, Mord said by removing Daisley's hand from his shirt. Mord then walks at the middle of the ground and shouts with mana that Trainee Mord requests a god of combat spirit from the level 3 instructor Daisley. He shouts thrice. After shouting, he turns at Daisley and tells him to choose whether he will accept or deny the request. He also says that if he plans on denying it, he will go out and tell everyone the truth. Instructor gets angry and threatens Mord that he cannot get away from him with acting like that. Mord then releases him mana and warns Daisley that this is his last chance as he doesn't want to waste any more time on trash like him. From the pressure of Mord's mana, Daisley feels a bit uncomfortable and thinks that his mana is incredible and he has more power than when he was fighting with Fionn. Daisley feels a bit nervous, but as he cannot back off from this, he accepted the challenge. And as he is about to tell the duel time, Mord stops him and said that the duel will held in 1 hour in this ground. Daisley asked that why he is choosing the time. Mord replied that the challenger is allowed to choose the time and place, and as he said before, he doesn't want to waste no more time on him. Mord then walks away by saying that he will not stop him if he runs away. Then at Sir Kestner's office, he has also heard Mord shouting about the duel. He laughs at this, thinking that Mord is not an ordinary guy, and he never fails to entertain him. He then tells his servant to get ready as they are leaving for the Level 3 training facility right away. After 1 hour, we can see Mord has come to the training ground and is not taking this seriously on the other hand. Daisley has come fully prepared. He has worn a full-set armor and takes a sword and a shield on his hand. Mord walks towards Daisley and mocks him by saying that he didn't run away. Daisley says that he will make his regret his arrogance. While the two of them is arguing with each other at that time, Kestner arrives. By seeing Kestner, Mord asked him that why is he here, and then goes to him. By seeing Kestner and Mord talking to each other, Daisley thinks that he is behind the arrogant behavior of Mord. Kestner then replies to Mord that he has heard something interesting is happening here, so he comes here to see it. He then asked Mord that what was he think to challenge an instructor for a god of combat spirit. Mord reply that he has no other choice, as the instructor neglects his duty and has rotten thoughts in his mind. Hearing this, Kestner laughs and asked Mord if he is confident that he can win. He also tells him that Daisley may be a retired warrior, but he is not someone who can be underestimated. Mord thanks him for showing concern for him and tells that he will win. By hearing this Daisley tells that he wants to punch Mord right now, but he has to wait as he has called for another instructor to be the witness. If the instructor's not here yet, may I take over the role of being the witness, Kestner said. Hearing Sir Kestner's words, Instructor Daisley gets shocked and asked him that what he means. Kestner replied that he will be the witness of the god of combat spirit. He also asked Daisley if he thinks that he is not qualified for this. Daisley gets scared and says that he doesn't mean that, he just said that as Sir Kestner is a very busy person. Kestner gives an angry look and asks Daisley if he is talking down on him. He also says that just because he respected him as an instructor, is he saying that he is equal to him, the Viscount of Windsor? Daisley lowers his head and apologizes to him. Mord then interrupts them and says that it is time for the duel. Kestner then walks away, form the ground, and says to Mord that he is looking forward to this fight, and also says that he hopes he didn't come all the way here for nothing. Mord looks at Daisley and tells that now they should begin the fight. Daisley also agrees to him. Daisley then says to Mord that he will regret if he only has body reinforcement that he used to beat Fionn's impulse body. After that, Daisley begins to release his mana and wraps his sword with it and tells Mord that if he can handle his sword impulse. Mord looks and says how funny it is that he thought he would go all out in a fight with a trainee. By saying this, Mord also releases his mana and uses the body impulse technique. Daisley gets shocked to see Mord using body impulse and thinks when did he learnt it. Mord then rushes towards Daisley by seeing this. Daisley swings his sword, but Mord stops it with his body impulse. After a while, Mord's body impulse pierced through Daisley's sword impulse and force him to fall back. Daisley gets confused to see that Mord has pierced through his attack and sent him flying. Mord approaches Daisley and throws a punch at him, but Daisley blocks it with his shield. He then says to Mord that he agrees that Mord is fit to be a warrior, but he still cannot beat him. By saying this, Daisley pushed back Mord using his shield. As Mord gets pushed back, Daisley attacks him with his sword. Mord dodged the attack, but he cannot dodge it fully and cuts his face. Daisley then says to Mord that how dare he is to request a god of combat spirit with the opponent like him who has survived countless battlefields and near-death situations. By saying this, he, aging, charged at Mord, but Mord jumps to avoid his sword. Mord then moves backwards to create some space between them. He also feels that he is a bit lacking in experience and skills. Kessner, who is watching the match, also gets that Mord is talented, but his fighting style is of the beginners. And the experience is also something that cannot be ignored, and if he loses this match, he has to leave this place, as Dalesy will make sure of it. As Mord is standing silently, Daisley asked him what's wrong, and if has finally nothing to say. "You're expired trash, but your skills aren't bad," Mord said. Dalesy then says that his arrogance is astounding, and he bet it's because he can't handle this situation without pretending to be strong. "Do you really think so? You're really cementing yourself as the unqualified instructor," Mord said. Daisley then tells that he will train him right here and now. That an impossible wish, Mord says this, and after that he began to release enormous amount of mana that begins to affect Daisley. While releasing this amount of mana, Mord's hair has turned silver. By seeing this, Daisley recognizes it as the new blood awakening. Mord then opens his eyes, and his eyes also has turned silver. He then begins to walk towards Daisley and says not to resent him if he ends up killing him, as he is fighting in this form for the first time, and he doesn't know how to hold back his powers. In the case of the Vernus bloodline, after going through divine blood awakening at the age of 15. From now on, we will be calling new blood as divine blood. After awakening the divine blood at 15, they are able to use the divine blood powers. However, most of them stop at using divine blood powers to increase their mana pool. While that allows them to gain incredible power, if someone were able to control divine blood in its entirety, they could gain immense power comparable to none. Kessner gets shocked to see this, that a 15-year outsider managed to awaken his divine blood power. Even though Kessner was considered to be the most talented amongst the children, it took him 4 years to awaken my divine powers, and yet despite only being here for 8 days, Mord has already reached that state. Daisley cannot believe his eyes, but the silver eyes and hair are the proof of awakening divine blood power. Mord advised Daisley to quit now, as if he quits now, the only thing he will be losing is pride. "Don't make me laugh! Even if you can use divine blood powers, there's no way I would lose to a beginner like you," Daisley said. Hearing this, Mord rushed towards Daisley and starts to gather mana on his right hand. Daisley says that his attack will have no effect, and also he will not fall for the same trick twice. After that, Daisley puts his shield in front of him. Mord didn't says anything and swings his right hand vertically, getting hit, but Mord's hand. Daisley flies away and falls on the ground. Mord gets impressed to see that the power of divine blood is so strong. Daisley also gets scared and thinks that he will lose to this 15-year-old boy. He then gets up and feels that his left shoulder is broken and he cannot use his left arm. He then uses sword impulse and rushed towards Mord. Seeing this, Mord also rushed towards him. But Daisley used some movement technique and gets behind Mord and swings his sword. The sword hits Mord and a huge explosion occurs. Kessner praises Daisley for using the chance when Mord let his guard down. But however, the strongest weapon and defense of the Vernar's family is their physical bodies, and for a sword impulse that relies on weapons, it would be a mere tickle for those who have awakened their divine blood. The sword hits Mord, but it didn't even do a single damage to him. Mord turns to Daisley and says he has no right to be an instructor. Daisley gets broken to see that the sword impulse that he trained on the battlefield for decades has no effects on Mord. Daisley then starts to swing his sword madly at Mord, but the slashes of the sword has no effects on Mord. Mord then gets closer to Daisley and says he is disappointed in him, that despite being this weak, he still acted all high and mighty. Daisley gets furious and says Mord that who is he to talk to him like that. By saying this, Daisley swings his sword hard. But Mord catches the sword with his hand and asked Daisley that if he really thinks an attack like this will work against him. As a being of the bloodline of the god of combat, he fight with his bare hands because there is no weapon that is stronger than his own physical bodies. Mord then inserts mana into Daisley's sword, and the mana also gets inside Daisley. He then starts to scream out of extreme pain and also starts to spit blood out of his mouth. He then begs Mord to stop. After that, Mord releases the sword and Daisley fell on his knees. Mord then tells Daisley to accept his defeat and he will let him live, but if he refuses his loss, then he will really kill him now. Daisley feels the huge power gap between them and thinks he can never win against him, so he lowers his head and accepted his defeat. By seeing this, the trainees gets excited and shouts out that Mord has defeated the instructor. Kestner looks forward to see how strong Mord gets, because as a bastard of Vernar's, he has awakened his divine blood after 8 days of joining the Vernar's family. And not only that, he managed to kill his instructor's will with the god of combat spirit. Kestner then smiles and leaves the training facility. The trainees are all cheering for Mord, and we can see a girl who has watched the fight thinks that Mord is pretty amazing and she never expected to see such monster like him here. The girl's name is Erna Vernars, and she is the 7th traditional bloodlines of Vernar. Then, in the castle of Archduke Vernars, we can see Mord is standing in front of the Archduke. The Archduke then says to him that he heard that he has officially become a warrior, and he has also easily passed the god of combat spirit. Mord bows down and says that all the things that he has heard is true, and now he has come here to claim his reward. The Archduke says that he is pretty ballsy, and also asked him if he has requested the god of combat spirit just to become a warrior. Mord replied that he couldn't continue to watch the instructor give up on his duties. The Archduke gets up from the throne, and as he climbs down the stairs, he says that he has no issue with his action, as the strong one are those who are right, is the mentality of the Vernars. He then comes face to face with Mord, and by exuding his mana, he asked Mord that why did he hide his strength from him in the past. Mord replies that he was merely being more careful with the utilization of mana when he was using the impulse, and it was the first time he had used it. The Archduke gets that it is a clear lie, but he decides to let it go and smiles. He then says Mord that if his decision to enter the god of combat's grave is still the same. Mord replies it is the same. By hearing this, a subordinate of Archduke requests him to rethink his decision as allowing Mord to challenge the god of combat's grave before the officially announced warriors will arise many complaints. Hearing this, the Archduke gives an deadly look and tells that how dare he is to tell him to rethink about his decision. The subordinate gets scared and lowers his head and asks for the Archduke forgiveness. The Archduke says that a promise is a promise, and he will allow Mord to challenge the god of combat's grave. Also, despite not knowing that Mord wishes to gain for this, he allows Mord to go there. Mord kneels down and thanks the Archduke for allowing him. He also smiles as he finally gets the chance to collect his first world fragment. After that, Kestner takes Mord to the entrance of the god of combat's grave. Kestner then tells Mord that only one person can enter at a time, and no matter what dangers he face, unless he dies, no one else may enter. Mord knew that the entrance of the god of combat's grave is in the basement of the Archduke's basement, but he didn't accept it to be this big. Kestner then says that he didn't thought Mord will get to challenge it before him. Mord agrees with him, and says that he has never thought that he will get his chance so early. Hearing this, Kestner tells Mord not be too surprised as it is the result of his hard training, and also wishes that he returns back unharmed. Mord starts to walk towards the entrance by saying thanks to Kestner for showing concern about him. As he stands close to the gate, he feels a bit odd from the aura coming from the gate. According to the founding myth of the Vernars Duchy, the god of combat, Vernars has never faced death. He fulfilled his destiny as a human and only left this world to become a god in the heavens. The name God of Combat's Grave is merely a name that Vernars made. It has a different meaning. The human side of the god of combat Vernars, the place where the remnants lie. While thinking this, Mord puts his hand on the gate, and the gate opens and bright white light comes from the inside. Mord then starts to walk inside the gate while he is entering. He thinks that, as described in the novel, 7 years from now, Aiden manages to find a world fragment inside the god of combat's grave. He get that with the help of an aide. But however, the world fragment should still exist here at this point in time. Thinking this, Mord gets inside and the gate closes. Getting inside of the god of combat's grave. Mord gets shocked as this is completely different from the grave that was described in the novel. There are 6 different layouts within the god of combat's grave. However, the pattern that appeared in the novel, it was merely one of 6. Mord then thinks that no matter what layout it may be, they all have a seal, and all he needs to do is find that seal. The seal is supposed to be a stone statue that represents the life of the god of combat. Mord starts to roam around to find the statues. As he is roaming around, he noticed some noise coming from his behind, so he turns around and sees that hellhounds are tailing him. He gets surrounded by the two hellhounds, and the hellhounds rushed towards him, as one of the hellhounds is about to land an attack. Mord uses his fist and punched the hellhound's head and shatters it. He then throws an aura punch at the other hellhound and also kills it by piercing its body. He then starts his search of finding the seal. After roaming for a while, he comes in front of a huge two-headed ogre statue. By seeing this, he gets that it is the first seal, and this is the monster that god of combat Vernar's killed when he was young. Mord then looks carefully and sees the statue of Vernar's on the top of the ogre. As the statue is in a pretty high place, Mord uses his mana and jumps on the shoulder of the ogre. By seeing the statue of Vernar's from close, he thinks that this statue is when Vernar's was 10 years old. Seeing this, he also understands that why the descendants of Vernar's are so big. Mord then activates his divine blood power and cuts his wrist and drops a few drops of blood on the statue's head. After doing this, Mord thinks that it would have been very hard for him to find it if he didn't have a clue beforehand. He also thinks that the method of unsealing is very weird, as, after awakening divine blood, who would think to drop blood on the head of the god of combat statue. After that, Mord jumps of the statue and gets happy, as he is the first to claim it. He then starts to move on towards the next seal. As Mord is leaving, the statue's head starts to crack and its eyes looks at Mord. As Mord walks, he fights with various types of monster. He fights with a huge green snake, few dozens of hellhounds, and with skeleton warrior. One kick from him is enough to kill the skeleton warrior. Mord has come deeper, and the monsters are coming at him continuously. Mord again comes face to face with a green snake, and now he cannot even dodge the attacks as he is in a narrow alley. As the snakes launched its attack, Mord concentrates his mana in his right fist, and with one punch he kills the snake. There are monster birds that are flying high up in the sky. The bird will be a big trouble if they attack Mord. But there's nothing to worry, as the birds only attacks those who tries to climb the wall. Mord is safe in this case as he is walking on the ground. So far, Mord has managed to find 5 seals, and all he need to find is the last one, and then he can finally gain the world fragment. Mord walks on and goes deeper. The deeper he goes, he can sense more mana. Mord is already tired from fighting with all the monsters on his way, and he has not much mana left as he used the divine blood 5 times. But at last Mord has come in front of the 6th seal, and he can see a huge dragon statue. The statue is so big that only climbing it will be a hassle. As he was standing and staring at the statue, a huge noise occurs, and he quickly looks back and sees that a huge ogre is coming towards him. Mord gets shocked to see that an ogre appears out of nowhere. Ogre is a monster that even a magic fighter that learned sword impulse would have trouble with. And they're also dense in mana and have a physical body on par with bodies enhanced with physical reinforcement level 1. The ogre then shouts and attacks Mord. Mord quickly dodged the attack, and the attack lands on the ground and cracks it. Ogres are normally 4 meters in size, but this guy is taller than 5 meters. The ogre again attacks Mord, and he again dodged it. Mord then counterattacks with concentrate mana in his hand. He hits the ogre's face, and it spits blood from its mouth. The ogre then catches Mord with his hand and throws it at a wall. Mord flies away and hits the wall and cracks it. He also bleeds from his mouth. Mord understands that he cannot defeat it with impulse only. The ogre runs towards him and throws a punch at him. The punch hit Mord, but it didn't do any damage to him. At the right time, he awakens his divine blood, and from the power of it, the ogre flies away and falls flat on the ground. Mord then walks towards the ogre. The ogre quickly gets up and screams. Mord jumps high in the sky and attacks the ogre with impulse. The attack hits the ogre's head, and the head of the ogre bursts. Mord thought that he would defeat the ogre without using his divine blood, but he was too conceited. He then gets down from the ogre's body and jumps to the head of the dragon statue. He sees the statue of the god of combat at the top, the dragon, and finds it odd about the height of the statue. Mord finds it a bit odd as the height of the statue is smaller than Archduke Vernar's, who is 2.5 meters. He then decides to leave this matter aside and starts to unseal. He drops his blood on the head of the statue and gets excited to think that finally the world fragment is going to be his. He waits for a while, but nothing happens. He starts to think that if he has done something wrong, according to the novel, Mord should have get the world fragment by now. Mord then starts to leave as he wants to check if the other seals are unsealed properly. As Mord is about to leave, he hears a voice from behind which says that he expected Mord to be hot-tempered, as he is his descendant. Hearing this, Mord quickly turns back and gets shocked to see that the statue has come to life. The reason Mord decided to enter the god of combat's grave was because he remembered that Aiden had obtained a world fragment inside it. Thus, there's no way he would be aware of these events unless it was written in the novel. But however, Mord didn't accept something like a stone statue to move like this. He thinks that it is a hidden trail. Mord then asked that who is he? The old man didn't answer and says that he likes Mord's energy and also asked him that how old he is. Mord gets angry and awakes his divine blood and says to answer his question first. Seeing the awakened state of Mord, the old man gets impressed. Mord then punched the man, but his punch didn't affect the man. The man then gives him a headbutt by saying that he is rushing too much. Getting hit by the headbutt, Mord flies away and hits a wall. The man rushes towards Mord and says that he will now give him a proper greeting. Saying this, the man throws a punch at Mord's stomach. As the punch hits Mord's stomach, he falls from the sky and hits the ground hard and breaks it. Fortunately, he didn't get serious injuries and he gets up, and while whipping the blood on his face, he thinks that if he is seeing an illusion. The old man gets down and comes towards Mord and asked if he really didn't know who he is. Mord replies that he is well aware that he is a stone statue of the god of combat Vernars. The man tells Mord that he is wrong, as he is what the god of combat Vernars left behind, and he is his shadow as a human. Hearing this, Mord gets shocked and recalls that within the novel the god of combat's grave was known to have the remnants of his human self. So, this would be the grave most suited to his human form, not his godly form. However, in the novel it was recorded that the stone statues of his life achievements existed. Mord then understands that Vernar's remnants were stone statues that had been imbued with his will. Seeing Mord is thinking hard, the man says that if it is too hard to believe, then he will show him now that this is reality and it really hurts. Saying this, he rushed towards Mord and punched him. Mord tries to block the punch with his arm. The man laughs and says that he is much weaker than he has thought. Mord gets angry and says, "To stop playing with him. Looks like you still have energy left to face me? Perfect. This is what I expected from my descendant." The old man said this and throws a punch at Mord. Mord sees the punch coming and quickly dodged it and gets behind the man. He then throws an impulse ball at the old man. Seeing this, the old man says that he didn't expect him to use a trick like that. The old man then hits the impulse ball and a huge explosion occurs and covers the area with thick dust. Mord ambushed the old man, but the old man saw him and grabs his face and throws him in the sky. "Only a weak and like you would need a trick like that." The old man said this and jumps towards Mord. The old man gets closer to Mord and starts to punch him like a madman and says that he loves to beat people with bare hand. While getting hit by the man, Mord thinks that if he is dreaming, as the difference between their strength is so big that even with his divine blood powers he is unable to stand in front of this man. The man then smashed Mord on the ground, and by sitting on his chest he continues to punch at Mord's face. After a while, as Mord gets knocked out, the man stops his punches and gets up from Mord and gives him a nice kick. Getting hit by the kick, Mord flies away and hits a wall and gets his senses back. The man then tells Mord that he is disappointed in him as he would be death by now if this was a real fight. Mord shouts at the man to shut up as he is not doing yet. As Mord gets up, he gets shocked to see that his awakened divine blood state is being released. "Huh? That's all it took to kill your divine blood state? Are all my descendants as weak as you?" the old man asked. The old man then walked towards Mord and said that it's enough for the introduction, and asked Mord that if he believes who is he now. Mord says that if he really is the god of combat, Vernar's shadow. The old man replied that he is and says that he can treat him as Vernar's is here. The man then says that he has seen plenty of faces who has challenged this dungeon, but he is the first one to awaken him. He then asked Mord that how much time has passed since he has been awakened. Mord answered that it's been 500 years. The man gets shocked to hear that so much time has passed away, and it's not like that the riddle was so hard to solve. It's most likely that nobody has been able to awaken you. Because after you reached the heavens, there had been a conflict between your two sons regarding the successor as the god of combat. The loser took most of his subordinates and a few artifacts of yours, and while the losers were unable to get their revenge, one of the artifacts set lost, and that artifact had the secrets to this place. Mord tells this to the man. Mord then thinks that as recorded in the novel that, in the far future, someone finds those artifacts within the ruins of the god of combat, and that person becomes Aiden's aide and helps him gain a world fragment. Hearing the story from Mord, the man feels ashamed, and then he asked Mord that if he is aware that what it means to awaken him. Mord straightforwardly answered that he is not aware of it. Hearing Mord's answer, the old man gets shocked and asked Mord that why did he had spilled blood onto the stone. Mord replies that he had done so in order to obtain the world fragment. He then thinks that what is going on, as according to the novel, Aiden has obtained the fragment in the same location, but he didn't meet with the god of combat, Vernars. Mord then runs his own calculation and comes to a conclusion that the god of combat can only be awakened when he is offered blood from his own bloodline. The shadow then tells Mord that the meaning of him waking him up and the reason why he left behind the shadow is to teach him divine blood embodiment. Mord thinks that if he is going to teach him how to properly utilize the divine blood power, he then questioned him that wouldn't it be better if he just impart his teaching to his future generations? That would be great. But there's one doubt. Will all the generations reach the stage of being able to teach the subsequent generations? The man said to Mord. He also further tells that the talent of utilizing divine blood is proportional to one's concentration of blood. But however, the generational cycle repeats and human blood is mixed, causing the blood of the god of combat to thin out. In other words, the later generations will find it difficult to properly use the divine blood power. But through learning, one can develop it to a certain extent. Even so, the issue is if there's someone who's able to teach that, and that's why the god of combat's grave was made. It's a training ground for descendants and a method of teaching. When one can properly embody divine blood and instinctively reach that stage, he can perfectly use the power of divine blood. Mord also thinks that during this 500 years, the blood of the god of combat has thinned out by a lot, and the reason why the Archduke Vernars is the villain is because he broke a taboo caused by the limitation of thinned-out divine blood. Mord gets it that it is a golden opportunity for him, even though he is able to awaken divine blood, but he cannot maintain this for too long, so he has to train harder in order to completely embody divine blood. Mord gladly agrees to take his training and asks him that how he is going to train him. The old man smiles and says that they will fight over and by getting beaten over and over, he will learn the technique. Mord makes an annoyed face and says that if he is basically saying that he is not going to teach him anything other than fighting with him, the old man replies that that's how he learned how to fight and tells Mord to stop making that face. Don't you think I'll die before I learn how to do it? My ribs broke just before Mord says this to the old man. The old man asked Mord to check if the pain is still there. Mord taps his chest and gets surprised, so see that there is no pain in his ribs. The old man then says to Mord that he has two good news for him. The first one is that as long as they are in this area, both injuries and mana will regenerate immediately. And secondly, he will not be his opponent. At that time, a young man jumps from the top the dragon and lands on the ground with a huge impact. The young man then gets up and looks at Mord and laughs. Seeing this young man, Mord recognizes him as the 10-year-old god of combat, and by seeing that his hair is not silver, Mord figures out that at that time he hasn't gotten to the stage where he can completely use divine blood. The old man tells Mord to fight this 10-year-old god of combat, which is a bit suitable for him. What do you mean, suitable? He won't be able to withstand one punch, the 10-year-old Werner says this. He also further tells Mord to run away, as it will be quite embarrassing for him to get beaten by a 10-year-old kid. Seeing the 10-year-old Vernar's, Mord gets impressed as he has such a nice physique in this young age. But however Mord thinks his physique is superior of this kid, he then tells Vernars to shut his mouth, as there's a saying that empty vessel make the most noise. Then by unleashing his divine blood, Mord tells Vernars to unleash his own and get ready to fight. Vernars tells Mord that he don't use divine blood, as if he does, that he will be killed. Hearing this, Mord gets angry and attacks Vernars. As he attacks, Mord found that Vernars was not bluffing about his powers, as soon as he attacks Vernars, knocks him out within 10 seconds. The young Vernars then ask the old one that if he is really his descendant. The both of the Vernars talks to each other about Mord's lacking of fighting experience and thinks that they now have to teach him how to fight. Mord has come to his senses, and as he hears this, he feels ashamed of him. The old Vernars then ask Mord that even though he has unleashed his divine blood, so why he is unable to fight properly. Mord replies that he has never learnt how to fight. Vernars finds it a bit confusing, because as a descendant of the god of combat, how come he has never learnt how to fight? Mord then explained him about the processes he went through to get here, and the way the Archduke's blood was being managed. Hearing this, Vernars gets angry, as he didn't like the way the family is running, and says that if he gets out of here, he would have gone to rampage. The old Vernars then tells Mord to leave this matter aside, and tells him to follow his instructions, as he will guide him so that he can go against the 10-year-old Vernars. After that, 11 rounds has finished, and in this rounds Mord was unable to lay a single blow on the young Vernars. After getting instructions from the old Vernars, Mord was able to put a fight, but all of his attacks gets blocked, and he ultimately loses. Like this, 74 rounds has passed, and Mord is improving, but the young Vernars is not an easy opponent. Mord learns how to punch properly and to change the trajectory of his punch. But the young Vernars knows this all, and easily dodged the punches and kicks Mord in the face and sent him flying. Mord gets instantly recovered, but the young Vernars rush towards him and punched on his side and mocks him by saying not to be scared, as he is not going to die in this place. By looking at Mord's face, the young Vernars asked Mord that if he is frustrated to see that none of his attacks are working on him. Mord didn't say anything, as he gets that he is slowly getting stronger, because in this round he was able to touch Vernar's face. Then again, the fighting starts, and Mord is beaten one-sidedly. After 272 rounds, Mord tells the old Vernars that changing the trajectory of the punches is not working. The old Vernars tells Mord that he needs to make an opening. Mord understands this, and in the next fight he sees the movements of the 10-year-old Vernars. As Vernars gets close to him to counterattack, Mord sees this coming and quickly jumps high in the sky. Vernars gets shocked to see this, and as he looks up, he sees that Mord is already above him. Mord then uses his divine blood power and kicks on Vernar's head and smashed his face on the ground. The old Vernars gets impressed to see that Mord is putting all the things that he has learnt into action. Mord also gets happy, as after so many rounds he gets to land a clear hit on the 10-year-old Vernars. After that, the 10-year-old Vernars gets up with sudden outburst of mana, and he makes an impulse ball in his hand and tells Mord that as he is getting used to it, he will no longer go easy on him. Young Vernars throws the ball at Mord. Mord tries to stop it with his hands, but he is been pushed back, and if this goes on, his body will be shredded into pieces. Mord then looks at the old Vernars and thinks that why is he not stopping him? As Mord gets distracted, the young Vernars uses his moment and punched Mord hard. Getting hit, Mord flies away and hit the wall and spits blood from his mouth. Even after seeing the injured and hopeless Mord, the young Vernars didn't stop his attack and continuously punched at Mord's stomach. Mord screams in pain and blood comes from his mouth. Young Vernars then grabs Mord's hand and throw his in the sky. He then jumps above Mord and kicks him, and he hits the ground and shatters it. Mord's divine blood state is gone, and he is unable to activate it. He is also in a state where he is unable to move his fingers. While Mord is laying, he hears something cracking and sees that the dragon's head is falling on him. As he is unable to move, the head falls on him. Seeing the huge explosion, the young Vernars gets happy, but Mord comes out of it without any injuries. At the right time, his body gets recovered, and he pushed the head and shatters it. Seeing this, The young Werners admits that Mord has guts. Mord gets up and sees that the part of the stone is over his leg and he is unable to move his leg. The young Werners jumps from above and starts to fall towards him. Mord gets panicked as he is unable to use divine blood power as his mana is completely drained. He needs 8 seconds to replenish his mana. As young Werners is falling, Mord starts to count down the seconds. Now Mord needs 4 seconds, but Werners is close to him. But Mord didn't panic and puts a smile on his face and takes a small stone and shoots it in the Werners' eyes. Mord's attack landed accurately, and Werners' eyes gets red from getting hit, but the stone. Werners is unable to see with his eyes, so his punch landed on the wrong place. Werners gets angry and activates his divine blood and punched at Mord with his full strength. At that moment, the time needed for Mord to activate his divine blood gets completed, and he actives his divine blood and quickly dodged the punch. The punch hits the ground and leaves a huge dent on it. Mord then rushed towards Werners from his back, and as he is about to punch him, Mord mocks Werners a bit. He says to Werners that he thought that he would be death if he awakes his divine blood, but now it seems like he is getting beaten instead. Saying this, Mord lands a clean hit on Werners' face and gets shocked to see that the punch has no effect. Werners says that the punch is so soft, and he asked Mord that if he thought that he would be able to crack his skull with this soft punch. Werners gets mad and he garbs Mord's neck, and on the other hand, he creates an impulse ball and tells Mord that he will now show him what he needs to do. As the impulse ball is about to hit Mord, the old Werners told them to stop. As the young Werners didn't stop, he steps in between them and he pushed Mord back and blocks the impulse ball with his hand. Seeing him, the young Werners tells him to move aside. The old Werners then questioned him that what he is doing, as he sure explained him before, that their role is to teach their descendants. The old Werners then declares the end of the training. The young one rebels and says that would he have said the same thing if he was in his position. Hearing this, the old man gives a deathly look, and by seeing this, the young Werners backs off. Mord sees this and feels relieved. At that time, the whole place starts to shake, and some cracks has also appeared in the sky. Seeing this, the old Werners tells Mord to come closer to him as he has something to give him as the reward of the training. As Mord gets closer to the old man, he tells Mord that it seems like that he has another god's blood other than his. The old Werners also says that he never thought that the other god's blood in Mord's body is from a greater god, and also it is his father, the god of the heavens, Arita's blood. The old man explained the reason that why Mord's bloodline of Arita is able to preserve itself in his body is because when he have become a separate entity, parts of Arita's bloodlines are part of the Werners. The old man then thinks that how stronger Mord will be with this blood combination. The old man then rewarded Mord by giving him the blessing of the body of the god of combat. With this blessing of the god of combat, Mord will be able to awaken that authority. The old man puts his fingertips onto Mord's forehead and passed a lightning-like thing onto Mord's whole body. Mord feels more powerful, and he also gets a bit confused as the term body of the god of combat has never appeared in the novel. As the place starts to break, the old man bid Mord farewell and says that they will meet again soon. Mord sees that the 10-year-old Werners is pissed off, so he praises him for his strength and says that even if the current generation ganged up on him, they will probably lose to him. He also thanks him because he has learnt a lot of things from him. Hearing this, the young Werners gets a bit shy and tells Mord that there is no need to state the obvious. He then tells Mord that there are a couple more sites that the god of combat has left behind other than this grave. And since it seems like this is the end, he tells Mord to try looking for the other sites. Mord replies that he will surely look for the other sites. At that time, the whole place gets destroyed, and Mord finds himself laying in a dark room. He gets up and sees that the world fragment is in front of him. The world fragment is a tool used by great ancient gods when creating this world. Thus, a piece of a perfect world. Aiden used these world fragments to gain immense power, eventually leading the world to an end. However, since Mord took the world fragment first, Aiden won't be able to grow as strong as in the novel. From Aiden's perspective, he will surely be furious that an extra stole his power, but Mord hopes he understands that this is all for a real happy ending. and this is how Mord successfully acquire his first world fragment. In the outside world, we can see Erna Vernars is sitting on a tree branch and is writing something. At that time, her subordinate comes and gives her the news that Mord has come out of the god of combat's grave. Erna says that she already knew it, and that's why she is planning to be a nice sister. Unlike the other families, the candidates for successor of the Verners family were not just the Archduke's children. All children of the Archduke and children of all traditional bloodlines of the same generation were able to compete as a successor candidate. Each successor candidate slowly increased their forces by gathering warriors of Vernars. At this point, there were 5 candidates that were in close contention for the position. The 7th child, Erna; the 6th child, Weiden; the 4th child, Huron; the 3rd child, Dren; and the Archduke, Aren. The news that Mord cleared the grave of the god of combat had an immense effect on all of them. We can see the 6th child, Weiden, is drinking his tea and tells his subordinate that the other successors will surely force Mord to join them. He orders his subordinate to bring Mord on their side before the other successors. After that, we can see at the castle of Archduke Vernars in the outer castle, First Regent Mord is given a place to live there. He is also provided with 2 servants that will be in his service 24/7. Mord thinks that because he is of Vernar's blood and he has awakened his divine blood, so the family is treating him well as they have permitted him to stay in the outer castle First Region. This outer castle First Region is the region where only the most rich are able to stay and most ordinary warriors stay in the second region. But they are giving Mord to live in the first region is quite impressive. It's not the end. They have also provided a huge training space for Mord near his place. Mord feels that he has become a noble as he has servants and a huge palace like this. At that time, some people knocks at the door and calls for Mord. The maid opens the door and 2 warriors gets inside. Warriors can be split into 4 ranks: normal warrior, intermediate warrior, advanced warrior, high warrior. And by looking at the 2 warriors, Mord gets that they are intermediate warrior. The warrior says to Mord that they are here to deliver a message from young Master Dren. One of them starts to read the message, which says that, "Sir Mord, I heard stories about you. Impressive. As I believe that your talents will be of great use, I hope that you will serve me as a warrior of mine. I promise that you will receive the greatest of welcomes." After hearing the message, Mord asked them, "Who is this young Master Dren?" Mord is unable to remember Dren, as there were many successors in the novel. Hearing this, the warriors gets angry and shouts at Mord that he is ignorant, and if he is trying to start something with them. Mord replies that he honestly cannot remember. At that time, another voice comes which asked Mord that, then if he know who young Master Weiden is. The warriors turns around and gets shocked to see Wolsey is here. Mord remembers that Weiden is the 6th young master, and by looking at Wolsey, Mord gets that he is also an intermediate warrior, and he has something more than the Werner's blood. Wolsey then talks with the other warriors and says that he is here for the same reason they are here. The other warrior gets mad at Wolsey and tells him to get lost as they have arrived earlier. Wolsey mocks them because they use orders when they lack in strength. The warrior gets angry and tells Wolsey to go outside with them. Hearing this, Wolsey gets angry and gives a death look and tells them to get out before he destroy them in the name of teaching his juniors. Seeing Wolsey mad, the warriors get scared and takes his leave by saying that they will make him regret this. Mord sees all this and understands that not all intermediate warriors are in the same level. As the 2 warriors left, Wolsey introduce him to Mord and pull his hand forward to have a handshake with Mord. Mord shakes hand with Wolsey and says that it would be more appropriate if he will address Wolsey as his senior. Wolsey replies that calling Sir Wolsey would be fine, as if he gets into details like that, the 2 warriors that just left are also his senior. Wolsey also says that the true ranking of a warrior is not about age or rank, but to honor someone for the mere reason that they were here longer is quite funny. Mord agrees with Wolsey's statement. He then asked Wolsey that what is there for him if he joined Weiden, the 6th young master's side. Wolsey replied to Mord that since he is a rising star, he had brought a set of offers to suit him. Wolsey then gets closer to Mord and says that anyways the offer doesn't mean anything as he will do whatever it takes to take him to his lord, and even it means beating him to a pulp. Wolsey also tells Mord to get a grip on the reality and not to be so excited just because he beats up a old fool. Mord understands that Wolsey is here to take a fight with him, and it seems like his only intention is to take Mord by force. Mord finds this situation beneficial for him, as he will be able to see the affects of the training in the god of combat's grave. Mord then offers Wolsey that they should have a fight. After that, both of them moves to the training ground. Mord then asked Wolsey that if he needs a weapon, as it seems like he is not a bloodline of Vernar's. By releasing mana, Wolsey says that although he is not a bloodline descendant of Vernar's, but he don't use things like swords in the first place, as he has something much stronger than that. After that, the mana wraps around the hand of Wolsey and takes the shape of a gauntlet, and this technique name is Impulse Gauntlet. Sir Mord, I heard that you barely won against the instructor by using your divine blood. This Impulse Gauntlet is an advanced skill that beginner warriors like you could never imitate. Since you can't use this, your chances of defeating me without using divine blood is 0. Wolsey says this to Mord. Later then, he gets shocked to see that Mord has copied the Impulse Gauntlet and gets ready to fight. Wolsey gets a bit nervous, as there is no way Mord would learn this in just 4 days. While Wolsey was in shock, Mord rushed towards him and says that if he thinks that he would be the same, despite 4 days passed by. Saying this, Mord kicked Wolsey and pushed him back. Mord didn't stop there. He again rushed at him and punched the ground in front of Wolsey. The ground shatters and Wolsey falls on the ground. Wolsey gets that Mord is too strong. He then thinks that Mord has been hiding his strength, as it is impossible to improve this. Much is just 4 days. He then gets up and laughs, saying that he is impressive while he was underestimating him. Mord begins to amplify his mana and tells Wolsey not to be so surprised, as it is just a warm-up. From the amount of mana coming from Mord, Wolsey gets curious and asked Mord that why he was hiding his strength when he was fighting Instructor Daisley. Mord thinks that it would be a waste of time explaining it to him, as he would not believe him, as there is no way a person can get so much stronger in just 4 days. But however, for Mord, there are 2 things that make this possible. First, the blessing of the body of the god of combat. This blessing not only allows him to use authority, but brings out his innate talent. As a result, both his physical abilities and mana are able to grow dramatically. The second is using the world fragment as a mana source. From his memories of the novel, he was able to figure out how to use it, although he hasn't used the world fragment yet. As Mord stays silent, Wolsey gets that he has no intention of answering him. Wolsey then tells Mord that as he has underestimated him, so he will show him his full power. Saying this, Wolsey begins to release mana, and his body also begins to change. Mord sees this and gets shocked as the body of Wolsey starts to turn into a wolf. Mord remembers this phenomenon as within the novel, there are people who have been afflicted with the full moon curse. While most of them change under the full moon, attacking humans as they are consumed by rage, but there are those few individuals that have overcome the curse are able to use that power whenever they please. A fused form of human and beast, they are called lycanthropes. Wolsey gets a lot bigger, but in terms of mana, Mord is still above him. Mord then attacks Wolsey, but his attack has been blocked and he has been pushed back by Wolsey. Wolsey then tells Mord that even though he is better in mana than him, but he has gotten a lot bigger and stronger. Saying this, Wolsey pushed Mord, and as he is about to trip over, Wolsey punched him in the face and sent him flying. Mord flies away and hits the wall hard and makes a dent on it. He also bleeds from his mouth. While whipping the blood, Mord thinks in his mind that Wolsey is stronger than he thought, but not to the point where he need to use his divine blood. So to sum it up, he is above him in terms of mana, but Wolsey is stronger and has a better build than his, so this balances out. Mord gets up and tells Wolsey that they should end this. Hearing this, Wolsey laughs and says that if he is submitting because he thinks he is going to lose to him without using his divine blood. Mord replies that if he use it, he is not confident that he won't kill him. Wolsey then said Mord to stop bluffing and quickly release his divine blood. Mord says that he will not do that and he will defeat him in one go. Wolsey laughs and mocks him, saying that he is getting beat up until now, so how it is possible that he will defeat him without using divine blood. Mord then tells him that he can defeat him in one go as he hasn't gone all out yet. Saying this, Mord starts to use the world fragment. The person who possesses the world fragment is able to use it by drawing out their mana. And after Mord cleared the god of combat's grave, he was successful in drawing out the fragment's mana with the training method he read in the novel. Since he only have one fragment, he can only be blessed with the god of combat's body for 20 seconds. Mord starts to draw mana from the world fragment by seeing this. Wolsey gets a bit scared and says to Mord that he really a monster. Wolsey then rushed towards Mord and launched an attack. Mord easily dodges all the attacks and moves towards Wolsey. As he gets closer, he kicks him, but Wolsey blocks it. The kick was a trick so that Wolsey uses his both arms to block it. Mord then creates an impulse ball and throws it to Wolsey. Getting hit by the impulse ball, Wolsey flies away and hits the roof of Mord's house and breaks it. The other warriors that were present there gets worried about Wolsey. Wolsey is laying on the floor and thinks that he has lost, and now he cannot show his face to his master Aiden. While thinking of his master, he recalls the conversation between him and Aiden. Aiden tells him that Mord will be a huge help for their position, so Aiden requests for Wolsey's strength to bring him over on their side. Recalling this, Wolsey gets up and again comes in front of Mord, but this time his appearance has changed a bit and he has grown a bit bigger. Seeing the sudden power of Wolsey, Mord thinks that this is his last trump card, so Mord also wants to take this seriously and starts to awaken his divine blood. As the fight is about to begin at that time, Erna Vernars comes and hits Wolsey and knocks him out. Seeing this, the other warrior rushes to her and says that what she is doing as Wolsey is carrying out young Master Aiden's orders. If they had continued, one of them would have died, and the one who had a higher chance of dying was Wolsey. Erna says this to the warriors. She also said that as Wolsey hasn't perfected his second transformation, he has lost his consciousness and went crazy. Hearing her, the warriors understands the situation. She then orders the warriors to take Wolsey to the recovery room. Erna then moved towards Mord and introduce herself and says that she will give him special permission to call her older sister. Mord finds it cringy, so he declines her. After that, we can see that Erna is in her room and she is feeling embarrassed. Her butler then tells that as Mord is an illegitimate son, so he is worried of the legitimate ones. She understands it, and also she is impressed that Mord has defeated Wolsey without using his divine blood. Her butler is also shocked at this matter as Wolsey is a warrior who is about to be a high-rank warrior and Mord has defeated him easily. The butler also says that due to his incident, the competition of recruiting Mord will be higher. While they were talking about this, a warrior came rushing in and tell that Viscount Winsel has announced that Mord will accompany him on the Mwao obstruction mission. Hearing this, Erna gets shocked. After that, we can see that the house of Mord is completely repaired, and Wolsey is the one who provided all the repairing cost as a compensation. While Mord is standing in front of his house, he notices that Sir Kessner is waiting for him in his house. Seeing him, Mord quickly gets up and sits in a room with Sir Kessner. Kessner tells Mord that why he is always causing a scene. Mord replies that he has nothing to do. All the people wants a piece of him. Kessner then tells Mord that in 10 days, he and his subordinates are going to complete a task and if he would like to join them. Mord asked about the details of the task, and Kessner replies that it is to prevent demonification. While the existence of monsters within demonified dungeons and normal dungeons remain the same, they are different in terms of their origin. Most ordinary dungeons are merely natural occurrences or accidents. However, demonification is a purposeful act of demons trying to take over the humanity. Not only do monsters appear in the dungeons, but strong demons as well, playing a vital role. Demonification can be categorized into 3 stages of progression. Stage 1 is when an unknown vortex appears. Stage 2 is when the vortex solidifies and it becomes possible to enter. Stage 3 is when the nearby land gets corrupted and beings of the demonic realm become much more powerful if the demonification progression isn't stopped by Stage 3. That is when a dungeon break occurs. Once a dungeon break occurs, both worlds will be fully connected and demonic beings will start entering the human world. Since Stage 3 is when damage is caused to the human world, it is ideal to stop things during Stage 2. Also, only those who have awakened their divine blood are able to reach the heart of the stage, 2 dungeons, and destroy its core. That is the reason why the Vernar's family, who possess the god of combat's blood, is considered precious. Kestner also tells Mord that it is a great opportunity for warriors like him, but this place is really dangerous as a lot of people has died there, so he tells Mord to decide carefully. Mord thinks that as Kestner is the Archduke's confidant, and if he puts a good impression on him, it will be a huge help for him later on. And also, as he is tried of dealing with people like Wolsey, he thinks that it is worth to take on the risk. After thinking for a while, Mord decides to go with Kestner and his subordinates. He then asked Kestner that when will we start training. Later on, Kestner takes Mord to the training ground where all the other subordinates of his are training. He introduces Mord to all of them and tells all the achievements of his, such as defeating Wolsey and Instructor Daisley. Mord looks at them and thinks that as they are Kestner subordinates, so all them must be an advanced level warrior. So he thinks that they will not accept him, as he is just a new warrior. Mord decides to prove his strength. At that time, a brown-haired boy comes in front and holds his hands and greets him nicely, and saying that he has heard rumors about him being the super rookie. Mord gets totally confused to see them accepting him so easily. All the other subordinates all greets Mord Kestner, then stops them and tells them to focus. He tells them to focus on team working for the next 10 days, as he will be leaving for the god of combat's grave. He then tells Eriksson to take care to Mord. As Kestner leaves, Eriksson goes to Mord, tells that he is Eriksson, an advanced warrior. He so introduces Mord with another advanced warrior, Reki. He further says to Mord that Reki and him are both from bloodlines that are not of the Vernars. So his role will be to work with Reki and support Sir Kestner at the center of our formation. After finishing the introduction part, Eriksson tells everyone to get ready for some training. 10 days later, we can see Kestner has successfully completed the God of Combat's grave. People congratulate him for clearing it successfully. Kestner thanks them and quickly comes to the training ground. As he arrives, he sees that Mord is training, by seeing his strength. Kestner gets shocked as how quickly he gets this powerful. Seeing Kestner, Eriksson comes running to him and greets him. Kestner asked him about Mord's training. Eriksson replies that they have managed to teach him the important formations, but since he's not training in magic combat, they are focusing on his basic abilities first. They are also teaching him how to utilize his physical reinforcement to nullify venoms. Hearing this, Kestner asked Eriksson that what he thinks about Mord. He is quick on the uptake. However, what's more impossible to believe is the time he's able to keep his divine blood awakened. He's able to maintain it as long as Reki Eriksson says this to Kestner. Kestner gets shocked as increasing the amount of time one can last in that state is not something one can achieve within a short period of time, and despite having only awakening his divine blood recently, he's on par with Reki, who awakened 12 years ago. Mord is sparring with Reki and finds it really fun, as every time he learns something new, he can feel himself growing stronger. Then in the next morning, everyone is ready to go to the mission area. Kestner then again asked them if they are fully ready for his mission, as it will be a really dangerous one. Eriksson replies that they will be fine with Mord around them. Kestner then looks at Mord and asked him that if he is sure that they can return safely. Mord answered yes with a confident face. After that, all of them depart towards the mission area. After that, all of them reaches to the mission side and gets shocked to see that the second demonification has already started. At that time, a warrior comes to Kestner and greets him. Kestner praises for working hard on watch. He then asked him that what happened as the erosion is earlier than expected. The warrior replies that there is another sign of demonification in this area, and although the erosion hasn't started yet, but it seems like a matter of time before it starts. If the demonification occurs in 2 places in proximity to each other, the possibility that they will fuse increases. After fusion, the process of erosion gets faster, and the danger also increases. Hearing this report, everyone gets tensed as they have to hurriedly wrap things up. Kestner tells them to get ready as there is no time for a break. They will quickly get into the dungeon and immediately target the center. After that, all of them gets into the dungeon. As they successfully enters, they sees a huge castle in front of them, which seems like a picture. The castle is the center, and from there tons of monsters come rushing towards them. There were groups of hellhounds and ogres. Seeing this, Kestner tells Riki and Mord to quickly awaken the divine blood. Kestner then orders everyone to move out, except for Mord and Riki, as they will be with him to perform the divine blood trap technique. The other three rushed and attacks the monster. The boy with the long sword and the white-haired girl swiftly begins to kill the monster. On the other hand, Eriksson uses his spear and throws it hard that it kills bulk of monsters in one go. Kestner was seeing all of this, and he finds it a bit unusual as compared to the monsters' number. Their pace is too fast. Riki speaks up and says that it is occurring because of the demonification fusion. The three of them awakens their divine blood. Kestner then tells Mord and Riki to handle the Cyclops, as he will be handling the Eaten. Hearing Kestner's order, the two of them move quickly. Mord comes in front of the Cyclops, and by using his mana, he throws a punch at them. One punch for Mord is enough to kill tons to Cyclops. Riki looks at this and thinks that Mord is really something. In front of Riki comes a huge red demon. The demon gathers mana into its mouth and is about to launch it. At that time, Mord come flying and punched the demon in the face. The attack of the demon gets destroyed as its jaw gets broken from the punch. Mord then signals Riki to attack from the right. Both of them launch their combo attack on the demon. Getting hit from both of them, the demon falls on its knees and screams in pain. Mord approaches closer to the demon and hits it in the eyes. Riki gets shocked to see Mord's strength, and this time he thinks of Mord as the real monster. From the punch of Mord, the demon explodes. Riki uses his mana shield to cover Mord and himself. Mord thanks Riki for covering him. Riki tells Mord that they should hurry up and go to Kestner, as he is already on his way to the center. As they gets there, the both of them sees Kestner is surrounded by 5 flying demons. At that time, Mord gets teleported to an unknown house. He gets confused as he didn't know what just happened to him. At that moment, a voice comes to his ears which says that it is impressive to think that he is still fine after falling from that height. Mord then looks forward and sees that a being is sitting on a huge throne and is radiating huge amount of mana. Behind the throne there is a huge gate. Seeing this, Mord gets that this is the gate that connects the demon world and this world. Mord also understands that he is currently at the deepest part of the dungeon, and the being that is sitting on the throne is the dungeon core. The demon stands up and says that he is Baron Ultaz, the one who has been chosen by the root of the formidable darkness. On the other side, Riki gets shocked to see that Mord is gone. He tells Kestner about this. Kestner asked him that where is the exact spot when Mord was vanished. Riki tells Kestner to follow him. As they walks a bit, the both of them gets shocked. On the other hand, Mord asks the demon Baron Ultaz that why did he bring him here to the deepest part. The demon replied that there has been a merge between 2 dungeons and another Lord-class demon flew in, and they both have been itching to fight, so they both made a bet that the loser will have to protect the core here and the winner will go out and enjoy their dinner. So the reason for Riki and Kestner being surprised is because the Lord-class demon that won the bet gets in front of them. The demon Ultaz also says to Mord that as there were 3 divine blood, so he summoned the youngest one, as it's more of his style to catch a kid rather than an experienced one, as they're more delicious because their meat is softer when they're young. Mord gets nervous as he has to fight one-on-one with a Lord-class demon. The stronger the demon is, who is the core of a demonized dungeon, the more demons can appear inside the dungeon. The ranks of normal demons are low-class, intermediate demons. The ranks of the upper echelon Lord-class demons are divided into Marquis, Count, Viscount, Earl, and Baron. Above them are the monarch-level demons, the Duke and Grand Duke. Among them, a Baron is a powerful demon that can kill most advanced warriors at once. On the Kestner's side, he is very angry as he is worried about Mord. As the demon is about to move, Riki comes in between them, and he tells Kestner that he will assist him in this fight. Kestner tells Riki to move as he is enough for this fight. By saying this, Kestner awakes his divine blood state, and the fight between him and the demon starts. Inside the castle, the Mord also awakens his divine blood, as he cannot take it easy when he is fighting a Lord-class demon. Seeing the awakened state to Mord, the demon says there is no use of it. At that time, Mord rushed towards him and kicks him. Getting hit from the kick, the demon slides back and realizes that Mord is more powerful than he has thought. The demon then activates a huge spell, Name the Dance of the Fire Spirit, and throws it at Mord. Mord uses his Mirage Break to counter the spell. As both of their attacks collided, a huge explosion occurs. Seeing this, the demon laughs as he thinks that Mord is death. At that time, Mord uses the smoke as a cover and ambushed the demon and land a clear hit on its face. The demon flies away and hit a wall. Mord didn't stop there. He creates many impulse balls and throws them at the demon. The balls hit the demon. Mord has been in many fights, but in all that fights he has never give his all. But this is the first fight that he is trying to do his best. The demon uses his mana to get out from the impulse balls. The appearance of the demon has changed a bit, and it is radiating more mana. The demon then rushed towards Mord. Mord begins to use the power of the world fragment, and he also moved towards the demon. Both of them clashes, and no one is overpowering the other. The demon brings out his long sword and swings it at Mord. Mord barely dodged the attack and jumps towards the demon and lands a clean punch on its face. Getting hit from the punch, the head of the demon shatters and the body on it melts, and a red orb-like thing comes out of the demon's body. Mord recognizes the orb as the core of the dungeon. Outside the castle, Kestner has also killed the demon and is about to depart towards the castle in search for Mord. Reike also wishes to go with him, but at that time, Mord comes to them. Seeing him, Kestner gets surprised and asked him if there was no demon. Mord replies that there was one, and he killed it and brings its sword with him. Seeing the sword, Kestner gets that the demon was a Lord class. He then asked Mord that if he really defeated it. Mord replies that he had good luck, and he was able to win because the demon was underestimating him with its carelessness. Kestner gets impressed as, no matter how careless the opponent was, to think that a young man like Mord who just awakened his divine blood was able to defeat a Lord-class demon. He also praises Mord for this use's achievement. The reason why Kestner had Mord accompany them in this mission is all for Mord, because he didn't want a genius like him with a bright future get caught up in the competition for the succession and be trampled on. So he was intending to become a fence for him until Mord has enough knowledge and experience to choose his own future. Kestner thought that it would take at least 5 years for Mord to be able to choose his own future, but now he thinks that 1 year is more than enough for him. After the first demonization mission, several more missions were given to Kestner and his group, and thanks to that, they weren't able to return to the Grand Duchy until a month and a half later. After they returned to the duchy, Kestner asked Mord that if he know about the banquet that will held in 5 days. Mord questioned, "What is that?" Kestner then tells Mord that it's an event where people who completed missions outside are gathered and officially awarded. It is held every 2 months, and only warriors can participate. The awards are also given by the Grand Duke himself. Kestner then takes his leave by telling Mord not to be late as the banquet is an important thing. Mord bids farewell to Kestner and thinks that as it a very big event, so lots of big shot will be present there. In the novel, Aiden continues to clash with Grand Duke Vernus and faces several crises. Aiden has one strong move that is able to turn the tide of the fight. The man who had been wandering away from his family, it was to make his comrade, Lion Vernus, the Grand Duke. After that, the War of Succession revolved around Lion Vernus, and ever since Lion succeeded to the throne of the Grand Duke, the Grand Duchy of Vernus was transformed into a powerful ally of Aiden's. 5 days goes by easily, and today is the banquet, so Mord is getting dressed up. Mord thinks that as eventually he will be facing Aiden as an enemy, so he thinks to bring the Grand Duchy by his side. He goes to the banquet place, and as he arrives there, he sees Eriksson is waiting for him. The two of them greets each other and walks together inside the place. As they are about to enter, Eriksson tells Mord that after the award ceremony there will be a party, and he advises Mord to make some friends there. The two of them enters the banquet room and everybody starts to talk about Mord as he has defeated a Lord-class demon. As Mord walks, everyone is mesmerized by seeing the physique of his as he is so big even though he just turned 15. While they were walking, they comes face to face with Prince Dren, who is successor candidate and the three-thought child. Eriksson bows and greets the prince. Prince Dren tells Eriksson so, leave them alone as he has something to talk with Mord. At that time, the sixth child Aiden comes and tells Dren that talking like this is not considered a good manner. Dren asked Aiden that what does he means. If you want to talk to him, isn't that quite obvious? You want to recruit Sir Mord? Aiden said this to Dren. Hearing this, Dren laughs and says to Aiden that he is wrong as he is here to apologize to Mord for the misbehavior of his subordinates. Hearing Sir Dren's statement. Everyone present in the banquet gets shocked. Dren then apologized to Mord for in front of everyone, and he gives Mord a present as a token of apology. Mord understands that Dren is forcing him to accept his apology in front of everyone in order to improve his own image. Mord then happily accepts the present. Dren thanks him for accepting it. Seeing this, Aiden gets angry as he thinks that if this goes on, he will lose Mord. So Aiden approaches Mord and tries to start a conversation with him, but at that time Erna comes and Mord starts to talk with. Aiden gets angry and asks Erna that why she is interfering between them. Erna smiles and says that she is not interfering him as she only saw Dren talking with Mord. She also tells Aiden that he didn't even greet Mord. Aiden shouts at Erna and tells her to drop her arrogance as he will not leave her alone just because she is younger. With the way you're talking, someone might think that you're an older brother who cares about their younger sister, despite you being the one who broke my arm. Erna says this to Aiden with an angry face. Aiden then says that it was his mercy that he just broke one arm while she the one who broke his leg. The two of them starts to argue. At that time, Mord analyses all of them and gets that Dren Vernus is strategic but not a trustworthy person. Aiden Vernus is not in his right mind, so he is excluded. And lastly, Erna Vernars, she's a little strange. But he haven't seen her skills yet, so he will have to put her on hold. While the two of them are arguing at that time, the fourth child, Hurian Vernus, come and tells them to stop. Seeing him, Erna asks that why he is here as he was supposed to be working. He replied that he has left this subordinate behind who will handle all of the work in his absence. Hurian, I wasn't aware that you liked banquets, though. Aiden says this. Hurian replies that he didn't come here to enjoy the banquet. He is here to see the main character of all the rumors. Saying this, Hurian goes towards Mord and introduces himself as a Hurian, a high-ranking warrior. The both of them shakes hands, and Hurian asked Mord that if he defeated the Lord-class demon with his firm hands. Mord replied yes. Hearing this, Hurian, this Mord is amazing, and he wants to have a fight with him. Mord thinks in this mind that Hurian is one of the two candidates that survived in the novel until the end, and he's someone that has a sad-looking face but possesses great talent. At that time, an announcement comes which says that the Archduke Ha arrived, and before the award ceremony, he will say something. The Archduke gets up on the stage and congratulates everyone for working hard for 2 months and spreading the name of the Vernars. He then starts the award ceremony. First he calls Kestner and give him the award, then the next person he calls is Mord. Mord gets up on the stage and kneels down in front of the Archduke. Archduke praises him for achieving this in his 15 years old. He also says that from today onwards he will appoint Mord as intermediate warrior. Everyone in the hall gets impressed and talks good about him. The Archduke gives the trophy to him and says that he wants to see his skill one more time. After the award ceremony is over, Mord and the subordinates of Kestner is sitting together in a dinning and is calling with each other. At that time, Kestner comes to Mord and tells him to come with him for a moment. Mord follows him and the both of them stands in a corner. Kestner tells Mord not to drink so much as they are leaving early tomorrow as his teacher wants to meet with him. Then, in the next day, we can see Mord has come to the place where the teacher of Kestner resides in. He is shocked to see that only one person lives in this huge house. The gate of the house is so big that Mord is unable to open it. At that time, a voice comes to Mordhead, "You're here." Mord gets shocked to seize that the huge gate is opening and the person that is opening it is using telekinesis to open it. As the gate opens, Mord sees an old man radiating a dense amount of mana is standing in the middle of the room and greets him. Mord gets that the man is very strong. The man's name is Ilden Vernus. He is the general of the top elite legion called the Gatekeeper Legion in the Principality of Vernars. He is the older brother of the current Archduke and was referred to as the first young master. He was defeated in the God of Combat Spirit against his half-brother, the current Archduke, and lost everything. After that, he did not show himself to the public again. So Mord gets curious, so know that this person who hides from public has called him personally in his own palace. Sir Mord, I'm sure you heard about me from Kessner. As you can see, I'm blind. Do you mind if I touch your face? Ilden tells this to Mord. Mord also agrees to Ilden's wish. He then touches Mord's face and tells that he doesn't take after his father. Mord replies that the Archduke, his father, also thinks that he resembles his mother. Aiden then asked Mord that if he know why he has called him here today. Mord replied that he didn't know anything about that. The only thing he knows that he is here because Aiden wants to see him. The old man tells Mord that he has called him here because he have an offer for he. But before telling anything about the offer, the old man requests Mord to have a spar with him as he would like to check his skills beforehand. Mord thinks that in novel, Ilden was looking for someone to help him bring down the Archduke, and he found Leon, who had a lot of potential because of Aiden's support. Mord decides to show his potential so that he has been chosen by him. Mord activates his divine blood and release a huge amount of mana that Ilden was pushed back. Seeing this, Ilden smiles, and on the other hand, Mord gets ready to fight. He dashed towards Ilden, and as he is about to land his first blow at that time, an impulse ball comes and hits him. Mord gets fly away from getting hit by the impulse ball. Mord lands successfully and gets that the impulse ball is not an ordinary one. Ilden has wrapped the impulse ball with his aura, and that is not something even a masterclass mana fighter can accomplish. And even though it's very difficult, Ilden is freely controlling dozens of it. Mord gets a bit tensed, as an aura user is not easy to handle. Aura is above the realm of controlling mana. It is only achievable once your mana senses are one dimension above what they are normally. I'll prevent recoil using the God of Combat physique and push forward with brute strength. Mord makes this attack plan on the spot and rushed towards Ilden to execute his plan. Ilden sees that Mord's power has increased, so he attacks him with his impulse balls. Mord punched that impulse balls and destroys them. Seeing this, Ilden gets impressed and tells Mord that even though he is fast, but he can make more impulse balls. Mord anticipated this situation, and he has also came up with a plan to tackle it. As Ilden makes more impulse balls, Mord also starts to create his own impulse ball. Mord makes his ball huge and shoots it up. Mord's huge ball collides with dozens of Ilden's impulse balls and destroys them. Ilden gets impressed to see this trick of Mord and wanders from where he learned this sort of amazing techniques. Mord then ambushed Ilden from the back, but he gets surprised to see that his punch is not approaching Ilden's body. The aura around Ilden acts like an impenetrable armor. Mord gets back and decides to use the world fragment to bring up more mana. Ilden was thinking of Mord's fighting senses and style. At that time, Mord gets full of mana and launched a huge blow at Ilden's back. This time, the attack pierced through Ilden's aura armor and hits him. Ilden flies away at light speed and hits the wall. Mord gets happy that he has landed his attack. The place where Ilden falls gets covered with smoke, and from there, silver lightning starts to appear. Ilden then starts to laugh out loud. Seeing his, Mord gets a bit nervous. There are several levels to divine blood opening. The first level changes your hair and eye color to silver. At the second level, silver lightning begins to surround you. This means that your existence is closer to the realm of the divine. Ilden actives his second-level divine blood he gets behind. Mord is a flash, and as he about to throws a punch at Mord, Mord also turns around and punched him. Both of their punched clashed, and a huge outburst of mana occurs. But in front of Ilden's power, Mord was unable to stand in front him. Ilden's punch power overpowers Mord punch, and Mord gets pushed back and hits a wall. Ilden says to Mord that he has impressive reflex, and even though he is in second-level divine blood awakening, he managed to damage him, and on top of that, he is not intimidated at all. Ilden also says that it is enough as he didn't know what will happen if he gets more excited. Mord then deactivates his divine blood state and thinks that Ilden Vernars may have lost against the Archduke, but he's definitely one of the strongest Vernars, and he possesses monstrous power. Ilden walks towards Mord and says that he has seen enough what he is capable of. He then tells his offer to Mord, and the offer is to join the Gatekeeper Legion. In the Vernus Grand Duchy, there's a unit called the Gatekeeper Unit. Along with the Guardians, they're called the most elite unit of the Vernus Grand Duchy, where all members are veterans who honed their skills to the extreme and gained extensive real-life fighting experience. In the southern part of the continent, there is the Great Magic Barrier, and on the northern part, there is the White Magic Barrier. The Great Magic Barrier has been completely transformed into part of the demon realm, and it serves as the vanguard base for the demons, and those in charge there are known as the Guardians. The White Magic Barrier hasn't completely transformed into a part of the demon realm, but it is a gray zone where continuous demonization happens. It also serves as the base of operation for the Gatekeeper Unit, becoming a battleground where power struggles for dominance over the continent take place, known as the rival of the Vernus Grand Duchy. They are another major military force, and the two are known as the Twin Mountain Ranges, the inheritors of the divine blood, the House of Ordas. One of the reasons why the Gatekeeper Unit is deemed to be dangerous is because of the death rate during their operations are high due to the frequent clashes with them. Mord, for all candidates for succession, you are not just someone who they desire to have, but also someone that they don't want to hand over to their rivals. Threats and enticements will not cease until you decide on where you want to go. Although Kessner is guarding you right now, there's a limit on how long he can hold out, Ilden says. Ilden also tells Mord that the Northern White Magic Barrier is a territory that the candidates for succession can't touch, and that means he can concentrate solely on nurturing his skills. Mord finds the words of Ilden true, and he also needs to bring the Northern White Magic Barrier on his side. Mord agrees with Ilden's offer, but he puts two conditions. Ilden asked Mord about the conditions first. The first condition is that Ilden will have to fight with Mord for a period of time starting from today onwards. Ilden gets a bit confused and asked Mord that if it means he will be teaching him. Mord replies that he does not need teach him, he just has to spar with him. Ilden hears this and asked Mord that if he is sure he can get stronger with just fighting. Mord replied yes. Hearing Mord's reply, Ilden laughs a bit and says that he is quite an interesting fellow. He then says that he can only be his sparring partner only for 20 days, as after that he has to move to the north. Mord then tells Ilden his second condition. The second condition is that Mord wants a 1 year of freely roam outside under the pretext of a secret mission for the Gatekeeper Unit. Ilden gets surprised and asks Mord what he is thinking about. Mord replies that he has some personal matters to attend to. Mord thinks that during this time when Aiden is carefully building up his strength, he must strike preemptively before Aiden discovers the existence of the world, fragments, and starts moving in earnest. Ilden then tells Mord that he can only give him 8 months. Mord expected this from Ilden, as he is very generous to the people who he thinks have great potential. He was the same in the novel. He showed an obsession, bordering into madness, on defeating the Grand Duke and creating a suitable heir for the Vernus bloodline. So he did everything in his power to make Leon into the Grand Duke. Mord then properly thanks Ilden for showing such generosity. Ilden smiles and thinks that even Grand Duke Harden wasn't strong as Mord at this age. And since Mord is not from the formal lineage, he can't become the Grand Duke, but he thinks that's actually better that way. As after all, there have been instances where illegitimate children served as the Grand Duke's shadow. After that, Mord gets out of there and goes to his place. The servant of his welcomes him. As he was walking, he notices some warriors in the training ground. Mord asked his servant about them. The servant replies that the warriors are Erna Vernus' subordinates, and Ms. Erna is waiting for him inside. Mord gets inside and sees that Erna is waiting for him. Erna says hello to him and tells him to talk comfortably as she is also not from the formal lineage. Erna then pushes a box towards Mord and tells him to take this. Mord asked her, "What is this?" Erna didn't replies to Mord and asked that if the thing that Dren sevi him is a good one. Mord takes the box in his hand and says that Dren gave him a quite expensive healing potion. Erna smiles and tells Mord to open the box as there is a better one inside the box. Mord opens it and sees a blue-color elixir and gets surprised. The blue elixir is a treasure that transforms humans into a powerful being. For martial arts practitioners, it's a once-in-a-lifetime test for an opportunity for a breakthrough. The tears of the martial arts god. In the novel, when Aiden gave this treasure to Leon, it instantly strengthened his power. However, when another extra consumed it, they died due to their own power. It's a gift that I received for my 10th birthday. It's an extremely precious object, but if you can't handle that, it'll be just poison for you. So I recommend that you don't consume it immediately, but to drink it once you feel ready. Of course, you're capable of finding a way in overcoming it without dying, but there's no harm in being cautious. Erna says this. Mord this for a bit and asked her if she had consumed it. Yup, 2 years ago I almost died when I attempted clearing a demonization zone without knowing anything about the world's affairs. But then I was able to save a noble who was about to be killed, and as a gift they gave me one. It felt more meaningful than any birthday gift that I received, so I consumed it and kept this one for later. Erna replies this. Mord accepts the gift with gratitude. Erna has already heard that Mord will be leaving, so she says her farewell to Mord and says that the next time they will talk when he comes back. After that, Ina takes her leave. Then 20 days later, when Mord is about to leave secretly, he was caught by Kessner. Kessner lectures Mord that he is only a 15-year-old kid, so he needs to be under the protection of an elder. As Kessner is taking, Mord suddenly thanks him for everything he has done for him so far. Kessner protected him and never underestimated him, and nor did he ever hinder his path anyway. Mord thanks Kessner for all of this. He tells Kessner not to worry about him, as he is an intermediate warrior. Kessner understands Mord's feelings, smiles. He then put his hand on Mord's shoulder and wishes him good luck for his journey. After that, Kessner leaves, and Mord also starts to get on his way. At that time, a boy wearing a black robe jumps from the wall and starts to follow Mord. Mord feels someone's presence behind him, so he turns around and sees there is no one. Those who obtain impulse will go through several phases. The first phase involves handling sword impulse or body impulse. The second phase involves dense, concentrated impulses like impulse gauntlet. The third phase involves remotely enhancing substances and imbuing them with impulse. The fourth phase compresses and accelerates frantic impulse power, resulting in explosive power. And then the fifth phase is the ultimate phase that most warriors can't reach even with a lifetime of training. It is a phase that requires relentless effort and overwhelming talent, aura. Those who can wield that power are called master-level magician. Mord trained with Ilden for 20 days. Ilden wasn't satisfied with just being his sparring partner. So he provided Mord with a lot of teachings, and thanks to that, Mord achieved tremendous growth, but he is still far from reaching the aura phase. And before leaving on his journey, Mord drinks the potion that Erna gave to him. It's early morning now. Mord is walking in the forest, and he has come far from the Archduke palace. He is also aware that some warriors sent by the Grand Duke is following him, and they will suddenly launch an attack and try to capture him before he make his way to the north. While Mord is walking in the forest, he sensed an arrow is coming towards him. He quickly dodged it, and as he looks up the hill, he sees tons of archers is pointing their arrows towards him. Mord smiles, seeing this, and all the archers launch their arrows at Mord. As the arrows land, huge explosion occurs, which overs the areas in dust and smoke. The archers on the hill thinks that they had got Mord, but as the smoke clears, they get surprised as Mord is completely fine as he used his divine blood state. By seeing this, the group of mages activates their skills and shoots fireball at Mord. Mord gets completely surrounded by fireball. He used his impulse balls like Ilden and chanced the trajectory of the fireballs towards the enemies. The fireball hits them, and fire spreads all around the forest. All the mages and archers gets knocked out except for one, who use his mana shield and escape the explosion. The one that is alive is impressed to see the power of Mord. Mord then noticed him and rushed towards. Mord throws a punch on the mana shield, but it was hard. So as he about to punch harder at that time, a brown-haired boy comes from side and attacks Mord with a sword. Mord uses Aura Gauntlet to block the sword, and then punched the boy and sent his flying. He quickly goes to the boy and again hits him on the face with his Aura Gauntlet. The boy flies a few miles and lands on the ground. Mord stands in front of the boy and says that he knows who he is. The boy is a high-level warrior named Baron. Hearing his name from Mord's mouth, the boy gets shocked and he asked Mord that how did he find out about him. Mord replies that he saw him once at the Grand Duke's training ground and he again saw him during the banquet. And when he noticed a short guy alone in a place where the Grand Duke's trusted troops had gathered, he asked around, and from there he finds out about him. Mord then says that he is the Grand Duke's loyal dog, so he knew that he'll send him. And he also says the reason he is after him is because of the fruit. In the novel, Grand Duke Vernus is depicted as a strong but unforgivable villain. That's because he committed the heinous crime of devouring his own offspring. Hearing the word fruit form Mord's mouth, the boy gets shaky, and in a scared voice he asked Mord that how did he know about this. In the novel, Grand Duke Vernus committed terrible sins. Ever since young, he boasted of an invincible talent as a warrior. But as he aged, he became frustrated with the fact that his body was rapidly weakening. At that time, a secret society called Silver Blood approached the Grand Duke offering to reveal a method for him to regain his youth in exchange for a cooperation with them. That method is no other than eating someone of Vernus's blood. The dark tree created using the blood of a wicked ancient deity. If one nourishes it with the blood from someone from Grand Duke Vernus's descent, the fruit of rejuvenation will blossom. Especially when it's infused with the divine blood of an awakened, the effects will become much stronger. Thus, the Grand Duke sacrificed all of his illegitimate children, but the only one he kept alive was Mordé. The reason was that he needed a battle weapon that is exclusively for him, and at the same time, he needed a substitute for the Grand Duke. The substitute for the Grand Duke doesn't necessarily mean a ruler who would govern a country. 500 years ago, when the gods left the mortal world, they passed down one obligation to their descendants. That obligation is to protect the seal of the Demon King, which can be achieved by borrowing the power of other gods. Once a year, the Grand Duke must engage in a one-on-one battle against the manifestation of the Demon King to protect the seal. Since the fight takes place outside the realm of reality, losing doesn't mean death. But as the power of the seal weakens, the Grand Duke will lose the right to battle the manifestation of the Demon King. This loss is equivalent to forfeiting his claim to the throne. That's why the Grand Duke needs a shadow who will perform this role instead. After that, we can see the conversation between the Archduke and Baron. Baron comes to the Archduke while he is about. They eat a fruit. He informs the Duke that Mord is leaving tomorrow and if he wants to meet with him. The Duke knows and tells that he doesn't understand what Ilden is up to as he is training with Mord every day and has taken Mord in the Gatekeeper Legion, and now suddenly he is sending Mord a valuable talent to the outside world alone under the pretext of the Gatekeeper unit's secret mission. The Duke then smiles and says that it doesn't matter to him, as if Mord doesn't pledge his allegiance to him, he will rather eat him up before he grows stronger. By saying this, the Duke bites the fruit, and as he eats it, he gets a sudden increase in mana and awakens his divine blood. He then looks at Baron and orders him to go and catch Mord. Baron agrees to the order, and as he is about to leave, the Duke tells him to do his job secretly as Kessner is keeping an eye on Mord. Only those who have earned the Grand Duke's trust can enter this place, and among them, only those who can share the darkness embraced by the Grand Duke are allowed in here. However, Kessner is completely unaware about the existence of this place. Yet, he's the most trusted warrior by the Grand Duke. So Baron gets excited to do his job as he wants to prove that he is more capable than Kessner. Now back to the current situation, Baron is getting beaten by Mord one-sidedly. Anticipating the Grand Duke's attack was not hard at all. After all, Mord must be one of the two remaining illegitimate childs for him to use or for him to eat. considering the recent incidents of the disappearance of his illegitimate children over the past years. It's likely that he has already made contact with the Silver Blood, and now that he knows that Mord won't be loyal to him, he must have wanted to handle Mord as quickly as possible. At that time, he probably thought that sending a high-level warrior would be the best choice. Mord gets that the old shit wants to eat him. He gets mad and catches the collar of Baron and shouts at him saying that he will have to die now and the Duke Harden will also meet his miserable end by his hand. Baron gets confused to see the face of Mord and thinks if he really will be able to defeat the Grand Duke. Baron then recalls that Mord has used Aura Gauntlet and he is just 15 years old. Baron has seen lots of genius, but he has never seen someone like Mord, who has an overwhelming growth rate, and his growth rate may be more than the Archduke. Baron gets that if he let Mord grow any further, he will be the demise of the Archduke, so he decides to give his all and finish him today. He then holds his sword tight and swings it hard. Mord sees this, dodges the sword in the correct time. Baron activates Blade Aura, which is a fatal technique that can be used against Vernus descendants who have achieved the stage of awakening their divine blood. Seeing this, Mord didn't panic as he can use Aura Gauntlet, which is no par with Blade Aura. So now the one with more aura will be the winner. Baron is so determined to kill Mord that he uses his own vitality to amplify his powers and rushed towards Mord. But even this power of Baron is no match against Mord. Mord uses his aura and infuse it with impulse balls and throws them at Baron. The impulse ball hits Baron, and a huge explosion occurs, frying Baron to crisps. Mord goes to Baron and punched him, making him into dust. The mage is seeing this and gets scared to see the power of Mord. As the mage is about to run, Mord notices it and rushes towards him and kills him by piercing his heart. Mord then takes out his hand and sees that his hand is stained with silver blood. Mord gets that the silver bloods are involved, and he feels uneasy because he cannot catch the mage alive. At that time, Mord senses someone, so he makes his fist and throws a punch in the air. He then said the person to reveal himself as he is already aware that he is following him since he left the Grand Duchy. As there is no response from the man, Mord starts to throw punch aimlessly. Seeing this, the person tells Mord to stop and reveal himself. By seeing that the person had pointy ears, Mord gets surprised. They are a species that symbolizes longevity. They mature and age later than humans and have a longer lifespan, and the name of the species is elves. But from the size of the ear, Mord gets that this person is a half-elf. Mord then asked, "Who is he?" The half-elf replied that he is Kale, and he is from the gatekeeper unit. He is also a member of the Shadow Wolf unit under General Ilden's direct command. There are a total of 5,000 from the Gatekeeper Legion in charge of the northern region's White Demon Realm. Their main purpose is to fight the demonification, so Vernar's divine blood descendants are the center of the force with soldiers that support them. The Shadow Wolf Squad is Ilden's direct affiliate special task force with the purpose of guarding their allies and assassinating their enemies. That is why they have a different skill compared to normal Vernar's warriors, and that's stealth. Kale gets surprised to see that Mord has seen through his stealth, which is the best within the Shadow Wolf Squad. After the introduction, Kale tells Mord that he is sent by General Ilden to escort him. Mord asked if he is really escorting him. "I was only going to help when you were in danger. I thought that would be better than fighting together from the get-go. I was thinking of securing an escape route." Kale says this to Mord. Hearing all of this, Mord tells Kale to prove him. Kale then shows a bracelet and tells him that the General Ilden told him to show this as a prove. Seeing this, Mord believes that Kale is actually sent by General Ilden. Kale asked Mord about the bracelet. Mord replied that this is the bracelet of General Ilden that he broke. Kale gets shocked to hear this. Mord then tells Kale to go back as he don't need an escort who creepily follows him around without introducing himself and does nothing when he is actually fighting. Kale tells he was looking for a good chance, and also he can't go back as this is General Ilden's order. Mord says that he has never received a mission like this and tells Kale to go back. Kale gets in a difficult situation, as if he gets back, General Ilden will be disappointed in him. Kale thinks of a way to convince Mord. He tells Mord that he will pay for everything in this trip, and not only that he will stand guard at night when he is sleeping, he will also do the cooking and do all the chores. Mord gets a bit soft, seeing that he wants to do all the things. Mord also recognizes the name Kale. He's a character from the novel. He was abandoned by his father because he was half-elf, and when he was at the brink of death, Ilden rescued him. From that point on, he was absolutely loyal to Ilden. When Aiden and his companions were fighting Ilden, he was a big help with his skilled stealth techniques and spirit magic. Kale's a very skilled man, but at the end he died as an extra. Kale looks young and rather feminine, but he is older than Mord and an expert in assassinations. Mord then thinks that from now on the blood of silver is going to ambush him, so it will be great help to have a companion like him. He then accepts Kale's proposal, and for his first task, he tells Kale to get rid of the bodies and erase their tracks from here, so that it's hard to follow them. After that, we can see this news has gone to the ears of the Archduke. But he misunderstood, thinking that it is the work of someone who is escorting Mord. The subordinate of the Duke asked him what they should do from now on. The Archduke said to let him be and just keep the tracks of his location. The subordinate asked if this will be enough. Archduke replies that in this battle many Silverblood has lost their life and they are not an organization to let this slide away, so from now on they will take care of this matter. On the side of Mord, we can see they have left the forest and comes in front of a huge gravestone. The both of them searched it for 5 days, and finally they have found it. Mord then sits under a tree. Kale asked him what will they do now. Mord replies that they will have to wait until it's dark. He also orders Kale to stand guard so that no one comes near here. Mord then sleeps and Kale stand guarding him. Time passes and now it's nighttime. Kale lights up a bonfire and sits in front of it and thinks that his life is so sad that he now has to work as a servant for a kid who is an intermediate warrior. Mord gets up and tells Kale to stay focused, and it is beginning. Mord and Kale sees that a dungeon appears at the top of the gravestone. There are secret dungeons in the novel that can only be revealed when all the conditions are fulfilled. This dungeon has 3 conditions. First, the moon has to be at least a crescent moon. Second, there must be nothing in the way of the moonlight shining down on Earth. Third, there must be someone with divine blood within 5 meters of the gravestone. Mord climbs the gravestone and stands there looking at the dungeon. This dungeon is very hard to find, but as Mord has read the novel, he finds it easily. The loot of this dungeon is the world fragment. Mord then jumps inside the dungeon by telling Kale to stand outside and guard the area. Mord gets inside the dungeon and sees a crescent moon in the sky. The dungeon name is the Lunar Temple. There were many gods in the ancient times, but there are none remaining now. This lunar temple also used to be a place that used to worship countless gods of the night, although their names and existence have been forgotten now. Mord walks inside the dungeon and sees that tons of skeletons are coming towards him. Mord recognizes these monsters as warrior souls. The god they worshipped lost to another god and disappeared, leaving these warriors with only their insanity and their soul. Mord gets ready to fight the monsters and decides to finish them as fast as possible. These souls are scary in the real world because they cannot be stopped using ordinary methods. But in this world, it's possible. It's possible because of mana. Of course, that does not mean that they're easy to deal with, especially since these souls were warriors in their past lives. However, for Mord, it is easy as he is much stronger. Mord uses his aura impulse ball and gets rid of all the warrior souls in one go. Mord now walks forward in search of the Guardian. He sees a huge statue of a werewolf and gets that this is the core of the dungeon. He then sees that a werewolf is sitting under the statue. Feeling Mord's presence, the werewolf gets up and turns towards Mord and says that he will be offered to the goddess as a sacrifice. Mord looks at the werewolf and thinks that this guardian was supposed to be a pretty powerful enemy in the novel. Even Aiden, who is stronger than most advanced mages, had a hard time against this werewolf. He was outnumbered, but magic did not work on these guys most of the time because of their goddess's blessing. But it doesn't matter to Mord, since I'm not a mage. Unholy invader, have you come alone? Disrespectful. But you seem to know the warrior's pride. Then we will treat you as a warrior, the guardian says this to Mord. At this time, many wolves and werewolves comes out and surrounds Mord. Hearing the speech of the guardian, Mord asked him that if he means they will be fight one-on-one. Fights between warriors ape a sacred thing. You came here with the pride of a warrior, so we will respond accordingly, the guardian replied. Mord finds this situation unfamiliar as it never happened with Aiden when he comes here with his companions. The reason behind this unfamiliar situation must be because he has come here alone. Mord then tells the guardian that he also prefers a one-on-one fight, and he also hopes that they don't waste each other time. Hearing this, Guardian asked that does he mean. In the novel, the Guardian was resurrected with the goddess power each time Aiden and his friends killed it. So, Mord thinks that it would be better to just fight it starting from its third phase. That's why Mord provoke it to transform it into its third phase. The werewolf gets angry and asked Mord that how is he to order him to transform. Mord then awakens his divine blood. The Guardian feels the incredible mana of Mord and gets that Mord is also a divine blood holder. He then thinks that Mord is worthy of for his third phase. The Guardian then sucks the power from his fellow werewolf brothers and gets more powerful. The size of the werewolf also increases. Mord didn't expect that it would grow this big. As the transition of the werewolf is complete, Mord rushed towards it and punched it with aura. But the aura punch of his gets blocked by the werewolf's mana shield, and this shield is the proof that this werewolf is a worshipper of a god. Mord then takes a step back and starts to throw aura punches. The Guardian takes all the punches, thinking that its shield will be enough to block all of them. But after a while, the shield breaks, and the werewolf was spent flying from getting hit by the aura punch. The werewolf feels that Mord is very strong. At that time, Mord comes in front of him and throws a punch at him. It dodges the punch and lands a clear hit on Mord's stomach. As the punch lands on Mord's body, the werewolf gets shocked to see that it has no effect of Mord as the shock of the punch has been absorbed by Mord's muscles. Mord grabs its arm and throws it in the sky. He then jumps and punched it on the face. The werewolf flies away and hits the goddess statue and falls on the ground. Mord quickly goes towards there, and by using his lightning strike, he lands a huge blow on the werewolf's chest. Getting hit by this, the werewolf dies. Seeing this, Mord releases his divine blood state. At that time, a voice comes to Mord, which says he is amazing. Mord figures out that the voice is coming from the statue. The goddess then thanks Mord for granting his great warrior an honorable rest. Mord asked what it means by an honorable rest. The goddess tells that the Guardian wished to die honorably as a warrior, but he was stabbed in the back by the enemy and died. Unable to let go of that, he had become a ghost of this dungeon, and now Mord have gifted him the end he had wished for. Mord now gets the reason why the werewolf smiles when he fights with him one-on-one. The goddess then gives Mord a bracelet and tells that if he let that bracelet take in moonlight, it will protect the person he want to protect when he wish. Mord looks at the bracelet and thinks that it will be quite useful for him when he wants to protect something. He then tells the goddess that he will use it well. At that time, the presence of the goddess has left the statue. Mord then moves closer to the statue and breaks it with one punch. From the broken statue, the world fragment comes out. Mord takes the world fragment, and the dungeon has been cleared. All the spirits that were trapped in the dungeon were released. Mord gets out and sees that Kale is sitting on a stone guarding this place. Seeing Mord, Kale asked if he has cleared the dungeon. Mord replied yes. Kale gets down from the stone and requests Mord to go on a village so that he can sleep. We've got a long way to go anyway. We'll stop by some villages and towns. Mord tells this to Kale. Hearing this, Kale asked him that where he is planning to go. Mord replies that he can't really say, since they will going to multiple places, but first, they will go around all over Lutvan Kingdom. Mord and Kale then goes to the commercial city of Reline. Kale is very frustrated and tells Mord that they should rest properly for a bit, as it has been 20 days they have left the Grand Duchy. Mord didn't care about Kale's word, he was in his own thought. In this 20 days, Mord has managed to collect 2 world fragments. After the Wolf Goddess dungeon, Mord attacked another dungeon, but there weren't any additional rewards like in the Wolf Goddess dungeon. But still, he was able to acquire the world fragment and artifacts imbued with divine power. There are two reasons Mord has come to Reline. One is to look for something in the Reline's black market, and the other is to clear the underground dungeon. After that, the both of them goes to an inn. Mord gets Kale to rest here until it's night, but Kale has his own plans, so he requests Mord that he wants to go outside. Mord lays down and tells Kale to go and quickly finish his reporting to Ilden, and he will waiting for him till sunset. Kale says that he is not going to report anyone. I already know that you make those reports every time we stop by a city. No need to hide it. If it had bothered me, I wouldn't have even brought you along with me. Mord said this to Kale. Kale gets surprised to see that Mord has figured it out. He also says to Mord that he has to go out to replenish his funds. Due to Mord's extreme appetite, Kale has lost all of his money and now he is completely broke, so he needs to gather some money, and for that he has to go outside. After that, Kale goes out saying Mord to stay quietly in this room and not to make a fuss. As Kale gets back, he gets shocked to see that the whole inn is on fire. At that time, Mord was still inside the inn, checking out the powers of the world fragments. The world fragments are pieces of the complete world that the ancient gods used to create this world, where each fragment contains different elements. Some contain lava fields, where fire elementals can dance in, while others contain hot and desolate desert fields. These fragments were like puzzles, and unless they were fitted together, they exist separately. However, when they are combined, they possess immense power to be harnessed. Another remarkable aspect of the world fragments is that the acquired fragments become integrated within oneself, forming an imaginary world that one can access any time. When one's consciousness is projected, the imaginary world will almost look like the real world. That's why it will be possible to train physically, and the experience gained will be fully reflected in reality as well. Although other people may perceive it as someone just meditating, Mord sits in a lotus position and gets inside the world fragment. The first fragment Mord obtained from the war god's graveyard contained a massive mountain rising above the clouds, and the fragment obtained from the second dungeon contained a dense forest beneath a pale full moon. Luckily, the two fragments were able to combine, greatly expanding Mord's imaginary world. But unfortunately, the fragment he obtained after the wolf goddess dungeon didn't match and remained as a fragment. So the power Mord can draw from the world fragments and greatly increased, and he is curious to try it out. While Mord was inside his thought, he heard a lady shouting to help his child. Mord hears this and takes the child from the inn and gets out of there and safely hand over the child to his mother. Mord looks at the surrounds and sees that the whole area is in chaos. Seeing this, he gets angry and notices two men escaping. Mord sensed their magic power and gets that they are the ones who caused his explosion. Mord gets mad and decides to kill him. As the men are jumping on the roofs, Mord followed them and eventually caught up with one of them. He throws a punch, but the man dodges it and falls from the roof. As the man falls, he hurts his hand, and as Mord stands in front of him, he asked, "Mord, who is he?" Mord is extremely angry and tells the man there is no need to exchange their names as he will be death soon. The man shouts that he would never be defeated by a young lad like him. While the man was talking, Mord gets behind him and punched the man on the face and sent him flying towards a wall. The man hits the wall hard and shatters it. As Mord is about to finish him at that time, the man's companion distracted Mord. While Mord was looking at that, the yellow-haired man at that time, the other man eats some pill and gets bigger and stronger. The man then mocks Mord, telling him that a greenhorn like him will never beat him. Mord didn't give a crap about it and quickly kills the man by blowing his head with a single punch. The yellow-haired man gets scared to see him. Mord tells the yellow-haired man to get down. Seeing the angry face, Mord the man gets so scared that he cannot even run away. Mord then gives a flying kick on the man's back and sent him flying towards a wall. Mord slowly walks towards the man and tells him to kneel down and obediently answer all of his questions. At that time, Kale arrives at the scene and grabs the man's neck from behind and knocks him out. Later on, the man wakes up and found himself inside a house and sees Mord and Kale is standing in front of him. The both of them give an angry look and warns the man to only open his mouth when he is only answering their questions. Mord then asked who was the guy who was chasing him and if he is from the Second King organization. Hearing the name of the organization, the man gets shocked and he replied to Mord that he didn't know anything. Mord gets that the man is lying, so he punched his head and tells him to speak the truth. On the hand, Kale doesn't know anything about this, so he asked Mord what's the Second King organization is trying to do. Mord tells Kale that this organization is trying to revive the ruined King Archduke. The criteria for naming mages is crystal clear. Second circle's beginner-level mages, fourth circle's intermediate-level mages, sixth circle's advanced-level mages, eighth circle's senior mages, and those within the domain of the ninth circle are called top mages. The title Archduke is the name given to top mages who turn themselves into the undead, and they're called monarchs, to symbolize their command over the army of the undead. The Archduke of the returning monarch group had a secret backup plan in case he would be annihilated. He fragmented his soul into several pieces and sealed them, in a way that putting those pieces together could revive him, and the returning monarch group is looking for those fragments right now. Mord explains all this to Kale. He then teases the yellow-haired man, saying that he belongs to a pathetic group. The man bites Mord's bait and gets angry and says that he is not someone from a pathetic group. Mord then asked him about the identity of their group. The yellow-haired man gets a bit nervous as he figures out that Mord is from the Vernar's bloodline, and if he tells him about them, the Archduke Vernars might turn his back on them. But in front of Mord's anger, the man has no choice but to reveal his group's identity. The man says that he belongs to a group named Gramolder. They are a group that aim to stop the 3 prophecies of doom for this world. One of those prophecies they are trying to stop is the returning monarch. The man also says that the returning monarch group is very powerful, as even if just the upper tiers of that group unleash their power right now, they could easily turn this whole nation upside down. And the Archduke that those guys worship is practically a god of death, and if he is revived, this world will meet its end. Mord understands the situation, and he again asked him that why he was been chased by that group. The man replied that he has stole something precious to them. At that time, Kale takes out a ring and says that he found this in his pocket. The man tells that this is the item he stole, and it's the key to opening the doors to the underground ruins of the Archduke in this city. Mord is a bit confused, as in the novel, neither the group Gramolder nor this key made an appearance. In the novel, the Archduke was resurrected and was easily defeated by Aiden, so this might be the reason the name Gramolder is not mentioned in the novel. Mord takes the key in his hand and thinks that the Archduke was resurrected at the later parts of the novel. And even though the Archduke is defeated by Aiden, it took thousands of life as sacrifice. Mord decides to save all the lives, so he needs to defeat this group. Mord puts the key in this pocket and tells the man to leave quickly. Kale gets surprised and he asked Mord if he is really thinking of letting this guys go away. Mord says that their group is not strong, so he doesn't mind if he goes away. Kale again asked him that what he is going to go to the returning monarch group. Mord replied that he will crush them, but first he needs to destroy all the soul fragments so that the Archduke cannot be revived. Mord decides to go to the underground ruins to destroy the first soul fragment. At night, he can see Mord has come to the black market and looking for some item. He bought a cheap old dagger and a book. Kale sees this, and he cannot figure out that what Mord wants to do with them. Afterwards, the both of them goes to the gutter of the city. Mord tells Kale that in this gutter there is the hidden passage to the ruins. Kale said that he will never get in there to search that. Mord then tells Kale to use this spirit magic to find the location. Kale replied that he can't do that as he is an wind spirit magic user and he cannot use water spirits. Kale then uses his wind spirits and tells them to search for any markings. The spirits roam above the water, and after a while they found some marking and reports to Kale. The spirit blows a strong wind and water splits, revealing the gate of the hidden passage. The two of them goes there, and Kale inspects it and sees that it is a steel gate sealed with some magic. Mord then takes out the old rusty dagger, and with it, he cuts the plum of his hand and spreads his blood all over the dagger. Kale questioned Mord that what he is doing. A long, long time ago, the gods were at war with each other. In that war, the warrior god lost everything to the gods who used magic as a weapon. So he sacrificed his very existence to create this weapon. It's a mythical artifact that only those with divine blood can awaken. Mord tells this to Kale. After soaking on the blood of Mord, the dagger turns into a bright dagger. Mord instructs the dagger to summon anti-magic, and then he throws the sword on the gate. As the dagger pierced the gate burst open and the dagger goes to Mord's hand. Kale was so surprised that Mord has bought this mythical artifact with just the price of 1 beer. Mord then tells Kale that it is his time to fulfill his wish of going inside a secret ancient dungeon. Kale deals with Mord that he will teach him his sheath skill, and return for that, Mord will take him to secret dungeons. The two of them then jumps inside the gate and founds themselves at a huge place. As the two of them were waking, a bunch of ghouls come rushing towards them. Behind this bunch of ghouls, the members of the returning monarch group are standing and they are getting ready to take out the intruders. Mord rushed towards them, defeating all the ghouls. Seeing Mord getting closer, the three of them attacks Mord with sword, but Mord blocks them with his aura gauntlet. Seeing Mord using aura, the three of them get scared as they didn't expect Mord to be a master rank. Mord pushed the swordsman away. Seeing this, magic unit starts to launch their attack, but at that time Kale uses his wind spirit and makes the magicians fly away. The one magician that is still standing looks back and sees that Kale is waiting for him with his wind spirits and a sword on his hand. It didn't take much time for Kale to defeat the magician. He quickly subdues the mage and kills him by stabbing his sword. On the other hand, Mord has put an end to all the other warriors, the room's floor filled with the bodies and blood of the returning monarch group members. Kale then shows Mord the direction of the gate. The two of them walks and gets in front of the gate. Mord uses the key and opens the huge gate. As the gate opens, dungeonization energy comes from it. Mord tells Kale that the Archduke created this dungeon using demons, so it reeks of demon smell, but it is not connected to the demon realm. In the novel, the information about this dungeon wasn't that detailed. So Mord only remember is that it's a building-like dungeon that goes underground, composed of a total of 9 floors, and the deeper you go, the stronger the undeads you encounter. It's not an easy dungeon, but it took Mord's party less than 10 minutes to defeat everything. Kale is very happy as he gets a ton of gold and expensive items. He carry the gold and all the item on a cart. And the both of them had made it to the boss room. As they walks in, that they see the Archduke is sitting on the throne wearing bright red cloth. Seeing them, the Archduke's eyes lit up and it speaks up to them. Kale gets a bit nervous as the energy the Archduke is emitting is very strong. That guy is just a fragment of his soul, much weaker than his original body. At best, he's as powerful as an apprentice magician. Mord said this. Hearing this, the Archduke asked if he knew about him. "I've heard of a magician named Krex who used to be called Lord Archduke in the past," Mord answered. Mord further says that he didn't know anything more about him, and he also didn't wish to know more as he is a being of the past that has been destroyed. Saying this, Mord awakens his divine blood. The Archduke gets up from its throne and walks towards Mord. He tells Mord that as a Vernars who are remnant left by a earthly plane god are very arrogant, and that's why all of them had their demise in his hand. The Archduke starts to cast a magic. It gathers fragments of ice and joins them to form 2 huge ice golems. Mord gets ready to fight. He jumps and with a single punch he shatters the ice golems. The Archduke is mesmerized to see this. After finishing, the golems Mord rush towards the Archduke and throws a punch at it. His punch gets blocked by the Archduke's defense magic. At that time, Mord stabs the dagger on the Archduke's arm, and the Archduke's permanent defense gets destroyed, as an Archduke is entirely created by the power of black magic, so the dagger gives a fatal blow to it as it has anti-magic. The Archduke gets a huge shock, and the clothes of the Archduke burns to ash. Mord then attacked the Lich with his mountain beaker. The attack lands on the Lich's shoulder and separates its head. Mord picks up the head and crashes it to powder. Mord releases his divine blood state and tells Kale thanks for accompanying him. Kale then asked Mord that, Where is the core of this dungeon? As even after killing the Archduke, the dungeon is not clear. Mord replied that the throne the Archduke was sitting is the core. He then breaks the throne, and the world fragment comes out from it. This is the fourth world fragment that Mord has acquired successfully. After breaking the core, they return to the entrance of the dungeon. And just as it was described in the novel, the entrance of the dungeon was changed to a fake room. Kale gets surprised as he cannot find the cart where he put all the gold and magic items. Kale asked Mord if he know anything about this. Mord asked that it was a dream of chaos. Dream of chaos. It's a space composed solely of powerful information that blurs the boundaries between reality and dreams. Hence, everything was just an illusion. It's like virtual reality, where everything that happens inside feels real, but you can't bring out what has been manifested inside, like loot, into the real world. Seeing Kale so depressed, Mord tells him that as he has traveled with him for so long, he will properly compensate for it. Saying this, Mord punched the ground and it makes a hole in IT. The two of them falls and lands on a secret floor. Kale gets surprised to see that there is a hidden room like this. At the front of the room, there are some quite expensive items, and seeing this, Kale gets super happy. Kale starts to inspect the items, and he sees an ordinary bag, so asked Mord that what an ordinary bag like this is doing here. Mord says that this is not an ordinary bag, rather it is a subspace bag, and it can hold up to 5 times the size of this room. It also lets you search for and find objects that were placed inside after etching your mark on it. Further, there's also a security feature preventing others from touching it if they're not the owner, and if it's within close range, the owner can use telekinesis to move it back to their hand. Kale gets amazed by hearing the features of the bag. Mord then gives the ring to Kale and says that it is the Ring of Lightning. It's an item that can be charged with the user's mana and allows them to cast lightning-based spells. It's even embedded with spells up to the 6th circle. Moreover, it can exhibit formidable defenses against lightning attacks. Kale gets extremely happy and thanks Mord for giving such an impressive item to him. Mord says that he is giving him what he deserves. Kale then asked Mord about the other items uses. The necklace has a protective power against unauthorized magical interference and the ability to sense hidden magical energies. The golden key serves both as a physical key and as a map that can guide you to the place where it can be used. Mord tells all of this to Kale. Hearing this, Kale further questioned that if it's a key and a map, then could it be that there's a place with another piece of the Archduke monarch? Mord replied yes. Kale gets curious and asked Mord that how many pieces does the Archduke has. Mord replied that there are 7 pieces in total and they will be searching for all of them to prevent the resurrection of the Archduke. Mord also says that this is one of the reasons and the other reason that this 7 pieces are also the key to the world fragments. Saying this, Mord points towards the skeleton head and tells Kale that this is on of the 7 pieces. In the novel, Aiden and his party were unaware of this fact. They ignored this skull and dismissed it as a mere decoration, and as a result, the Archduke was able to fully resurrect. But now that's a tale of impossibility, as Mord crashes the skeleton with his punch. On the other hand, we can see the Archduke Vernars is eating the fruit, and this is the last one, so he asked his subordinate that if he thinks that the next person that will be buried here will Mord. The subordinate replied that it might be possible as the silver blood is officially on the move. While the world is teeming with secret organizations, those that have lasted for over 500 years are extremely rare, because it was during that time that marked the end of the world's myth and the beginning of the era of mortals. However, Silver Blood is an organization with a history of over 500 years, with the majority of its high-ranking members possessing the utmost power, being divine blood-bearers. It's the largest secret organization in the novel. The Archduke seems a bit interested to see that how much force the Silver Blood will send to capture Mord, as in the last time they get completely wiped away by Mord. After that, we can see that 2 people are tailing Mord. They had entered the underground dungeon while following Mord's track. By seeing the condition of the underground, the people gets impressed of Mord's power, and at the same time the 2 of them gets excited to battle with Mord. A few days has passed and Mord hasn't made a single step, so Kale asked him if he is going to give up. Mord replied that he is just kill the time. Mord is a bit puzzled as he had some gaps in the information he read in the novel. There have been many times where events were summarized as things happened roughly like this. Mord do remember the details vividly, but for some parts, like this dungeon, it was inevitable that he skipped over them in the story. While Mord is thinking this at that time, Kale speaks up and asked Mord that what he is going to do next. Hearing this, Mord blanks out and thinks that what he should do, as he has only 8 months left until the agreement he made with General Ilden. Mord don't have much time left, so he thinks that he should start by taking care of what he is sure of first without worrying about their movements. So he decides to go and free the cursed witch. Mord tells his plan to Kale and says that once they free the cursed witch, they will get an ancient sword. Hearing this, Kale asked him that how he know about this. Mord replied that he has a very excellent informant. Kale gets curious about the informant, so he requests Mord to tells him. Mord agrees to tells Kale. He tells him that the traces of the god embedded within him revealed a great prophecy that recorded the fate of this world. Hearing this, Kale gives an annoying expression and say that Mord is mean and dirty. Mord smiles hearing this from Kale. Mord knows that there is no meaning telling the truth to him, as he will never understand or believe it. But Mord also hopes that he could have at least a person that he can share all this stuffs. After that, the two of them starts their journey towards the cursed witch. A few days has passed. They have come in a remote mountainous region in the southeast of the Rutban Kingdom. The forest is all covered with a dense magic fog. Mord tells Kale that this is a magic fog that will make them disappear their sense of direction. As they were walking deeper, Kale shouts that if they are going towards the swamp, he tells Mord that there's an old legend in their village. It's the story of the witch of the swamp and the fog. The swamp is the place where the witch resides, a wicked being that uses the fog to capture and devour people. In their father's and grandfather's generation, there were a lot of disappearances. But in the last 5 years, people didn't venture deep inside, so there were hardly any disappearances. Mord, they says that the witch uses this fog to paralyze one's cognitive abilities and take control of your actions, making people do as she pleases. There's definitely a force attempting to interfere with my mind. Even though I look like this, I have excellent mental interference spells. Kale says this, and as he looks for Mord, he sees that Mord is not beside him. He gets that he has been affected by the fog. He starts to shout Mord's name, but there was no response. Kale starts to feel sleepy and is about to fall on the ground. Mord feels the absence of Kale, so he looks back and sees that Kale has lost his senses. He knew this could happen, so he beforehand charged the bracelet that he received from the wolf goddess. He wears the bracelet and goes towards Kale and grabs his hand and shouts, "Power of moonlight, protect my comrade." As he shouts this, the bracelet starts to shine, and after a while a huge bright light comes from it and surrounds both of them. Kale then regains his senses and says, "That is this how the witch devour people?" Mord replies, no. Annie tells him that they should safely get out from this fog. Kale asked Mord that of the witch is the one that eats the humans. Mord replies to Kale that the forest itself poses a lot of danger. Humans die due to the monsters, or they could even die while foraging for herbs, drawn in by the magical properties of the plants. People going missing is something that constantly happens. In fact, not having any disappearances for 5 years is what's more unusual. Hearing this, Kale asked if the witch is actually a good being. Mord replied yes, and says that the witch is not a monster who catches and eats people. Mord tells that witch was the most beautiful woman of the Ilderva tribe. Not only men from her tribe, but also men from neighboring tribes swoon over her. Her beauty captivated a large number of people, and among them was a man from a divine clan. The man from the divine clan confidently expressed his feelings for her. The girl politely rejected him, and that's the beginning of the disaster that befell the girl. The powers that that man from the divine clan possess is akin to a natural disaster. His clan was a formidable force among the divine clans at that time, and he was of noble standing within that clan. However, he defied his clan's taboo and summoned a demon spirit. Gradually, he became consumed by the influence of that demon, descending into madness. Fearing that his clan would find out about this, as he would certainly face death, that man ran away to a place beyond their reach and met that girl. As his proposal got rejected, he attempted to forcibly take her, prompting the entire Ilderva tribe to stand against him. In response, the man from the divine clan got more enraged and annihilated the entire tribe, and thus, girl fell into the hands of the powerful man from the divine clan. In that moment, the sky split open, and the divine being Marius appeared. The man was discovered by their clan's king because of his excessive use of power. The man from the divine clan pleaded for forgiveness and mercy, having heard of everything. That happened, Marius imposed a punishment on the man. Marius also gets angry on the girl for allowing someone from his noble clan to commit such a heinous act. So he placed a curse on the girl that until the day the spirit of the demon within the sword is vanquished and ceases to exist, she will guard it, and only then her sins will be washed away. Mord tells this story and says that the witch is just a victim of God's tyranny. He then awakes his divine blood and shouts out loud, "Witch, I'm here to give you back your name!" As Mord shouts, an unknown entity responds to him. Then the area gets covered with an immense purple aura, which pushes them back. Mord uses his impulse ball on that creature. The creature with his two red eyes glares at Mord. Mord charges forward while dealing with the smoke-like aura and cancels it. The area in front of him becomes somewhat clear. According to Mord, the unknown creature is the witch, and he tells the witch to wake up from her dream. Kale seems surprised as Mord regarded this creature as the witch. Mord tells the witch that she never had a promise that she needs to keep. The witch says that she need to keep her promise. The witch thinks Mord as an intruder and enemy, so she attacks them. Mord and Kale dodges the attack. Kale asks Mord what kind of attack is this because he is feeling as if a whole army of mages is running attacks on them. Kale asks whether Mord has a plan to handle the witch. Mord replies, saying of course. Mord conveys that he would beat that witch up before using the keyword to wake her up. By saying this, Mord jumps up and tells Kale to keep himself safe while he is gone. Mord moves forwards, piercing the aura in front of him. The witch is covered with a dark aura. Mord attacks the witch with an attack named Mirage Destruction. The witch screams while Mord speaks the name Ilderva and tells the witch that Ilderva is the name of her own kind that risked their lives and fought for her. Mord accumulates his mana on his leg and kicks the witch. The witch again screams. This time Mord speaks the name Calvis and says that Calvis is the name of the person who killed her family. Mord utters the name Marius while attacking the witch. Mord reminds her that Marius is the name of the god who cursed her. Mord concludes that there was never a promise that she needs to keep, it was just a curse put on her by the god Marius. Mord utters the word, remember. He tells the witch to remember the things she must not forget for the sake of her kind that died unnecessary deaths, and for her own sake, while releasing another attack. In the next moment, Mord gets up on the witch's head and utters a name, Sadea. He says that's the name given to the witch by her family on the day the sun shone the brightest. Lastly, Mord tells the witch to open her eyes as she is the glorious child of the sun spirit. Upon hearing this, tears came out from her eyes. Kale notices that the attacks have stopped. Both Mord and Kale witnesses the transformation of the witch. Kale smiles as he has always looked forward to a wonderful story like this instead of the cold and depressed military life in the White Demon realm. The witch transforms into a human as they seize a human leg in front of them. The witch tells Mord that saving a witch that was cursed by a god and helping her regain her beauty. He is the savior of an unknown god's blood as he has freed the witch from the evil god's curse. The witch asks politely how she can repay Mord for this and wants to know her savior's name. Both Mord and Kale perceives that the witch tribes were all giants. Mord introduces himself saying that he is Mord, a descendant bearing the blood of Vernars, the god of combat. The witch says that she has never heard of any god like that, but she says that she would consider him as a very wonderful god, because Mord is also a good person. Mord replies that God Vernars earned his divinity when the age of the legends came to an end, so of course the witch wouldn't know about him. The witch questions Mord what he meant by saying that the age of legends is over. Mord replies that, yes, it is over, and it has already been 500 years since then. He says that an era began where gods can no longer manage the world, and the only thing that remains of that age is this fragment world which is Mord showing now. What is this? The witch eagerly asks. Mord answers that it's a piece of the perfect world. The ancient great gods used to create this world. When the Age of Legends came to an end, it was split up all over the world. Mord feels that this one's environment is a foggy swamp region, night skies and high mountain combined with thick fog below that floats over the swamps. Mord says that now the 3 fused pieces of world fragments and the 2 individual world fragments have come together. Mord tries to talk with the witch about his repayment, but suddenly 3 intruders barged in. The leader of the group threatens Mord that they has come here to kill him. The 3 intruders tells Mord that will capture him today and bring him with them. The boss of the intruders sees the huge giant lady and asked Mord what is that thing. Mord didn't respond to his question, rather he asked them if they are from the silver blood. Hearing that Mord know about their identity, the intruder boss gets a bit surprised and questioned that how did he know about them as this is their very first meeting. Mord replied that he figures it out from the divine blood they possess. The intruder find it a bit strange, so he again asked Mord that how does he know where they are from just by seeing that they possess divine blood? The lady in their group says not to bother so much about it as they will eventually know all the things when they captures him. As the 2 of the subordinates are about to rush towards Mord, their boss stops them and tells them to awaken their divine blood and go all out from the start. The red-haired boy disagrees and says that there is no need for that, and he also wants to have some fun. The boss gives an angry look and tells them not to underestimate it as there might be other people beside them. Hearing this, the 2 of them didn't argue anymore and awaken their divine blood. The boss also awakens his divine blood and turns into a werewolf. He orders them to go and capture Mord without killing him. Mord sees their awakening and figures out that the boss is from the beast god lineage, and he cannot figure out the other 2's lineage, as all the divine blood transformation is same, which turns one's hair to silver. On the other hand, Kale is scared to see that the 3 of them has divine blood. The lady is an intermediate officer in silver blood, a high-ranking mage of the 7th Circle who has abnormally excellent tracking abilities. However, in her awakened state, her magic power rises to that of the level of a first-tier mage. But for a mage to be able to unleash their full power, they need allies to cover them, and that person is the red-haired boy with the blue sword. Mord then orders Kale to get Sadia out of here and then come back and join him. Kale refuses to go and tells Mord that even he is super strong, but going against 3 divine blood would be too much for him. Mord awakes his divine blood and shouts at Kale to quickly go away with Sadia. As Mord awakens, the intruders gets impressed to see that a 15-year-old boy has this amount of mana. As Kale and Sadia is about to leave at that time, the lady blocks their way and says to Kale that even though his stealth technique is good, but he cannot escape from her eye. Seeing that the escape route is blocked, Kale tells Mord that now they should fight them with their lives on the line. Mord replied to Kale that he will create an opening for them. So whatever it takes, they should quickly get out of here, as this is their problem, so they can't let Sadia be involved in this. The red-haired man they uses an advanced impulse technique called the Impulse Edge and rushed to attack Mord with it, the 2 of them. Clashes, and a huge explosion occurs, and they gets covered in somke. As soon as the somke clears, Kale and the intruder boss get super shocked to see that Mord uses his aura gauntlet and smashes the head of the red-haired boy and kills him in a spilt of seconds. The fighting between the 2 parties starts. Kale is barely holding himself against the lady using his wind magic. On the other hand, Mord has already killed one of the intruders, and now he up against with their boss. The werewolf says to Mord that he didn't expect that he could use aura, and so from now on he will treat him accordingly. Saying this, the werewolf starts to vibrate and radiating purple lightning from its body. Seeing this, Mord gets a bit nervous, and at that time the werewolf launched an attack on Mord. Mord blocks the attack with his arms, but the strength of the attack was so much that he was sent flying and he hits the ground hard and cracks it. The werewolf didn't stop there. He again rushed towards Mord and launched an attack with his purple lightning. As the lightning hits Mord, a huge explosion occurs and this time gets hurt and he lays down on the ground. The werewolf then stands in front of him and says that they have formed this unit in a way that they would overwhelm him. Mord looks at the werewolf and thinks that he's stronger than he expected. Mana, size, physical prowess, and speed, he's ahead of him in all of those. Moreover, he also has an artifact. God's item, artifacts. When the mythic age ended and the gods departed from the mortal realm, artifacts disappeared from this world. However, those with divine blood, who can wield divine items to a high degree, can temporarily use artifacts with the permission of the gods. Seeing the surprised face of Mord, the werewolf laughs and says that he wonders how much he can hold up before the power of the gods. Mord is far behind in comparison of strength with the werewolf, so he decides to draw powers from the 3 merged world fragments, and on top of that, he will also use the war god's body blessing. As planned, Mord uses all of this, and his mana has rise to whole new level. He attacks the werewolf's chin with all this mana. Getting hit on the chin, the werewolf flies away and spits blood from his mouth. Mord jumps in the sky and goes towards the werewolf, and as he is about to throw another punch at that time, the lady attacks Mord with her Skyfang technique. The attack lands on Mord's back, and he falls on the ground. He then looks back and sees that the werewolf and the lady has come together. Mord cannot understand why the lady is here, so he looks at Kale's side and sees that he is being chased by the reinforcements of the Silver Blood. Mord is currently injured and is laying on his knees. At that time, the werewolf uses his artifact and rushes towards to finish Mord. As he is about to land an attack, he gets stopped by hearing the screams of the lady. As he turns back, he sees that the lady's leg is broken and is on fire. The giant lady is the one responsible for this. The giant says that she didn't interfere before because Mord didn't want her to. But she cannot just watch idly while her benefactor is getting beaten. She gets angry and looks at the lady angrily and uses her fire to surround them. Seeing the angry giant, the lady crawls on the ground out of fear. The giant stands up and said that we, the Ildervas, share divine power amongst ourselves. The more of us there are, the weaker we are individually. However, I am currently the sole lineage of the fire spirit. I'm the strongest I could ever be. By saying this, the giant lady starts to radiate intense fire, but as she walks forward, she feels a huge headache and falls on the ground. She is also unable to use her powers. Seeing her status, Mord understands the situation. The reason she cannot use her powers is because the age of legends has ended. Sadia is now someone that should not exist here. For someone like that to use a god's power, she needs to pay with something, but now she has nothing to give in this moment. Mord then tells her that there is no need to push herself as he will be able to handle the boss. He also tells her to go and help Kale. Sadia feels uneasy about it, but assures her that he will be enough to beat the werewolf. Mord seems to have a plan, as he seems confident that he can go against the werewolf. All divine bloods have their own unique traits. The unique traits given to those of God of combat's bloodline is strength comparable to a weapon, and this man's trait is that his impulse is imbued with lightning. Its advantage is its great destructive power. As Mord is building up his power, the werewolf rushed towards him. Mord's attack is ready, and it's a new technique called the Thornbush Forest Keeper. The werewolf's power is a great match for the Thornbush Forest Keeper, which mixes with the opponent's impulse to lock their movements. As the attacks hit the werewolf, he became freeze, unable to move his body. Mord then goes towards the werewolf and starts to punch him. Mord is using a technique of the Vernars called the Void Breaker. This technique focuses the power of constant punching into one explosive punch. The werewolf gets confused as the punches of Mord is not affecting him, but after a while he feels that the power of all the punches is gathering in a single spot. As the powers gathers on a single spot, the werewolf bursts, and his flesh spread all over the ground. Mord emerge victorious in this intense fighting. On the other hand, Sadia and Kale is fighting the reinforcement unit. The two of them had gathers all the unit members in the middle, and Sadia uses her fire and surrounds them and burns them to ashes, and the rest of them were killed by Kale. Mord then walks towards the lady and he also kills her. After the battle is over, Kale asked Mord that why did he kill the lady. Mord sassy that the higher-ups of the Silver Blood has bans. If they try to expose important information, the ban activates and turns them into enraged monsters. Hearing this, Kale says that he knew they were dangerous, but he didn't accepted them to be so cruel. Mord then asked Kale if he was aware of the Silver Blood. We come across them sometimes in the White Demon realm. They're dangerous guys, so people like me in the higher ranks receive some basic information on them. Kale replied this to Mord. Mord understand it as the Vernars is also a very powerful family, and they have excellent informants, so it is a basic thing that they will know about the Silver Blood. Kale cannot get that, how Mord knows so much about the Silver Blood, so he asked Mord about this. I'm sure I've told you, it's because I was shown a great prophecy through the traces of the god left in me, Mord replied. Kale speaks up and says that no one will believe in this. At that time, Sadia asked Mord that if some other divine power and the god of combat Verners show you such prophecies. Mord replied yes. After that, Mord walks towards the corpse of the red-haired man, and he picks up the blue sword and gives it to Kale. Kale gets happy as this sword is better than his own. The three of them gathers all the corpses into one place, and Sadia set fire on them. She said that she will also seal it, as if they burn the corpses here, they will be easily tracked down. Mord and Kale is amazed to see her godly powers as they have never seen this before. After the sealing, Sadia asked Mord that how can she repay him. Mord says that he wants to take the sword that she is protecting. Sadia says that it is a cursed sword. Mord tells her that he already knew that and he also know how to uncurse it. Sadia asked him how. The reason that sword is dangerous is because of the soul of a strong demon within it. It's a weapon with its own consciousness, so it lures the owner with power to turn them insane. In the end, it pulls the owner into ruin. If so, then I just need to invade the sword with my own consciousness and get rid of the soul. Mord says this to Sadia. Hearing this, Sadia asked if it is possible to get rid of the demon in the sword. It wasn't back in the time when you were cursed. But after such a long time has passed, its consciousness should have weakened, Mord replies. Mord then thinks in this mind that it's actually a proven method. Aiden got rid of the curse in the very same way. Plus, during the battle, he felt that the second level of the divine blood opening isn't something that he can reach through training or talent. He did observe Kessner and Ilden since they've reached that level, but this battle has made it clear. He need to accomplish something great. What a human needs in order to become a god is an achievement great enough to be recorded as a legend. Proving yourself worthy is the only way to reach that realm. Only a meaningful battle and victory will bring light and glory to the divine power one possess. Mord had gotten closer to that realm with the battle today. He obtained a meaningful victory against 3 people of divine bloodlines, and ones that had reached the second level at that, and now Mord decides to kill Vikalos, the one who brought the entire giant race to ruin in the blink of an eye. Upon kill, Mord will take one step forward to be even closer to the second level. Mord then tells Sadia to put his consciousness into the sword. As Mord's wish, Sadia puts Mord consciousness in the sword. After that, Mord find himself on a desert. He then shouts out loud and says to Vikalos that he has come for him and tells him to show himself. Vikalos hears the words of Mord and he gets happy as he thinks that he can finally escape from here. Vikalos then reaches hand towards Mord and tells him to sign a contract with him, and he can provide him with powers that will let him dominate the whole world. Mirius, the king that rules over the countless gods, he sacrificed his own bloodline to create a sword. The sword was meant to be a vessel to seal Vikalos. Vikalos was such a powerful being that even Mirius would have struggled to defeat him, so sealing Vikalos was a great feat for Mirius. So as now Mord has come to him, he wants to possess Mord and take his physical body back. After that, he will kill Mirius who sealed him here, and later he will establish himself as this world's demon king once again. But Mord knew about the plan of Vikalos, so he rejected his tempting offer, saying that his plan of gaining his physical body will not be accomplished as the body of his no longer exist. Hearing this, Vicolos asked Mord that what he means by that. Mord says to him that after Mirius sealed him here, both the demon realm and the world were faced with great changes, and his empty body was devoured by the other demons. Mord further says that he is just a soul without a body, and a soul that has been far from its body is bound to disappear. In other words, he is going to die sooner. Hearing this, Vicolos gets furious and throws a tantrum. He threatens Mord for tells such a nonsensical lie to him. Mord swears on his life that he is speaking the truth. Vicolos didn't believe on him, and asked that if he know that swearing and lying in front of the demon king means death. Mord replied that he know about this. Hearing this, Vicolos tells that he is arrogant and he will regret this. After that, Vicolos casts some sort of spell. A grim reaper appear behind Mord, and his neck, hands, and legs were tied up with a chain. Vicolos then again asked Mord to tell the truth. Mord again repeats that Vicolos' body is gone. After that, Vicolos begin to witness the scene, and he sees that tons of demons is fisting on his body. Seeing this, Vicolos breaks down and fall on his knees. Mord walks towards him and asks that, how did he feel witness the truth? Vicolos, it is amazing that he was able to protect his psyche for thousands of years, but once he realized that his body no longer existed in the world, his mind was completely broken by the shock. Mord grows huge, and now Vicolos is like an ant in front of him. He then crashes Vicolos with his feet and kills him, as Mord successfully uncursed the demon sword. Kale takes the sword in his hand and gets very excited. He wishes to take the sword to see. Asked Mord that what is he going to do with him? Kale thought that Mord would give it to him, but Mord's reply breaks it heart as Mord tells him that there is someone who is the rightful owner of that sword. Mord takes the sword and puts it inside the subspace bag. Kale asked about the identity of the rightful owner. Mord replies that he won't know even if he tells him, and he also tells Kale to stop his greed as he'd just receive a nice sword. Mord then asked Sadia that what she will do now. Sadia replies that she is not sure as she is a being that should not be here. She also don't know when she might die. Plus, she has nowhere to go, and no chance for revenge. As Sadia was about to speak further, Mord stops her and says that there is a chance for her to get her revenge as Mirius exists in this world as a member of the Silver Blood. Hearing this, she gets shocked and asked, how is this possible? He'll look much different than what you remember as it seems. Lot of things happened between your sealing and the end of the Age of Legends. Mord tells this to her. She understands what Mord said, and she tells that if he still exists in this world, then there is a reason for her to be here too. But as this world denies her existence, so she have no choice but to seal herself until the time comes. She tell Mord that she will be sealed once she enter this door. She requests Mord to hold on to the key of the seal for her. Mord and Kale seems a bit confused. Sadia tells them she has become the strongest witch of her kind, and she is sure that she can kill a god. But there is no point to such power if she die before she can even use it. So she requests Mord that the moment he enter a fight against Mirius, he should undo her seal and allow her to get her revenge. Hearing this, Mord asked her if she is sure of it. Sadia replied that yes, getting her reply, Mord promises her that he will make this happen no matter what. On the Silver Blood Castle, we can see Mirius is enjoying his wine and laughing. Seeing this, his subordinate come and asked for the reason of his laughter. Mirius replied that he felt his power be set free, and it's been a very long time since he felt that. In a place covered in swamps and fog, there were still traces of your power in this world. Then why did you leave it be instead of retrieving it? His subordinate asked. Mirius tells him that he might have died if he tried to retrieve it. So he had planned to retrieve the sword and the fragment once he had recovered some more. But it seems like someone has done the work for him. Hearing this, his subordinate asked, "Isn't that a loss then?" He replied, "No," and says that he is rather thankful as now when he goes to retrieve his sword, he can avoid seeing someone he didn't want to see. Mirius then take a sip of his wine and says that he intend to give that person a reward. On the other side, as Sadia is sealed in the gate, Mord and Kale goes somewhere, and there Mord smashed a mountain cave, and as they entered there, they see a golden chest. As Mord opens it, they found some items in it. Kale asked Mord about this, and he replied that these are the 6 relics left behind by a great mage from ancient times. Mord then takes a red bracelet and gives it to Kale. He further tells Kale that this bracelet will help him summon a fire spirit, and he should be able to control it as he can use fire magic. Kale seems surprised, so he asked Mord that if it is possible. Mord replies that it's a relic made by a great mage who possessed divine powers, and a god's authority can make the impossible possible. Mord gives this bracelet to Kale as he sees him as reliable teammate, so he wants him to grow into a strong mage who can control both wind and fire spirits. Kale then asked Mord that what is he going to do with the rest. Mord replies that he has already thought whom he will give them to, and he taking the ring which function is to lets the owner detect ambushes and other sudden dangers and activates a power of protection. He will also take the bracelet that will let him store some mana for later. After that, the two of them goes to a restaurant, and they were eating and talking to each other. At that time, a waiter comes to them and asks them if they are mercenaries. Mord asks the waiter whether he needs a mercenary. The waiter thinks that he should be honest with them and shares a story of an incident. The waiter shares that about 2 weeks ago, ogres started appearing around town. He says that ogres are creatures which are too terrifying for humans to face, and he has heard a lot about them. But he saw one for the very first time in his life. Fortunately, his village has some pretty good fighters, and they managed to push one back. But that wasn't the end, though. The ogre's invasions continued, and as the number of casualties gradually increased, the town became gripped with fear. But then, 3 days ago, a man showed up. The moment that man heard of our town's plight, he gladly offered to help, and slaughtered all of the monsters around the town within a single day. Even the ogres that appeared again were slashed by his sword. Wait a minute, a sword? Mord thinks deeply. Lastly, the waiter informs Mord that the man he was talking about set out in the morning to slay monsters again, but perhaps due to an unexpected situation, he didn't return until evening. Mord asks the waiter about that guy's appearance. The waiter recalls that the man had a muscular body like Mord, and that his light brown hair was tied at the back, and he even used a huge double-handed greatsword. Mord predicts that the waiter must be taking about Leon Vernars, so he decides to venture there to see in his own eyes. Mord and Kale arrive at their destination and see lots of demon corpses lying on the ground. Kale wonders who is this town's hero who is killing all the ogres and demon and assumes that he must be someone from the Vernars bloodline, but Kale says that he has one confusion. If the person is a Vernars, then why he would a sword and a long one at that, he wonders. Mord replies that there is law saying that all the Vernars should fight barehanded, and he adds that the man must be trying to hide his lineage. Mord remembers that in the novel, Leon said to Aiden that during his journey to a rural territory, as he stopped approaching danger, he coincidentally stumbled into the ruins where he's said to have received the god of combat's legacy. And according to Mord, it seems like now's the time for that to happen after all. Mord says that he has arrived to the place. Kale replies that the thing that is happening in this place right now must be demonification, but the entrance seems strange to him. Mord replies that the ground probably collapsed due to some shock like an earthquake. So the ruins inside were exposed to the outside, and then he stands at the entrance and says that this is the point where the demonification occurs, and the dungeon weakens. Mord has no idea about the whereabouts or timings for entering the ruins, but he finds himself lucky, because he will get to meet Leon Vernars here. Inside that place, Vernars is seen to be in his knees. One of the monster praises Leon that he is amazing and damn strong with only his bare hand, but he asks Leon why he is using that sword even though he can't use this, probably. Leon, who is now in his divine blood awakened mode, questions the monster what's the point of him asking that. Leon thinks that these guys are way too strong. Not only is each one of them at the level of a high-ranking undead, judging from their similar combat skills, it's a guarantee that these ashes are from Vernars' bloodline. The monster says that he is ready for another round. The monster is using a technique similar to the Vernars to attack Leon. Suddenly, Mord makes an outstanding entry, breaking his skeletons into pieces. One of the monster asks Mord to introduce himself. The other monster regenerates himself. Mord doesn't find any reason for why he would tell them his identity. The monsters thinks that Mord is looking down on them and they decide to deal with Mord first. The monsters appears right in front of Mord in a matter of seconds. Mord quickly uses his aura gauntlet along with mirage destruction to damage all the skeletons in one go, and lastly he finishes them off with his 3 impulse balls. Mord didn't even have to use his divine blood to deal with the monsters. One of Skulls, who is still alive, says that he is Count Wirgun of the Demon Delm, and he would never forget the shame Mord brought upon his tribes. The monster couldn't finish his words because Mord smashes his skull into 2 pieces. Leon wonders who is that monster of a man that can defeat the monsters without opening his divine blood. "Meester, Leon Vernars, why are you here?" Kale asks. Leon slides back while asking whether they are Vernars. Leon says that he would not go to the main residence. Mord thinks that Leon Vernars used to be the 5th of the Vernars' successor candidates. But 5 years ago, he gave up on the competition and left the family. And in the novel, he met Aiden after leaving and became a dependable ally to him. Mord answers that he is here just because the village people asked him to look for Leon. Leon tells that he can hardly believe Mord's word. Mord replies that it pisses him off when somebody doesn't believe their savior's word. Then, Mord reminds Leon that he is not in the state to deal with the demonification all by himself because of his injury. Kale tries to ensure Leon by telling him that he recognized Leon just because he has seen him before, as he is an advanced warrior. Advanced warrior? How can a little kid like him be on the same rank as me? Leon thinks. Kale introduces himself to Leon and says that he is from the Gatekeeper Legion affiliated with General Ilden, and adds that the Vernars doesn't care about Leon, so they won't pry on his privacy. Leon understands the situation and tells thanks to Mord for saving his life. In the novel, it was said Leon was arrogant and gloomy, but in reality he is kinda different, Mord perceives. In the novel, it is said that Leon Vernars, from a young age, he had always been compared to his talented brothers, plus he lacked support from the family. As he grew older, there were less opportunities for him, and when his mother died from an illness, he was freed from all the ties to the family. He left the main residence and wandered around the continent. Meanwhile, he obtained an inheritance of the god of combat in the ruins. This allowed him to grow as strong as his other brothers, through the help of other advanced items and God's blessing. 5 years from now, he will meet Aiden. Aiden will see potential in Leon and will convince him to jump into the successor competition. Then, with Aiden's full support, he will take the Archduke position. At the same time, he would also pass over every world fragment to Aiden, fully believing that his savior would protect the world from evil. But at the end, that trust would be completely destroyed. Mord ordered Kale to escort Leon outside and provides him with a healing potion for Leon. Leon questions Mord why aren't they taking him into the demonification raid. Mord replies that it's better not to take an injured person in the raid. Leon tries to ensure them that he can still fight, but Mord refuses, saying that he would just get in the way. Do you want to be a hindrance to the same people that saved your life, just for the sake of your own ego? Mord questions. By hearing this, Leon realizes his mistake and tells them sorry for his stubbornness. Kale asks Mord whether he would continue on his own. Mord replies by saying yes, and tells Kale to put a wind spirit on Mord to find his location. Mord thinks that Leon fell into a trap here, and fell into the ruins underground. That's how he was able to obtain the god of combat's inheritance. So how will I find it? Mord wonders. Mord guesses that he would be able to find it if he destroys this whole place. Mord destroys the place, and arrives at a place where historic books are kept. The book which Mord is looking at right now is about the research and development of combat techniques, and these are all things left behind by the Vernars. Mord decides to take some books as he already had a bag with him. He finds a box which he remembered can only be opened by Vernar's bloodline, and this is where the god of combat's inheritance is. He opens that box and sees a world fragment on it. He thinks that this is the 8-1 that he acquired. He finds a stone plaque which he assumes was used to summon the god of combat in the novel. As he touches the stone plaque, Mord feels a strange aura covering him. Mord smiles because by only touching the stone plaque, it fills him with the desire to fight. It's definitely not a normal stone plaque. Mord conceives, and he is sure it's an object that offers the same experiences as the god of combat's grave. Mord looks at something and says that this is the god of combat's inheritance that helped Leon overcome his lack of talent. He says the word dragon, a mythical creature that no longer exists. And the object that was created using the head dragon that was hunted by the god of combat was a belt named the god of combat's belt. Kale arrives at that area and asks Mord whether this belt is a magical item. Mord replies that it's apparently an ancient relic made from dragon leather. Mord wears the belt, and Kale thinks that Mord is sharp for not letting Leon see this item. Outside that area, Leon is sitting under a tree and thinks that he is powerless, and suddenly he feels that somebody is approaching him. Mord and Kale meets Leon. Kale tells Leon that they didn't find any demons inside, and Mord asks Leon how is he feeling. Leon replies by saying that he is fine thanks to them. Leon asks for Mord's name. Mord introduces himself by saying that he is Mord Vernars from the outside lineage. Leon remembers that there was no Mord in the direct bloodline, so he must be from the outside. Then, Leon asks for Mord's age. Mord answers that he is 15. By hearing this, Leon gets totally shocked. Mord wants to leave this area and tells Leon that they should go, and Leon must take rest and eat well since he has opened his divine blood. Mord says that they have to stay here for a couple of days and then leave this area. Leon questions where are they going. Mord replies saying that it doesn't matter where he is going. Then Leon asks Mord whether he is going somewhere related to the family. Mord answers by saying no. Then can I come with you? Mord asks desperately. Mord asks Leon to state his reasons for saying this, but Leon cannot explain his reasons at first. Mord gets angry and says that he would give Leon 1 day to think about it, and he tells Leon that he would decide after hearing Leon's decision. Kale invites Leon to come with them to have dinner. They arrive at the restaurant. That night, the lord of the village asked us if there was anything we wanted as a reward for preventing the demonification of the village. Kale asked for some money, and Leon asked for a new sword to replace his broken one, and Mord asked for a large space completely isolated from the outside world. Mord is currently in his divine blood awakened form, and he provides some of his blood to the stone plaque that he received recently. Mord assumes that he entered into his mind realm, but the location isn't specific this time. Ha ha ha! What a great view! It's a great place to beat someone to a pulp! Mord turns around and sees that the god of combat is saying these things. The god of combat greets his descendant. Mord sees that the god of combat is the same being as last time. Vernars, the god of combat, explains that he looks the same because he is a remnant of the god of combat, not some illusion or copy. The authority of the god of combat in the heavens is still linked with him. Vernars notices that Mord has gotten stronger from the last time, so he tells Mord to get ready for his last lesson. Mord tells Vernars that before starting he has 2 questions. Firstly, why are you smaller than your descendants? Secondly, does someone of the god of combat bloodline realizing more than a certain amount of potential lead to any side effects? Mord asks these 2 questions. Mord told the god of combat how the Vernars family has changed and what kind of things the Archduke is doing right now to stop aging. By hearing these, the god of combat was very displeased. Mord says that the Archduke is strong enough to be called the incarnation of the god of combat. From what he knows, the Archduke has reached level 4 divine blood opening, but he's aged very quickly ever since. Vernars explains that it's possible if other blood is mixed in, considering the height thing. Since the family is more than 400 years old, he is sure various kinds of other bloodlines are mixed in. There are those among the giants who are strong but have short lifespans. Mord thinks the reason the Archduke aged so fast wasn't revealed in the novel, and if it was an issue of other bloodlines, then it makes sense. As Mord was thinking about these matters, suddenly the 10-year-old Vernars arrives. As the 10-year-old Vernars arrives, he tells Mord that he was feeling down after losing to him in the last time, so now he wants to have a go with him with all of his strength. Mord also agrees to fight with him. Getting the confirmation from Mord Vernars awakens his divine blood, and by seeing him, Mord also does the same. Mord also feels that there is a different kind of power in the young Vernars' divine blood power. Vernars is a demigod born to the god of the heavens, Arita, and a human woman. He made the divine blood he inherited from his father completely his own, and became a divine being through his own accomplishments. What Mord use is Vernar's divine blood, but what the young Vernars is using is the Arita's divine blood. The power of Arita is definitely different from Vernar's, but for some reason Mord feels this power quite familiar. The young Vernars rushed towards Mord and beat the shit out of him. The young Vernars says that it's been 5 months they have last fought, and in this, he has learned aura. He then smiles and says that he is quite late, as he had already learned aura when he was 12 years old, so now he will show him the next level that he will need to attain. By saying this, the young Vernars starts to emit aura, but one word from Mord made him shocked. Mord tells him that if he is taking about aura accelerator, a skill in which you mobilize highly concentrated aura and accelerate it at the perfect moment to produce overwhelming destructive power. Mord gets up and starts to perform the aura accelerator technique. Seeing Mord performing this, the young Vernars gets surprised. Mord has practiced this technique countless times in his mind, realm, but this is the chance for him to test the technique in a real-life combat. Mord accelerates at a lightning speed towards the young Vernars. The young Vernars didn't get a chance to move, and the attack hits him directly. As the attack lands, the body of the young Vernars gets shattered into pieces, and by seeing this, Mord gets shocked. Mord then asked the old Vernars that if he really win this easily. The old Vernars replied yes, and says that he also didn't expect this. Mord tells him that he is not satisfied and wants a more challenging battle. The old man then calls his 23-years-old self and tells Mord to fight him as he will not be disappointed. A big young guy with long dark hair appears and says hello to Mord and tells him that he will make up for his past self. The man has dark hair, but his eyes are a transparent silver that's proof that he's made most of his father Arita's divine blood his own, and he hasn't even opened his divine blood nor his mana, but it's already at Mord's level. In other words, this guy is a monster, and the real lesson for Mord begins here. The fight between them starts, and they have already fought 500 battles. In this 500 rounds, Mord has not even touched the Vernar's body. After fighting this long, the skills of Mord has risen drastically, and after 500 rounds, Mord is able to lay a simple hit on the man's face. On the other hand, Mord is completely covered in wounds, and blood is all over him. The Vernars praises Mord for landing a hit on him as he was at his full power and was taking the battle seriously. Even if Mord's body recovers, but the mental damage is still there. Plus, the more he fights, the more he can really feel what kind of a monster he is. Mord gets furious and wants to punch this man's face more. At that time, Mord feels a bit shaky and he slightly hears that someone has called his name. The Vernars then ask the old man that how much time is there for them. About 100 more times. The descendant has collected more world fragments, so we have more time. Since the fragments are taking on the bulk of the power, there is less of a toll on us for using authority from the heavens. Plus, with how fast he's improving, you might have to open your divine blood. Soon, the old Vernars said this. The young one says that he didn't think that Mord has improved that much, and he also feels like Mord is reaching his maximum limit. After the small talk, the fight between them starts again. Rounds are rising up, but Mord is able to land a clear hit. Currently, it's 610th round, and the Vernars is beating Mord to his death. He throws Mord to the huge rock where the old man was standing. The rock shatters, and the old man gets down. The young Vernars then teases the old man and says that he didn't need to awaken his divine blood. On the other hand, Mord is on the verge of losing his mind. Mord was going deep into his consciousness and is about to lose himself in there. With the rising of mental exhaustion, Mord feels that something is boiling inside him. At that time, he hears a voice which says him to leave it. Mord opens his eyes and sees a spiral of white clouds, and from this clouds emerges a divine entity. The divine being tells Mord to stop thinking so much and leave it to his instincts. In the meantime, the two Vernars arguing with each other, and the old man feels something has changed in Mord, and he tells the young one to get ready as the battle is not over yet. Mord gets up and is emitting huge amount of force. The young Vernars also feels the changes in Mord. Mord then rushes towards him. Seeing this, the Vernars gets tensed and awakens his divine blood. Mord gets closer to him and lands a solid him. But due to the man's divine blood, he minimized the damage and survives the powerful hit. But Mord didn't stop there. He jumps towards the man with a more powerful attack. As the attack lands, a huge explosion occurs, creating huge dust smoke. The man successfully dodged the attack, and if he didn't dodged it, Ao would be a goner. The smokes rise up in the sky and takes a spiral shape. Mord is completely drained out and is laying on the ground. Mord is also confused as he didn't know what he'd just do. At that time, the old Vernars comes towards him clapping his hands and congratulates Mord for awaking the divine blood of Arita. Mord asked him if this is the power of the God of Heaven. Yes, your instincts understood that this power was within you. Don't forget that feeling. It may have just opened its eyes, but when you finally manifested its true powers, and when it forms a balance with the power you have from me, you'll realize what it's like to have two divine powers within you, the old Vernars says. Mord also gets that maintaining balance is important, as this power from Arita is divine authority. It's strong, but it has the possibility of swallowing the human mind. Mord need to have the god of combat's power be the basis, so that he can utilize this power without his mind being shredded to nothing. As the time is running out, the old Vernars blessed Mord with divine physique for winning against his old self. After that, the old man tells Mord that he will look forward to their next meeting, and he is curious to see how much he will have mastered Arita's power by then. After that, the old man bid farewell to his descendant, and this is how the meeting between the descendant and the ancestor ends. As Mord gets out, he sees that Leon is waiting for him. Leon is serious and tells Mord that he wants to talk with him. He tells Mord that in order to explain why he want to come along with him on his travels, he need to first explain why he left the family. Saying this, Leon starts his story. My father was part of the direct lineage, but he ended up passing away in a battle against feudal lord-ranked demons. My mother's side of the family did not have enough influence or power to compensate for the loss of my father. The people who had supported us began leaving our side one by one, and others began harassing us through indirect means. Back when I was a trainee, it was much more common to request a god of combat spirit in situations where an instructor would push harder on one candidate. The more we were harassed, the more pressure I received from my mother's side of the family to become the best. But compared to the other successors, I lacked talent. I was considered gifted growing up. But when I became an official warrior, I was faced with a harsh reality. The reality was that if I was gifted, then the others were geniuses. Amongst them, I suffocated from the pressure and comparisons. But what was harder to deal with was the words that would come from my mother's side of the family, and especially those from my mother herself. My mother used to try to brainwash me daily that I would become the best. But as time went on, she became more hysterical. Each time I proved not good enough for her, she was violent with me. Of course, it didn't hurt since my body was hardened, but my mind was torn to shreds each time by the pain. I always wanted to run away, but Erna was there for me. However, Erna then started to show the potential of a genius, and people began to compare us more and more. In the end, I could not look at Erna and smile. I began seeing her as a threat. I hated myself for that. That is when I decided to leave the family. Even when my mother was dying from her illness, she glared at me with demon-like eyes and cursed me with her hurtful words. Seeing her was hell for me. When she passed away, I felt freed. On the day of her funeral, I left the family. In a world away from the Vernars, I felt free and strong once again, but I realized that was all an illusion. I had just been lucky enough to come across enemies that were weaker than me. In the last 5 years, I had never tested my limits. I felt powerless. I learned that only when I was on the brink of death. But in that moment, you appeared, Mord. As if the world was giving me one more chance, I felt that it was some kind of fate, so I want to come with you and find out exactly what it was that I felt. Leon says all of this, Mord. Mord hears all of this patiently and asks Leon if he is done with all of his story. Leon gets nervous and replies Mord that he is done. Getting the reply from Leon, Mord warns him that this journey will be a lot more dangerous than he thinks, as an organization called the Blood of Silver is after him, hearing the name of the Blood of Sliver. Leon gets shocked. Seeing his shocked face, Mord asked him that if he know about this organization. Leon replied that he has heard of them when he was working as a mercenary. Their forces are as strong as the Vernars. We don't know when we might come across them, so think about that and decide. Mord tells this to Leon. Leon didn't show an ounce of hesitation and tells Mord that he will go with him, as he can be a help to them when they fight with those guys. After thinking for a while, Mord tells Leon that he can come with them. Kale was hearing all of this, and after Mord's decision, he questioned Mord that it might cause some problem if he take him with them to the north. Mord replies that's not his problem. Leon gets happy, and he assures Kale that there will be no problem as he has already left the family succession competition. He also tells Kale to not address him so formally, as he is not a part of the family. Kale puts a smile on his face and agrees with him. Mord then tells him to go to their rooms and take rest as they will be leaving tomorrow. Kale asked him about their destination. Mord replies, the Midwestern region of Lutven Kingdom. We're going to Palace County. Then, in the next morning, we can see Mord and the other two as arrived at the Palos country. They are passing through a busy market, and from there, Leon has bought many tools and weapons. Kale then asked him the reason for this. Leon replied that he wants to hide his identity, and that's why he has brought all this armors and a long sword. Kale says that if it was really necessary, as Mord is here, I'm just preparing in advance in case we get involved with familial matters someday. Plus, I'm used to a sword because it's what I used after leaving the family, Leon said. Hearing this, Kale now understands the reason why Leon is so weak in close combat. He has sparred with Mord so many times, but every time he gets defeated, without landing any fatal blow. The two of them starts fighting and Mord stops them and tells Kale to go and find a way to the black market. Hearing that Mord is willing to go to the black market, Kale gets happy as he thinks that he will receive new items from here. Leon raises him hand, tells Mord that he knows a way that will take them to the bulk market. They then goes to the black market, and from there Mord buy a few things. Leon asked Mord that if he has come so far to buy this lowly items. Mord replies that the items he bought are valuable, and he then tells Leon to drop his blood on a weird object. Leon gets confused and asked Mord that, what is the reason behind this? Mord tells him to stop all the questioning and just do what he told. Leon then make a small cut on his fingertip and drops blood on the object. As the blood comes in contact to the object starts to glow up and it turns into a glove. Seeing this, Kale and Leon get surprised and asked Mord, what is this? It's a relic called Stone Giant's Gloves that can only be used by those with divine blood. It uses divine blood, not mana, so you need to feed it your blood regularly for it to function. It's great as a defense item, and if its skill is activated, it'll temporarily amplify your power, as much as the legendary Stone Giants. Mord tells this to Leon. As strong as a stone giant? That's ridiculously strong. You're really giving me this? Leon questioned. Mord answered yes and hand over the item to him. The next item that Mord bought is a pair of earrings. The function of the earring is that the ancient spirit inside will warn you of danger, and when it's activated during battle, it'll heighten your senses. Mord awakens his divine blood and activates the earrings and give them to Kale, which makes Kale super happy. Kale then asked Mord about the last item that he bought. Mord tells that the last item he bought is the sequel of the item that he bought from the previous black market. Mord then takes out the two items from his subspace bag. As he puts the two items side by side, the item starts to merge and turns into a complete book. Mord takes the book and opens it and sees that a map has appeared in the pages. After looking at map thoroughly, he puts the book back into his bag. He then asked Leon if he knows about an information broker. Hearing this, Kale gets excited and says that he will ask about it at the back alley folks. Kale also asked Mord that who is he looking for. Mord replies that he is looking for Aiden, who is a mercenary mage who's about 15 or 16. Later on, we can see Mord and the other are heading towards a dungeon. While going, Leon asked Mord about Aiden. Mord replies that Aiden is someone with divine blood who is also enemies with the blood of silver. Which kind of divine blood? Leon asked. A god that is said to appear as an old hermit to aid others who are in need of wisdom. god of forest and wisdom, Magenta. A divine blood perfect for becoming a mage, Mord replied. He then starts to recall the storyline of the novel. According to the Stroy these days, it is very hard to come across someone who has inherited his divine blood, and most of them work in the magic field. But of those, Aiden is the only one who managed to awaken the power of the divine blood. There's a reason Aiden was called a genius mage. Of course, that monstrous talent was only possible because of his sister's sacrifice. Aiden's older sister grew up listening to the voices of the god's power within her. When the blood of silver ambushed Aiden's family, she sacrificed herself in order to save Aiden and awakened her divine power, and she turned that power into a blessing to give to Aiden and died. As a result, Aiden felt his dormant divine blood awaken, and Aiden began working as a mercenary in Palace, slowly making a name for himself despite his young age. As Mord is walking as thinking all of this at that time, Kale asked Mord that what he is going to do when he finds Aiden. Mord replied that he don't have any immediate plan. After walking for a while, the three of them has come near a waterfall. Mord looks at the waterfall and tells that the dungeon is here. Saying this, he jumps. According to the real Stroy in the near future, Aiden will find his first world fragment here, as well as detailed records about the world fragments, and those were his first steps to becoming the mage that dominated the world. Mord then thinks that, how will Aiden's fate change if he take those things before he does? As Mord falls, he moves closer to the waterfall, and at some point he pierced the waterfall and founds a cave. The three of them then gets inside the cave. Kale is amazed to see that there is a dungeon behind the waterfall. Leon is also amazed, but he is a bit curious that how Mord knows about this place, so he directly asked Mord. But Mord didn't answer him and ignores. Kale explains Leon that Mord is like this. He then asked Mord about the type of this dungeon. Mord replied that it's not a difficult one, so there is no need to worry. As they gets deep inside, they comes to a strange place that has big statues and has strange patterns drawn on the floor. Mord says that this dungeon is actually made up of riddles and traps and known as a Ruin-Tio dungeon. Kale gets angry as he is really bad at solving riddles. Mord reassures Kale by saying that he knows a quicker way to complete this dungeon as he lands on a trap as a result. The mummy-like soldiers wake up and started throwing their spears at Mord. Mord accumulates mana in his hand and destroy the spears. He tells Kale that they just needs to destroy the riddle. Leon says that he knows a little when it comes to dungeons like these, but somehow he feels that Mord's way of clearing the dungeon is crazier than it looks. As they venture deeper, they come across a gargoyle. Kale asks what kind of room is this going to be. Leon replies that it really doesn't matter as Mord is destroying each and every room they've entered until now. A trap appears in front of them where they have to guess the right picture. As they were looking into it, Mord tells them to move away and breaks the traps. As a result, around 50 of gargoyles appears. Leon says that if it's just gargoyles, then they should be fine, but suddenly the door changes, and from it a stone golem appears. Mord rushes forward at the golem as he tells Kale and Leon to take care of the rest. Mord breaks the left hand of the stone golem. After breaking it, he sees a red core and wonders what's that. As he was thinking, the golem restores his hand. Mord conceives that the power of magic in this room is amplifying the stone golem's power. Then, he thinks that if he doesn't destroy that core of the golem, maybe the golem will keep restoring itself. And Gargoyle charges an attack in his mouth and releases at Leon. Leon dodges it and rushes forward with his new long sword. Leon feels annoyed by the gargoyle. Kale suggests Leon to first with his bare hands while he orders his spirits to help them by preventing the gargoyles from flying. The spirits binds the gargoyles and uses a lighting sword and cuts the gargoyles into pieces. On the contrary, Mord is using his aura's second-level realm known as Aura Accelerator to completely destroy the golem and successfully destroys its core. Goodness, he destroyed that giant golem just like that? Leon thinks as he can't fathom what's happening right now. Leon says that he has seen a lot of geniuses, but this person, Mord, is a monster. Mord turns and asks Leon whether he has done his job yet. Leon drops his sword and tells Mord to wait a bit, and he will make it over quickly, and finally he uses his fists as he destroys tons of the gargoyles in a matter of seconds. Kale watches Leon annihilating the gargoyles and thinks that Leon must use his fists from now on, as Leon is much better in fists than any sword. Finally, they arrive at the boss room. As they enters, they see that the room is empty. They hear an unknown voice telling them challengers and commends them for reaching this point. The voice says that the person only with courage and wisdom can reach this room. Wisdom and courage? Leon and Kale thinks that Mord used none to come up to this point. Only those who are qualified should possess a great god's power. You have proven yourselves worthy, so it's time for your reward. The voice speaks, and out of nowhere a box and a stone slate appears. The stone slate contains some ancient writing which they have never seen before. Mord recognizes that this is a stone slate with very detailed explanations of the world fragments. This was a changing point for Aiden's life and decides to destroy it so that Aiden doesn't get to see it. Kale asks Mord why he is destroying it. Mord replies that he felt a strange sense of danger. Mord opens up the box from which the world fragments comes out, and Mord collects it. Kale questions Mord as he wants to know why Mord is collecting fragments. Mord answers that he is doing this in order to save the world. Mord feels a slight change in his body, and this time it feels like quite a big change. Mord thinks that the world fragments not only bring forth the owner's power, but also changes the owner, and with more time, the owner absorbs the world, fragments power, and becomes stronger. This fragment is like a cliff with a giant boulder placed on the edge. The three chunks that Mord previously had combined with it to become one. Mord finishes his job. "What do you mean by saving the world?" Leon asks. Mord ignores the question and tells them that the dungeon is about to collapse, so they should go back. Kale thinks that Mord isn't like a type of guy who will lie for his benefits, and Kale doesn't know the reason why Mord feels this dependable. In the next scene, some assassins are killing the people who are from the blood of silver, and a certain person is left. The last standing guy from the blood of silver gets scared as he trembles in fear. He thinks that these assassins might be the top elites from the Shadow Wolf squad. Why's that? 3 awakened divine blood guys get killed previously. He realizes that he absolutely has no chance of victory here, so he thinks that he needs to summon a higher-up's consciousness into his body before he gets killed. The boy tells the Shadow Wolf squad that he will drag all of them with him, but the Shadow Wolf squad quickly decapitates him. One of them says that the boy was a disappointed coming from the blood of silver. The other one replies that these guys are just minions, and they shouldn't underestimate the blood of silver because their general has warned them. One of them turns around and tells his young master to let them know when he gets tired, as they are going to be in a rush from now on, and he tells his younger master that if he gets tired, they would take turns and carry him in their backs. The young master says that he wonders what kind of person Mord is, as they are going such lengths just to meet this particular individual. Lastly, he says that he is really curious. In the next scene, Mord feels that he definitely got stronger. Now that the 4 fragments are together, he can extract power from the fragments for a longer period of time now, and now he can even use this for healing. Mord thinks that the divine physique which he received as a second blessing from the god of combat takes a lot to use it, but it'll be great for the right situations. Kale knocks Mord's room and tells him that they got the results of investigation from the informants, and it seems they found Aiden. Mord opens the door and asks about Aiden's whereabouts. Kale replies that apparently Aiden left this city yesterday. Kale reads the report which says that Aiden appeared in Palace about 5 months ago. He was working as a mercenary before he met this mage named Levon and became his disciple. Levon is an advanced 6-circle mage who's rather popular within the Palos Dark family. That's why no one has been able to touch the organization. Levon is affiliated with, despite it not being that big. Last night, some unidentified group attacked the organization's base. Because of that, dozens of people died, and the guards are now tracking down the murderers under the Count's orders. Kale finishes the report by saying that apparently Aiden left through the eastern castle gates. He said that he was going to the countryside because of his mentor's request, but the informants are saying that the mentor probably just sent him away for the sake of his own safety. Mord thinks that fate has changed as this was supposed to happen at least half a year later, and plus, Levin couldn't predict that this would have happened, and sacrificed himself in Mord's past life to save Aiden, and the novel starts with Aiden setting out for revenge. Aiden grew up as the son of a wealthy family in the Lutvan kingdom. He lived a life like that of a flower growing in a greenhouse, but he lost his family due to the blood of Silver's ambush, and after that lost his mentor to the Sage of Darkness. Because of this, Aiden comes to abhor himself, feeling responsible for the deaths of his close ones. Things are going differently from my past life, was massacring Grammelder. What led to this? Mord wonders. Mord thinks that they not only held the returning monarch as their enemy, but also the Sage of Darkness and a future that Mord doesn't know has begun. They both sits on the chairs. Mord asks Kale what happened to the mage, Levin. Kale replies that he heard that Levin went missing after the ambush last night and his corpse wasn't found, but people are thinking that he's dead. Mord stands up while Kale asks whether Mord is going to be involved in this matter. Mord replies by saying yes, because he believes that the guys that are after Levin are people Mord has to face later on. How does Mord has this many enemies at just 15, and they're all dangerous secret organizations? Kale wonders. Kale asks Mord where he's going, or does he has any idea to deal with this? Mord replies by saying yes. Mord remembers that Levin created several secret locations throughout the city. They were places he had prepared in case of situations like now and for his magic research. So Mord says that he is sure that Levin is one of those locations. In the next scene, an tavern owner's working place gets attacked. The leader of the attacks asks the tavern owner to reveal Levin's locations or else he will kill the tavern owner. Levin shows up and tells them to promise not to cause any more harm to this place, then he will go with them. The owner tells Levin to stop this nonsense because the attackers definitely aren't the type to let people live. Levin tells the owner sorry as because of him the owner got Doctor in such dangerous situation. The owner tells Levin to hide somewhere while he will stall time for Levin to hide. What a lovely friendship. The leader laughs. Dark Disciple number 29, the leader says while pointing at Levin. The owner asks Levin whether he knows what they meant by 29. The leader explains that they're higher-ups of a secret organization called Mages of the Dark. They call themselves the Dark Disciples. Long ago, there was a great mage who called himself the Sage of Darkness, Erickson. He fell into his enemy's trap and was sealed. The Dark Disciples stuck their hands into Erickson's consciousness using the seal and took his knowledge and power. The leader tells that number 29 is good at hiding, as he managed to avoid them for more than a decade. The leader reminds Levin that he is nothing more than experiment who was prepared to be Erickson's vessel. Levin, you're a previous experiment. I won't make this painful for you if you just comply with UT, the leader says. Levin tells to go back and starts to attack them. The leader tells Levin that he has left no choice for but to take Levin forcefully. Levin recognizes that his opponent is using a magic attack named Jar of Sealing. The leader says that he assumed that Levin was going to try and lure the guards here by creating some loud noise. But he says that they are a secret organization with centuries of history, and they're very good at getting things done while avoiding attention. He adds that the tavern has been wrapped with a barrier so that no noise can escape while releasing an attack at Levin. Levin tries to use Partition of Darkness, but the defense didn't do that much, and Levin gets pushed back. The leader praises Levin for having such a good amount of mana, in fact, of being a mere vessel. Bam! A sound comes from the leader's back, and he turns around to see what happened. The leader sees that all his guards are lying on the ground as they get defeated by Mord. The leader tells Mord to reveal his identity. Mord tells him a Dark Disciple. You know about us? The leader questions as he says that he would get rid of Mord while releasing an attack named the Execution of Light. Mord stands still waiting for that attack to reach much closer and uses Mirage Destruction. Mord's attack was so powerful that the leader flies and hits the wall, which made him cough blood. Levin gets astonished to witness that a Dark Disciple that he feared all his life was completely overpowered by a single strike. Hey, who are you? You're fighting with your bare hands. Are you of the Werner's lineage? Levin asks while looking at Mord. Mord replies that Levan doesn't need to know. Mord says that those Sage of Darkness guys showed up here. He just happened to save Levan in the process of hunting them down to crush them. So they weren't after me, Levan thinks. In the meantime, Kale and Leon enters. Kale says that he got rid of everyone nearby. Leon praises Mord as he says that the Dark Disciple who was an advanced mage was nothing when compared with Mord. Mord says that the barrier which was created by the Dark Disciples was lifted, so they'll soon be the center of attention and decides to get out of here now. Levan intervenes and asks Mord whether he needs anything from him as Mord saved Levan's life. Mord replies that there is one thing he needs and tells Levan to be saved from the Sage of the Darkness. Then Mord tells Levan that he doesn't need to fear them as Mord will crush them one by one anyways. "You're going to destroy the Sage of Darkness all alone? That's ridiculous," shouts Levan, but then he realizes that it might be possible seeing how easily Mord annihilated the Dark Disciple here. "I always lived in the fear of not knowing when they'd ambush me. Can I finally be free from this hell?" Levan wonders. "What's your name?" Levan asks, and our main lead replies that his name is Mord. Lastly, Levan says that he will never forget this kindness and wishes to reward Mord for his kindness. He tells Mord to come with him. Mord thinks that if Levan is wanting to give him something, so he shouldn't refuse. Kale gives a healing potion to the tavern owner and treats his wounds. Levan takes them to an underground place which is less laminated. Kale gets surprised by seeing how Levan created it himself. Levan tells them that they have an hour's walk ahead of them, and the path is complicated, so he suggests them to follow him closely. Suddenly, the floor starts to shake. "What's that noise? Is the Sage of Darkness here?" Levan says loudly. The tavern owner replies that it's the sound of the explosives that he set off. The tavern owner says that he collapsed the passageway to buy them some time. Leon asks the tavern owner whether he is sure about doing this because his shop will also get destroyed in the process. The tavern owner replies that it should be fine as he will not be able to make a living in this neighborhood anymore anyway. Then, the tavern owner puts his hand on Levan's shoulder and tells him that he will follow Levan as he destroyed his shop because of Levan, so has some debt to collect from Levan. Levan gets shocked, but later he tells thanks to the owner. Suddenly, the funny moments shifts as the tavern owner glares at Levan and asks him why that dark disciple called him number 29. Levan explains that he was one of the Sage of Darkness's test subject. The Sage of Darkness has been conducting cruel medical experiments to create a vessel for Archmage Ericsson's spirit, and he was one of their guinea pigs. Levan says that he doesn't know how he became a test subject, because they erased his childhood memories. In addition, Levan says that those guys made a single mistake, and it was that they couldn't completely erase his ego. And with Ericsson's spirit inside him and his ego intact, he successfully acquired knowledge about magic through his implanted memories, thus he was able to escape using those powers. Later, he wandered around, evading their eyes, and lastly settled down in Palace, after hearing Levan's cruel story. Both Leon and Kale loses their composure and curses the Sage of the Darkness for doing such cruel things to Levan. Mord thinks Levan's story is exactly the same as he read on the novel. Mord knows that 10 years have passed since Levan escaped, but until now, most of the test subjects have died. Unable to handle Ericsson's spirit, so Ericsson is an extremely important experiment to them. Then Levan stops them by saying that they'll reach their destination. He moves the rocks and takes out a red box. "What's that?" Mord asks. Levan replies that it's the collection of information that he gathered about the Sage of the Darkness. Levan says that he has written it down in as much detail as he could, so it will give Mord a clue to their hideout. Mord remembers that this is the collection of materials that Levin gave to Aiden in his last will in the novel. Aiden gained detailed knowledge about them through this, and set out for revenge, and in the process, he gets entangled with the blood of Silver, his original subject of vengeance. Mord asks Levan where he will be going now. Levan replies that he is going to leave this place and got to an acquaintance in Sidon. Levan tells Mord to stop by the Red Dragon Drunken Frenzy on 23rd Street in the east and ask for him if Mord ever goes to Sidon and needs any help. "Ah, I see, then ask for Mord Vernars at the White Demon Realm Gatekeeper Legion. If you ever need my help," Mord replies. In addition, Mord says that there's no guarantee he will be there, but at least Levan will get in touch with Mord. Lastly, Levan wishes Mord the best of luck in his future endeavors, and with that, the step where Aiden's journey as the magician who dominates the world would start was gone. Unlike the original story, Aiden didn't lose his master, and he left Palace much earlier. How will this incident change the future? Well, only time will tell, Mord concludes, and with that, the wheels of fate have already begun to turn. In the next scene, in a palace, the Blood of Silver, senior executive, 24-hour white silver, Lutvan Kingdom's 5th prince. Ceylon tells the Blood of Silver, senior executive, 24-hour white silver, a noble named Ruth, that he is incompetent. Ruth replies that he didn't expected that the things will out this way, and he says that he is genuinely curious whether that person Mord is truly blessed by the god of luck. What about the root? Ceylon asks. Ruth replies that General Ilden is stepping in, and they've confirmed the best 4. But apart from that, they're not sure how many guys have been deployed. Ceylon wonders why the blind monster is going to such lengths for Mord. Ruth replies that Mord must be pretty important to the blind monster. Ruth tells Ceylon that fighting Ilden just for the sake of presenting Mord to his father is a losing proposition no matter how he looks at it. Ceylon gets really angry and tells Ruth that he will send reinforcements, so Ruth should get rid of Mord along with the blind monster's loyal dogs once and for all. Ruth replies that it's a charming, so it would get rid of Mord before he ends up in the old monster's arm. Ceylon gives Ruth Blood of Silver's 27 elites, all mid-level executives and above, as well as 5 divine bloods on top of that who are waiting for Ruth's command. Ruth intrudes himself to the new recruits and tells them that he will be the commanding officer in this mission. "All right, boys, shall we go hunt this newborn puppy?" Ruth questions. Mord's party has come to kill the Dark Disciples, also known as the Returning Monarch, in their hideout. Leon questions Mord why he is killing the Returning Monarch first, even though he got informations about the Sage of Darkness. Mord replies that the Returning Monarchs is close to their destination, that's why they have come to deal with them first. As Mord was walking, he smashes the floor exactly below him. Kale asks Mord, "What is this place?" Mord replies that it's the Returning Monarch's storage. Leon sees that this storage is full of expensive stuff, from processed magical herbs to high-end alchemical potions and even expensive magical items, while Mord is looking for a specific box. Mord finds that box and opens it. It contains the martial god's tears. Mord says that it's a once-in-a-lifetime trial of death that a magic martial artist can take on for the chance to advance, and he too was able to gain aura in a short amount of time, thanks to these tears of the martial god. He says that in the novel, Aiden gave the tears of martial god he got here to Leon later on, and thanks to that, Leon progressed explosively. Kale says that the martial god's tears is a secret medicine made from a recipe from the Far East, and it's hard to get your hands on this. How does the Dark Mage group have it? Kale wonders. Leon replies that this probably isn't something the Dark Disciple would have produced or purchased through normal channels anyway. They must have stumbled upon it while robbing somebody of their possessions. Kale has only heard of the god's tears, but he has never seen or touched it. Suddenly, a wired thought comes into Kale's mind. Mord, you're not going to drink this, are you? Someone as monstrously talented as you doesn't need to take a risk like this, right? Kale asks abruptly. Mord replies that he had already drunk it. Kale gets shocked and his mouth gets wide open as he asks Mord how and where he had drunk it. Mord ignores this questions and says that the god's tears cannot be used in the same person twice. So, Mord tells Kale that he would give him this strength if Kale wants it. Mord asks Kale whether he is ready to gamble with his life. Kale remembers that day General Ilden saved him and he received a dream, no, a wish. He wanted to become He wanted to become someone strong enough to fight by Ilden's side, so he worked himself to the bone every day to make it happen, and finally earned the honor of escorting the general's favorite, Mord. However, after traveling with Mord, he was once again reminded of the limits that hard work alone can never overcome, and Kale envied Mord, who, unlike Kale, possessed genius talent. Kale thinks that just like as an extra who can't be the main character, One can't do anything about the cards they've been dealt, so at that time, all Kale could do was accept it and give up. But now the way to overcome that barrier is right in front of Kale. Kale really wants to drink this now and become stronger, but he wonders whether it would be right for him to be this selfish, as he is a soldier who fulfills his duties out of loyalty to the general. Then he wonders whether is he even doing his mission properly. "Am I any help to you?" Kale asks Mord because he got confused. Mord thinks that he and Kale have been together for 2 months now, and over that time, Kale has shown a knack for adapting to the multitude of variables he's encountered. Mord says that he had also been benefited greatly from Kale's superior stealth skills and his ability to manipulate spirits. Mord realizes that without Kale, his journey would have been much more uncomfortable and problematic, and the progress they've made so far would have been delayed. Mord justifies that the deciding factor in giving Kale the potion is because of his sense of duty as a warrior, and as because, for the sake of Ilden, he's willing to run to his death. After thinking deeply, Mord tells Kale that he has been a great help. Mord says that those blood of silver guys will send an even stronger force next time, and so far it's only been the high-ranking executives' henchmen, but next time they'll move themselves. So Mord tells Kale that they have no choice but to become stronger. After hearing this, Kale thinks that Mord is right. More powerful enemies will come for them next time, and the last time they fought the blood of silver, Kale was barely any help to Mord. So Kale decides to change here as he doesn't want to be a burden. Kale made up his mind and takes the god's tears in his hand. Leon speaks up and tells Kale to reconsider before taking such dangerous actions, but he was late as Kale already consumed the god's tears. Leon asks Mord why they are going such lengths just to become strong. Leon tells Mord that if they are being targeted by some big shots, they can always run, or they could go to their family. "So why on earth a person should take this much risk?" Leon asks. Mord replies that his family cannot be his refuge because the blood of the silver is after Mord in order to fulfill the Archduke's wishes. Leon gets shocked as he finds out that the Archduke is targeting Mord and asks whether the Archduke is holding hands with the blood of silver to target Mord. Mord says that the Archduke is working with the blood of silver for a long time and has done many unforgivable crimes. Lastly, Mord says that the Archduke, to stave off his own aging, he has been feeding on Vernar's bloodline. That's ridiculous. No way! The Archduke is a living legend who has accomplished countless feats as a warrior for Vernars and is revered by his people as the guardian deity of the duchy. But you say he's actually a filthy villain who keeps himself young by sacrificing his children? Leon questions Mord. Mord replies in a cold voice that whether Leon believes it or not is his decision. Mord remembers that in the novel, Leon may have been a dreary man, but he believed in and devoted himself to Aiden more than anyone else. However, when all that he sacrificed resulted in the world's destruction, he was in the most despair. So this time, Mord doesn't want Leon to suffer the same fate, but he also doesn't have the eloquence to convince Leon to make the right choice. Mord thinks that he just wants Leon to make the right choice. Putting your life on the line for someone you don't even trust is sad and infuriating, isn't it? Mord questions. After listening to this, a sudden sensation of trust captures Leon. However, this ridiculous words comforted Leon, and Leon decides to trust Mord. Leon explains that he doesn't know the Archduke very well, and he also doesn't know Mord for a long time, but if he ever chooses between them, he would always pick Mord. So he says that he would trust Mord, the man who saved his life. After hearing this, Mord smirks. Then they notices that Kale has already consumed all the God's Tears potion at the Archduke's hideout. Returning Monarch's leader Derek is angry as he finds out that one of the 7 soul fragments was completely destroyed, and he wonders who can it be. Derek shares that it was 70 years ago when he found the Archduke Lord's soul and formed a contract. 40 years after that, he had also become an Archduke through the power he gained from the contract and the map of the soul pieces. He then formed the Returning Monarch, and now he has successfully expanded the organization to the size it is today. All that was left for him to do was to find the soul fragments for the resurrection. Is the Archduke Lord's complete resurrection impossible now? Derek wonders. He says that the Archduke Lord's memories were shattered into the soul fragments, so he needs all of them for his memories to be intact. That is why it's been hard for them to find the other pieces since we only have one piece, but recently all their efforts piled up to nothing because of a certain someone who managed to kill all of their elite forces in Lirin, the magic crystal in which some of the Archduke Lord's consciousness is stored in. The Archduke Lord's consciousness tells the Darik not to worry because even if he is resurrected with one less fragment, he still has a way to make up for it. He also have a way to transcend his past. But of course, it'll become more difficult the less fragments he has. He asks Darik when he will be possessing the second fragment. Darik replies that yesterday he received a news informing him that the second fragment has been found. Darik goes to says that it's too much early for them to be desperate, but suddenly he feels that the presence of the group that acquired the second fragment is gone. The Archduke Lord says that yet another one of his fragment just got destroyed. At that time, on the contrary, Mord has already annihilated the Lich who was carrying the second fragment. Mord tells the Lich not be upset because the Lich is the second one who was killed by a 15-year boy. The second soul fragment of the Archduke Lord has been destroyed. Mord says that this Lich's magic skills seemed a bit different from the other one, but its combat skills were the same. That made things easier for Mord as he was able to defeat it without any difficulty. Mord realizes that he has definitely gotten stronger ever since the fight in Lirin, which was 2 months ago. However, he says that the one who has improved the most is Kale. Leon thinks that Kale got incredibly strong after consuming the god of combat's tears. He can't manifest aura yet, but his mana has definitely increased, and he's become more skilled. Leon thinks that the Archduke had been summoning advanced undead. He had managed to summon 4 Death Knights, the apex of the undead. While Mord fought off the Archduke, Kale and Leon fought the 4 Death Knights. But Leon says that if he considers the contribution rate, Kale probably did 80% of the work. Kale asks Leon for how many years he will keep using this sword. Leon tells Kale not to lecture. Leon thinks that others wouldn't understand why he uses swords. He says that there is an important reason behind it because a sword to him represents his freedom from his prison-like past and his will to live freely. They found 4 treasures in total. Mord says that he destroyed the Golden Throne and got the 10th fragment. It didn't fit in with any of the other fragments he already had, but he did want to find a useful item. Mord says that half of these treasures are trash. Mord conveys that this is a dark magic text that will allow a person to form a contract with a powerful being of the demon realm, but Mord doesn't need that, and as there was no information of this silver bracelet, so Mord decides to keep it for now. Lastly, a bottle filled with a liquid is left. Mord picks it up and throws it at Kale. He tells Kale to drink it. Kale asks, "What is this?" Mord replies that it's nectar, and it seems that the Archduke Lord prepared it for his resurrection. Nectar is the name of a drink that only the highest-ranked gods were allowed to consume, according to myth. It is supposed to have been made from the world tree's essence, and if a human were to drink it, they may obtain divine powers. Leon asks Mord why is he giving this to Kale if this drink is so powerful, then Mord should drink it first. Mord replies that they are more losses than benefits if he drinks it. Leon tells him to explain the reason. Mord replies that it would be very hard for him to explain, so they should accept it as a fact. Mord was actually going to drink it, but the moment he held it in his hand, his instinct whispered to him, telling that this is poison for him. Mord thinks that it did not matter when it was just Werner's divine blood within him. But with the awakening of Arita, the god of heavens, he doesn't know what would happen to the balance of the divine powers if he were to drink this. But if Kale were to drink it, it would make him stronger, as well as allow him to possess world fragments. Only those with divine powers are allowed to absorb world fragments. Mord explains that this does not refer to divine blood only. Those who received attention from a god and were given a strong blessing, or those who were combined with something that possessed divine power, or those who consumed nectar. All also meet this requirement. Mord says that he has no intention of sharing the world fragments, but there is one thing Mord is worried about, which is the creation of New World. In the New World, all the people Aiden had loved were there, and they had all forgotten about the destroyed old world, allowing them to live happy lives as victors. The New World was like a model garden created for Aiden, a model garden in which the only real people were Aiden's friends, while the rest were just fake models of people that Aiden had created. Aiden did not dream of such a world from the beginning. The new world Aiden's enemies wanted to create were worlds where their own fantasies were realized, and Aiden rejected such a fake world. But the more fragments he collected, the more he was drawn to this ideal. In the end, he made a horrible world that was much more selfish and terrible than what his enemies had wanted to create. Mord concludes that if collecting all of the world fragments make it so that you cannot resist the temptation of a new world, then it's probably wise to have a trustworthy teammate with whom he can share the fragments with. After leaving Palace, they did two things for 20 days. First, they destroyed the returning monarch's secret base. Second, we found a soul fragment that even the returning monarch hadn't found and destroyed it. And now, they're headed to the base of the Sage of Darkness, according to Levon's information. As they were running, Kale notices that the sky looks ominous and stops. Kale points out at the demonification phenomenon. Leon says that this time it's a large one. Mord thinks that the first demonification he came across was about 500 meters, but this demonification has already covered half of the city, which makes it incomparably dangerous. Leon asks, is this the place where the Sage of Darkness's base is? Mord replies that it seems like the base is swallowed by that demonification thing. Leon asks that shouldn't they wait for the warriors of this city to take care of the demonification first? Mord replies, saying no because theirs is someone that Mord needs to repay. Mord has experienced one change ever since his senses reached a higher dimension which initiated the activation of a seventh sense. He says that if up to the sixth sense is human, then the seventh sense is a god's sense. Only those who have access to the power of the heavens can look at the true essence of the world through this seventh sense, and this seventh sense is telling him that Erna Vernars is there. At the city, a person is begging Erna Vernars to save Viden because Viden stayed behind to help them. Erna replies that entering now is not possible, and they need to wait until the backup squad gets here. Suddenly, Erna feels a sensation of divine blood nearby. At the entering gate of the city, the guards tells Leon that if he wants to see Miss Erna, then he needs to take off his mask. Leon says that he can't do that because he has a terrible scar on his face. Mord thinks that Leon is being stubborn. Then he realizes that it's natural for a brother to feel this way because Erna is a sibling that's important to Leon, whom he couldn't see for years. However, Mord conceives that Leon is embarrassed to see Erna since he's left the family. Mord awakens his divine blood as he gets ready to use a more violent method. He releases his aura. The guards get scared a bit and asks whether they intend to fight. Kale gets shocked and tells Mord to control himself and not to fight because it would be a great trouble if Mord get caught by the Vernars military. Mord reassures Kale by saying that he doesn't intend to fight. He is just calling Erna Vernars by releasing his divine blood. Kale asks Mord about whom is he talking about. Erna Vernars lands and greets Mord. Mord bows down to greet Miss Erna. Erna orders the guards to guide Mord and the others to her tent because they are valuable guests. The guard informs Erna that this man is wearing a helmet and seems suspicious. Erna looks at Leon and then tells the guards to also escort him to her tent. Erna thought that Mord was heading north, so she asks Mord what is he doing here. Mord explains that he was carrying a secret mission under General Ilden's orders and they have something they need to do here, that's why they are here. The personal escort of Miss Erna finds Mord very arrogant as Mord is talking casually with Erna. Erna replies that if it's a secret mission, then Mord needs to keep as low of a profile as possible. So, why did Mord came to see her where there are lots of people? She questions. Mord replies that he has come here to repay his debts because the martial god's tears which he received from Erna saved his life. Erna asks Mord whether he consumed them. Mord replies, saying yes. He says that when he consumed them, he earned aura. No way. This can't be true, aura at the age of 15. Erna gets extremely shocked because even Miss Erna, who was known as a genius from a young age and received the best education, did not earn aura at the age of 15. The escort wonders how can a person achieved this kind of feat. Erna praises Mord by saying that Mord's talents are beyond someone's imagination, as it's only being 3 months since she last saw Mord, but now he has already earned aura and also made friends along the way. Kale greets Miss Erna and introduces himself by saying his name. Kale introduces that he is an advanced warrior under General Ilden's command. Leon tries to introduce himself as Paydon and says that he is a mercenary. "What are you trying to do?" Leon, Erna asks. Then Leon realizes that Erna knew from the beginning that the helmet-wearing guy is Leon. Erna explains that she recognized Leon from the beginning, but she thought that Leon just doesn't want others to know that it was him. That's why she brought you here. Did you really think I, Erna Vernars, wouldn't recognize you, Leon, with whom I have spent my childhood? Erna questions. Erna says that she knew Leon was working as a mercenary, but she never expected that Leon will Gion Mord. For Leon, Erna was a lovely child that he had thought of as his own sister, the same person who made Leon look upon his own disgusting dark side. Leon had kept his distance from Erna because of his envy, but Erna had always been thinking about Leon. While removing his helmet, Leon says that he is feeling all kinds of complex emotions right now, as he is genuinely happy to see Erna again. Leon tells Erna that she has grown a lot since the last time he met her. Erna smiles and replies that it's been 5 years after all, and she has become 20 years old already. Mord intervenes and tells Erna that he wants to ask something. Mord asks Erna whether she is also able to differentiate individuals of the Vernar's bloodline with just divine blood. Erna answers by saying yes, but she says that it's restricted to the people she already knows. Erna gets a bit confused and asks Mord whether he can also use this skill. Mord replies that he can use the same skill, and it's also restricted to the people he knows. Erna finds it very surprising that it being only 2 years since she learned this skill, but Mord can do it despite having awakened only a year ago. Erna realizes that she has underestimated Mord because he can use both divine blood detection as well as aura at such a young age. Lastly, she concludes that she can expect a lot from Mord then. Mord asks Erna about the current situation of this city. Erna explains that the demonification is happening, and if this reaches level 3, then this entire city will become a place where no life can thrive, and if a dungeon break occurs, then it'll become a historical disaster. Erna says that Aiden and she were dispatched to prevent this from happening. Aiden got here first, and went in saying that he will carry out the raid, but the result was a complete disaster. Half of Aiden's squad died before Erna even got here, and only one of them managed to escape to tell her this news, but the biggest problem is that Aiden is also trapped in there. Erna says that the backup team will need at least 3 days to get here, so they have no choice but to wait here until the backup arrives. Erna explains that this demonification dungeon's core must be a feudal lord rank, so they're assuming that it's a demon realm count. She says that a count of the demon realm has an army led by other feudal lord rank demon. She understands that her squad alone can't handle this. However, she says that if Mord's party agree to help them, then it would be worth a shot to try and rescue the survivors, so she asks for Mord's decision. Mord thinks that Aiden did not appear in the novel. That must be because he died here. Mord says that he wouldn't help if it was just Aiden dying here. But there is one thing that bothers him. It's that Erna is also someone who wasn't a part of the novel. Mord says that if the reason for that is because Erna died before Aiden's story began, then there is no guarantee that she did not die here. So Mord thinks that this is a good opportunity for him to prevent Erna's death and see if she's a good candidate to become the Archduke, and if Mord has more achievements to his name by defeating a feudal lord rank demon, then it'll be greatly helpful to achieving level 2 of divine blood opening. So taking all of this into consideration, Mord decides to help. Erna tells her squad not to forget that their goal is to rescue the survivors and then fall back as soon as possible. Erna's squad has 15 people total, and adding Mord's party, it makes it 18. Mord realizes that Leon wouldn't use his fists to keep his identity a secret. As they were walking forward, they find that a bunch of monsters are running towards them from every side. Erna suggests that they should make an opening in the direction where Aiden is in, but she says that she can't feel Aiden's presence, so she predicts that Aiden must be at a pretty deep place. Mord says that he thinks he knows which direction Aiden is. Erna says that she would trust Mord and orders everybody to open up their divine blood as they would make this effort count. In the next scene, Weiden's party in under attack and surrounded by demons. Weiden tells his comrades, Botan and Wolsey, that he is sorry for his shortcomings. Wolsey tells young Master Weiden not to give up. The high-ranking demon commander says that the divine blood is the most luxurious delicacy there is, and today he will serve the people with divine blood in the Count's table. Wolsey tells Botan that he would leave young Master Weiden in Botan's care, as Wolsey will try to open up a path for them. Wolsey asks Weiden whether he remembers that day when he saved a boy who was cursed and became a lycanthrope and was almost burnt at the stake by the villagers. Wolsey says that if Sir Weiden didn't save him that day, he would not exist in this world right now. So today Wolsey says that he is finally going to repay Sir Weiden for saving his life that day. Wolsey tells them not to give up as they still have hope, and then transforms into a lycanthrope. Wolsey tells the demon that he would show him who the real prey is. Wolsey charges forward and bites one of the lower demons. The demon commander perceives that Wolsey devours his enemies to recover his mana. One of the demon uses his staff to attack Wolsey. Wolsey sees it and jumps upward, kills that demon. The commander demon praises Wolsey for being this strong. The demon tells Wolsey that now he is going to play it seriously and uses an attack, the light of execution, which makes Wolsey immovable for a moment. The demon then attacks Wolsey in the chest using a spear. By seeing this, Weiden can't stop himself and tells Botan that he wants to fight because it's more honorable for a warrior to die in the battle. As Botan was stopping Weiden from acting recklessly, the demon appears in front them and tries to attack Weiden. Suddenly, an impulse ball rain strikes that area and almost every demon was killed. The commander demon thinks, who can it be? He then gets attacked by a mirage destruction which heavily injured him. In the meantime, Botan takes Weiden to a safe place. Mord enters the area from the sky. His landing was so impactful that the ground shatters. After landing, Mord grabs the demon's head and punches it, completely breaking it into pieces. Botan and Weiden witness Mord using telekinesis and thinks that only master-rank magic combat artists can use telekinesis. Wolsey tries to attack Mord, but Mord stops it. Weiden shouts, telling Mord that Wolsey is not an enemy, and he doesn't mean to attack Mord as Wolsey can't differentiate between ally and enemies because of his current state. Weiden reassures Mord that Wolsey will become normal after some time. Mord replies that he knows Sir Wolsey already. Mord then knocks out Sir Wolsey. Weiden wonders whether he has met a divine blood awakener as strong as the person standing in front of him before. Weiden gets completely shocked when he sees that the person standing in front of him is none other than Mord Vernars. Weiden asks Mord why is he here. Mord replies that he was just passing by and heard what happened. He gives a healing potion to Weiden and Wolsey. Then, Mord asks Weiden for the reason he entered the dungeon first without waiting for the backups. Is it because of the successor competition? Mord questions. Weiden replies by saying yes, and to be precise, it was because of Erna. Weiden explains that as time passes, the successor competition continues to grow more intense. The man closest to the Archduke position at the moment is the oldest son of the family and also who is Weiden's brother, Alan. And after Alan is the third son, Dren, and the fourth son, Horan, who jumped onto the battlefield early to build their careers. Weiden says that it was hard for him to close the gap between them since he entered the competition late, but he obviously had no intention of giving up, though, and thought that there would be a possibility for him, too, if he acknowledged the gap between them and just tried his best to catch up. However, Erna took that away from Weiden. Erna was called a genius from a very young age. She joined the competition 2 years later than Weiden, but she was already on the verge of surpassing him. Weiden felt threatened and began volunteering for missions that would bring him lots of credit. That plan worked out at first, and I was able to create a gap between him and Erna once again, but Weiden experienced great failure earlier this year. During a mission in the White Demon Realm, the renowned Order's family interrupted and caused great damage. The failure of the mission alone was impactful enough, but the fact that it was caused by their arch-nemesis, the Orders, led to Weiden's image being damaged. That is when Weiden was paired with Erna for a mission, and he was overtaken with panic that she might surpass him. That's when he realized that he needs to make sure that he does better than Erna on this mission. He decided that he will go in first and clear the entrance area and just needs to not push himself too hard. Aiden says that now he realizes that he justified his actions with nonsense logic because of his greed, and in the end, he pushed his innocent subordinates to their deaths. Lastly, he says that he should have waited no matter how anxious he was. After hearing this, Mord thinks that he doesn't knew Erna was this talented became she never existed in the novel. Mord knew that Erna had the best mana out of everyone, but now it seems that's not all she has. Aiden asks Mord for the reason of saving him. Mord replies that Erna asked him to save Aiden. Erna did that? Aiden questions. Mord explains that Erna's squad was going to act as a bait to distract the enemies while Mord rescues Aiden. While they were talking, Erna's squad enters the area. Erna says that there were a bunch of ridiculously strong monsters at first, but their attacks began getting weaker. Erna meets Aiden and tells him that it's nice to see that he is okay. Erna tells Aiden that he should be grateful to Mord as he would be dead if it weren't for Mord. Aiden asks Erna why did she told Mord to save him. Aiden says that they're rivals. Wouldn't it be good for you if a rival is gone? Aiden questions. Erna answers that it's true they are not related either, but she says that she doesn't need a reason to save someone. Plus, she says that Aiden can't hinder her because she is going to be the Archduke. Aiden bows down his head and tells thanks to Erna, as because of her both Botan and Wolsey were saved. Aiden tells Erna that one day he will repay his debt to her. Erna expected that Aiden will be getting all mad while saying that he's not going to give Erna the position of Archduke, but she gets shocked when she heard Aiden saying the word thanks. What? Erna shouts voice, but Leon shouts louder as he was more shocked than Erna. Leon was extremely shocked because it is the first time he heard Aiden saying thanks. Aiden says that he has been wanting to ask it for a long time. Why are you wearing that helmet, Leon? Aiden questions. Erna's squad's members say that it can't be young Master Leon because this helmet guy is using a sword. Leon reveals himself. How does everyone recognizes him? He wonders. Aiden gets surprised when he finds out that Leon was trying to hide his identity. Leon asks Aiden how does he recognize him. Aiden replies that it's because of the bracelet that he is wearing. Leon's mother gave that bracelet to Leon at coming-of-age ceremony. You remember this? Leon asks. Aiden replies that Leon always wore it, so yes. Now this time, Erna gets shocked as she didn't know Leon had something like this. Mord suggests that they should talk later and should get out of here. Suddenly, the demon count with his entire army enters the area. The count says that he wants an apology from them as they created a mess of his home. Erna realizes that previously it wasn't just a simple ruse to them further in, but it was to draw them into a trap. The count praises Erna for being smart and says that he was preparing a banquet for the descendants of Vernars. Leon asks the demon whether he is truly the demon count. The demon count replies by saying yes and introduces himself as Lotais, who will soon feast on their precious blood and flesh. Erna perceives that there are at least 2,000 of monsters and dozens of demons, and there are feudal lord-rank demons too. Erna sees a lady who seems to be very strong. Mord replies that the lady seems to be a baroness, so she must have a part in the battle. Mord tells Erna that they are surrounded by enemies from all directions. Which direction should we pick to fight, though? Erna asks. Mord says that enemies on the east are the strongest, and the ones at the west are noticeably weaker, as if they are luring them to attack the west. Both of them awaken their divine blood and decide to attack south first. As they are moving south, one warrior-type baronet and one mage-type baron rush towards them. Mord tells Erna that he would take care of the baron and she should kill the baronet. The baronet attacks Erna first while Kale and the other fight the other monsters. The baronet asks Erna for how long she could hold up against a sword with her bare hands. Erna awakens her divine aura and replies that she is not sure because she would like to ask the same question. She uses Crevice of Wind to send the baronet flying. In the air, the baronet uses his red flames of frenzy, but he is shocked to see that Erna is unscratched. Then, Erna moves towards the baronet and uses her mountain breaker, which completely annihilates her target. Leon thinks that Erna has gotten much stronger in the meantime, but he wonders why now, when he looks at Erna, she doesn't feel as overwhelming powerful as before. The answer is right in front of him, as Mord defeated the Baron at the same time and as easily as Erna. All the members get a new hope when they witness that both the Baron and the Baronet were defeated this easily. All the members think that they still have a chance and realize that without depending on Mord and Erna, they should also kill some monsters. As they are moving to attack with all their might, they get stopped by the Demon Realm's Baron from the other side. The Demon Count from earlier says that she didn't expect the south side to fall this fast. The Demon Count thinks that the younglings from the Vernars are unimaginably strong, so she guessed that she should put an end to this. Mord thinks that it's common for a demon who has the role of the core to provide power to their subordinates, but to imbue the body with power and consciousness to reach almost Count-level strength. It seems like the demons are getting stronger too, Mord concludes. The Demon Count says that she would grant Mord a painless death if he surrenders and asks Mord to make the choice. Mord tells Erna to fight alongside him to bring down the Demon Count. "What about the other guys?" Erna asks. Mord replies that they have to trust their allies. Erna tells Viden to take the commander position while Mord and Erna will fight with the Demon Count. "Are you sure about that?" Viden questions. Erna replies that if Viden doesn't agree, all of them will die here. Erna realizes that she can't win against a Demon Count with this much mana left, so she decides to use all the mana she has. She charges at the Demon Count and uses Crevice of Wind. "Ha! You think a little trick like this will work on me?" The demon laughs. Erna replies that she knows that this will not be enough, while Mord punches the demon from the back, and the Demon Count falls on the ground. Both Erna and Mord rush towards the demon. The Demon Count uses Flash of Massacre and successfully injures Erna's left hand. Both them stop attacking, and Mord gives Erna a healing potion. Erna tells Mord that to just wait for 30 seconds. Mord tells Erna not to worry because he is going to use his ace card. Mord says that since he has decided to use this, he is also going to be the one who will end this fight. The Count tells Mord that it seems like Mord possesses a pretty useful artifact or blessing, as it's been a while she has felt that kind of pain. Then, she says that she won't show any mercy and uses an attack, the Dance of Burning Swordsmen. Mord tells Erna to stay back and faces the attack head-on, while successfully dodging it. The Count wields Aura of Dual Swords and says that she will end this right now, but suddenly Mord's punch appears right in front of her. The Count recognizes that it's second blessing from the god of combat Divine Physique. How is that possible? She wonders. She asks Mord how is he using a Vernar's technique. Mord replies that it's because he is the god of combat's descendant, while Erna seems shocked because she has heard that the Divine Physique in the Vernar's legends, and at that time she thought, as it was just an exaggeration. Before the end of the Age of Legends, many giant species existed. In order to close the gap in power created by the size difference, the god of combat created the ability, Divine Physique, a giant made of light using the power of divine blood. Mord feels like he is controlling a robot as his weight is 30 times its usual mass because of Divine Physique's blessing. That's why it makes it hard for Mord to use skills that require precise control, and it also consumes a lot of mana. The Count uses her power to cut off Mord's Divine Physique's arm, and at the same time, she uses her sword and stabs it inside its neck. The Demon Count feels that it wasn't hard at all unless Mord isn't the god of combat himself. In the contrary, Mord decides to test the mana bracelet from the Great Mage's ruins because it only uses mana to regenerate without hurting Mord physically. He says that even if an arm was blown off, or if the throat pierced, all that he needs to do is use some mana to regenerate. He regenerates the arm and captures the Count. Mord says that he would now end this and completely annihilates her. After the fight, Mord and Erna's parties headed in deeper, but Lotias had already used up all of her mana to possess the Baron, which made it easy for them to defeat her. They returned to the village after that. The news that the Vernar squad succeeded at preventing the demonification process, and they're going to hold a celebration, reached people's ear. Mord tells Erna not to reveal to the higher-ups that it all was his doing. Mord tells Erna to report them that he was only just a bit of help. Firstly, Erna refuses to do that because she can't take someone else's credit. Mord explains that currently he is carrying a secret mission, so he can't have the higher-ups knowing about what he is doing. Through this incident, Mord learned how skilled Erna is, as she has 50% more mana than Mord. Mord thinks that with that kind of talent, she will soon catch up to the other successors in no time, so he intends on making Erna the future Archduke. Mord thinks that it's important for Erna to have a lot of more achievements in order to become the future Archduke. Mord tells Erna to think of it as him repaying his debts as he was indebted to Erna. Erna replies that the achievements are more valuable than Mord's debt. Mord wonders whose side will Erna take when she finds out about the Archduke's secret, and the fact that Mord is going to kill the Archduke. Erna, if you really think that, then can you promise to trust me on one thing in the future? Mord questions. Erna says that she didn't understand what Mord meant by it. Mord replies that she would know when the time comes. Mord tells Erna to promise him that she will support his decision even if it's hard to trust him when the time comes. Erna simply replies, saying, "All right, are you sure?" Mord questions. Erna explains that she might regret this decision later. But when Lotias appeared, she could tell that even if the reinforcements had come in with them, they would have all been killed if it weren't for Mord. So from that day, she regarded Mord as her savior. Taking all the things into consideration, she decides to keep this promise. Mord tells thanks while smiling. Erna didn't know that Mord could smile like that. Mord tells Erna to keep this incident a secret, and Erna agrees to it. Lastly, Mord reveals to Erna that he can only use the god of combat skills because he has met the god of combat himself. Mord says that one day he will tell Erna how to meet the god of combat. Then, Mord goes to meet Vidin. Mord praises Vidin for his fast recovery. Vidin says thanks to Mord for saving them. Vidin tells Mord that he has prepared a gift for him to express gratitude. Vidin gives Mord his divine bloodstone. Mord says that he doesn't know anything about it. Vidin explains that this is an essence of divine blood, created by extracting the blood of the traditional bloodlines. Only the official bloodline is allowed this privilege. It's created with the blessing at the temple. Vidin says that these are usually given to children. He made it to give it to his own future children too, but he couldn't think of any other good gift. What is this for? Mord questions. Vidin tells Mord to try imbuing it with his divine blood sometime, as it's a kind of accelerator that will bring Mord to a higher realm than what his divine blood can. Vidin says that he wanted to ask something. Vidin asks Mord whether he is intending to make Erna the Archduke. Mord replies, saying yes. Vidin says that if Mord is the one supporting her, then Erna is going to be a much more difficult rival than before. But Vidin says that seeing Mord makes him want to give up even less. Mord doesn't understand what Vidin meant by it. Vidin explains that Erna's strong, but even if she's been walking, then Mord has been flying. Erna may be talented, but she's not the strongest in the world. So Vidin says that it's a fight worth fighting. Mord says that he likes optimistic people. Lastly, Vidin says that next time he would surprise Mord big time. Mord, Kale, and Leon rested at the Vernar's camp for a day. Erna supplied them with the equipment they had been running low on, like potions. She gave them many other supplies on top of that. Mord was able to get the silver bracelet he got from eliminating the Archduke's second soul fragment evaluated, and it turns out that it increases agility and cognitive abilities for a certain amount of time. Kale was excited to receive the bracelet and ran around the festival taking care of errands. Leon and Erna had a meal together to talk about the past, and that night, Leon went to see Mord. Leon tells Mord to teach him as a warrior of Vernar's. He says that he learned while accompanying Mord that the path that Mord is in is worth seeing to the end, and Leon realizes that in order to accompany Mord on that path, he needs to let go of his useless obsessions. Leon says that he is giving up on swords. Mord perceives that the look in Leon's eyes are different, and he is determined. Mord was waiting for Leon to say that. Mord says that if Leon is ready, then they will need to start with this. "What's this?" Leon questions. Mord replies that he would know soon enough. "Oh, this one's the direct bloodline of the Vernars?" The god of combat laughs as he is excited to see how much of his blood runs through them.